Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. We are live here. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD, and today is Tuesday the 15th. Oh man, the market is looking oh so golden here. The market is looking oh so golden. We got about 5 minutes into the opening bell, ladies and gentlemen. If you're tuning in, we are live here. We just started. This is the Stock Market Live with Let Cash Accumulate Over Days, and this is live coverage from the stock crypto market. Live ideas of thought and study. This is not financial advice on this stream or with this company. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. It's Tuesday, February 15th. We're about to get started. It's the pre-market. It's lit. It's lit. Everything is everything. The market is gapped up. It looks like the Russia news is going away here. We will be anticipating some news here in the morning, so stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. We are live. See what to do with it. Back to normal, look like see they taking around with it. They do the opposite of what they did yesterday. Two ways is open. About to happen. One of two ways, buddy. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to be ready here. Let's see. Looks like everything's up in the pre-market here today. Looks like the futures will start off in the green here. So let's see what today leads us. Crypto's doing very good here in the morning. They really are. Most stocks gapped up here. Like I said, it looks like the Russia data went away. Looks like Putin said it was a practice. They were training. He's ready to work things out or whatever he needs to do to work it out. So looks like that's what the market is striving off of here early morning. And let's just see how long they can hold, man. It is gapped up pretty high right now. So I know members out in the Discord, y'all was saying the longs are back, but it's kind of just gapped up to the high end of the range, really. So, like I said, it's about to just boil down to this opening now. We got about 1 minute, ladies and gentlemen. Ding, 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 and we are open, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get it. Let's see what's happening here. It looks like most names are opening straight to the downside here. So let's see. We're gonna zoom in on the SPY early, and we're off, ladies and gentlemen. The market is officially open, and it looks like the SPY starting out with one red candle here. The opening. Looks like they all started out with a red candle to the downside. So let's see how long this is gonna last. VIX here. All right, first green candle on stocks and indices here in the ETFs. Let's see how high can it get. They did open to the downside here immediately. So let's just see where it's gonna turn here. Trying to zoom in on get the candles. The VWAP ain't even started yet. As you can see, they not doing no movement in the first 1 minute. It does look like we're starting off with red candles though on the SPY and the triple Qs here, so that might bring some tech stocks down here. So just giving them bulls, it looks like a chance to book profits there at the opening. It looks like there will be downside pressure here at the open, but haven't seen that first bounce yet. Just looking for that. Looks like it might be coming in as we speak. That's the first green candle right there, officially starting to come up here, starting to rise. See stocks moving with that. Oh, big pop right there on Tesla. Big pop right there on the Tesla. Let's just see how high they want to take it. I think it'll be mad resistance at Tesla at 908. That's where they got clapped down back in pre-market. So it's going to be hard to fight that. The SPY's going to need to lift up above 444 here today. That was a huge gap up though. So yeah, they're going to need to get to back to 450 on the SPY if you really want to see these stocks kind of run here. This is a nice little new range here. All they really did is reset the numbers, reset the ranges here. Reset the value technically. That's all they really did here. But we are still in the same spot, ladies and gentlemen. It's been 3 minutes into the opening bell. No sudden movement here. We do see the SPY might be trying to pick up another green here in top and keep it going here, keep that momentum up to the upside. Too early to tell. The VIX is coming down here. It looks like the VWAP is starting to get created here. Everything is going up currently right now. All the indices are in the green here. So yeah, big pop right here on the SPY and the triple Qs right here. Upward momentum. Two strong green candles right here at the opening. They're gonna need to go up a little bit more than that though. But this is strong strength right here at the opening. Okay, so we got some more strength coming in here. First 4 minutes here, SPY's popping up here to the upside, 445 on the SPY. So that's what you're gonna need here. That's exactly what you're gonna need here. You're gonna need a little bit more than that, but that's a good start of it. The VIX is still coming down here. It looks like everything is still continuing up here. Tesla's riding out with that momentum to the upside there. So I do see them correlating here a little better here today. Tesla's up 30 now though. It's only been 5 minutes since the opening here. So just kind of keep in mind what's happening. It's only been 5 minutes upside here. Showing strength, but basically a gap up and $1 up here now on the SPY. So like I said, it looks like you're gonna need a little bit more than that. I'm not saying the stocks really correlate too heavy like on the fast side here today, but they are keeping up. So you just want to keep in mind it's only been 5 minutes. Uh, it can still do whatever it needs to do, but it does look like upward momentum is starting out here at the open, and Tesla's still going here. So yeah, it looks like that if they pass that 908 resistance, the next resistance on Tesla will be at about 920 again. You get there 940. You break that, it's 980 off rip. At this point, it's been in this range consolidating for a few weeks now. So yeah, these resistance levels is really becoming support. So look, Tesla just almost just bust through 908 there, trying to fight here heavy. The SPY is still in the air up here. 445.42 is the top right now. But yeah, 908 is key resistance right now on Tesla. That breaks straight to 920 there. But it's gonna be hard to really fight here. It was hard to fight here pre-market on the Tesla right there. But I think they can do it, man. I think they can do it. It's Tesla, it's Elon Musk. You really can't bet against the richest man in the world here. So you always want to kind of stay neutral, get on the right side of that trade, ladies and gentlemen. Tesla picking up here. The SPY is still rocking out to the top here. 445.42 is the high, so it would have to pass that now at this point. Looks like stocks are picking up with this move here, though. Amazon is up 45 now, ladies and gentlemen. Booking Holdings leading the way to the upside now. They're up 62. Looks like the market is back on the bull here at this point. Looks like we have some earnings names. They're kind of moving here with the move here. We'll get into that later. Microsoft, yeah, the whole big tech is moving with this move as well. SPY is still going here. SPY just broke that high, so 445.58 here, new high on the SPY for today. So now you see Tesla at 910. Looks like that resistance may be broken. They could just fall right back through it here. This could be a top. Stay tuned here. It's only been 8 minutes, but this is wonderful momentum here to the upside. If you could have just brought that right there at the open up a lot right here, right now. This might be a time to exit though for you, but like I said, it just depends on your risk tolerance. This could just dip here and keep going to the upside here today. It looks like the bulls are not playing. But we will find out here. Tremendous comeback on the triple Qs and the SPY. The VIX is still below VWAP now. The VIX is below VWAP here. Tesla look like they might be getting a little bit resistance wall here at that 908 level. So it looks like they might get yanked back in. They're going to have to, like I said, they're going to have to prove themselves to really break that 908 wall right now. Just because it's been so much up and down movement. So you're going to have to prove yourself now at certain levels at this point. But they are right at that level where they're on their neck there, so keep that in mind. The SPY did look like it got weak and topped out right here, 445.59. So we might be crossing back through VWAP on the SPY and the triple Qs. Keep that in mind. Looks like the VIX might be curving back up to VWAP here. The Dow Jones is off of my chart right now. They're going crazy. They're going crazy. Well, look, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break here. Really, not now. Matter of fact, the next 5 minutes, because this is getting intense here. This first 10 minutes has been straight upside momentum, so you do want to see what the next 10 minutes could lead to. Might lead right back to the opening here, or it'll keep going at this point, but that's just one or two ways it can happen. It can possibly come right back down to the opening. That's what kind of was happening yesterday. It was going up, coming down. You know, people just kind of like rotating it here, kangarooing it, credit spreading it. Looks like it might be a possibility again here today. Still too early to tell. Only been 10 minutes into the opening bell. But stocks jump on signs of easing Russia-Ukraine tensions. That is the market alert there. All the indices are in the green right now. The Dow is up about 1%, 1.30%. The Nasdaq is leading with almost 2%, and the S&P 500 is up about 1.40% as well. So all the indices are in the green here, high greens, but it looks like we are topping out here on the SPY. Might be coming back to VWAP, like I said, retesting that 444 area there. They just flew through it. So if they catch support right there and create a dip, you'll see the stocks catch support and create a dip as well and run through their resistance here. And the Nvidia is on the high right now. They're up 250. Keep in mind, they got earnings tomorrow after the bell. T-Mobile is on the high here. You got Wingstop on the high right now. AMD is selling off here. They actually sold off at the opening here, so they're kind of just pulling back. Airbnb, they have earnings today after the bell, ladies and gentlemen. They're up 5 here. I don't expect too much from them today. Just because they have earnings, so they'll probably be baking it out of there. It looks like Advanced Auto Parts did good here, but they're actually down 5. Let me check what Avis Car Group. Oh, they're down bad. Avis Budget Car Group, they're down almost a 10% correction there. They're down about $22. Looks like they came all the way down to 165. Wow, big move there on Avis. Big move there to the downside. Let's see. Checking back with Tesla because they are the stocks on the move with the highest volatility here, and they are just broke that resistance at 908. Now they're off to the races here. 912 on the Tesla here. Like I said, next resistance probably wouldn't be till maybe 915 because that's where the original sell-off started here on Friday. Today is Tuesday now, but I think it'll fly through 915 at this point. You just saw 912 very fast. They'll retrace that. I think 920 is on the board today, a possibility, but it ain't gonna be easy here. So you get through 920, like I said, probably next level would be resistance 940. Hasn't broke 940 in 3 weeks, 4 weeks, so keep that in mind before you just start loading the boat there. You know what's going on. It's levels of resistance, and it is real. It will block it down. See, still 908 is resistance here on Tesla. You can tell. It got rejected here at 912. Threw it right back down. $5 very quickly. And just sitting right here on the resistance line now. So we do see certain numbers have changed on resistance. And ain't nothing wrong with that. That's why you follow the chart, you follow the trend, you figure all that out. 90. So this stock really likes to move here. Let's see. Spot still up here at 444. Maybe about to retest back below VWAP, possibly. The VIX is up above VWAP right now. So you should see a little reversal here. Looks like Coinbase popped to the opening bell on the high about 207. They just pulled back about $2. They're still up 10 here. So the VIX is above VWAP right now. Keep that in mind. Looks like DoorDash is down here. Looks like GameStop is pulling back here. Netflix pulled back. Looks like everybody pulling back off that little drop right there, and the VIX shooting up. Shopify's up 10 here. Spotify is only up $1 now. So Tesla retraced it that 912 level very quickly here. So it looks like they are above resistance, but you just don't know how long. That's the thing there. But they are above it as of right now, about $3. They're out of that channel there. So Tesla can run from here, keep that in mind, or it can just keep channeling back in with you. I mean, it's Tesla, but Tesla looks like it wants to run here. It's prime for one. A lot of people just thought it was going to fall. Maybe it could have. It possibly still can. I even was one thought it might fall here. But then, you see that reversal pattern happen, and then you just got to get back neutral and back on that right side there. The big pop right there with the SPY for 45.78. So it looks like stocks picking up with it. Tesla 913 here. So it looks like they will retest that 915 supposedly resistant there. But I don't think it is. I think that's support. So just stay cautious. It probably will bust through that. I think the next real resistance on Tesla would be your 920 level. So we're going to stay cautious to that. They are up 37. Keep that in mind. They're up 4% here. So they went up another $30 again there. So Tesla is definitely back on the board here. They just gave you 2 60 days. And they gave you 150 down day and 130 day yesterday. And this is 38 here. So they gave you They gave you more upside than they did downside here in the past 3 days right now. But like I said, keep in mind, resistance would still be at 908, so they haven't cleared away from it far enough so they can easily channel back into it, but they are away from it right now. So just keep that in mind where they're at right here and where your entry is. Tesla's definitely on the high right here right now, considering the opening bell. Looks like the SPY is coming right back here at VWAP possibly. So it looks like we might have a little chill day here if they're going to keep doing this VWAP bounce. We all know that's killing time off the clock. But we're going to see, though. It's still early to tell right now. All the indices are in the green, ladies and gentlemen. It's only been 17 minutes since the opening bell. LCALD, we live here with all the action. But we're going to take a quick break, about a 5-minute break. I'm going to check some market data, see if there's any live videos out right now. But I'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen.
Who is it?
It's me, Snakes. I got the stuff.
Leave it on the doorstep and get the hell out of here.
All right, Johnny. But what about my money?
Yeah, at this point, that's a lot.
What money?
AC said you had some dough for me.
I told you that.
That a fact.
That was like,
How much do I owe you?
money, but I told you like that.
AC said
That's like the
10%.
first one after money, like, it'll go
Too
there.
bad AC ain't in charge no more.
But, I mean,
What do you
they
mean?
gotta break these
He's
numbers.
upstairs taking a
I
bath.
don't really think that'll pick up until they break.
He'll call you when he gets out.
I think that'll pick up. Then,
Hey,
this early,
I
they
tell you what I'm going to give you, Snakes. I'm going to give you to the count of 10 to get your ugly, yellow, no good keister off my property before I pump your guts full of lead.
Right, Johnny, I'm sorry. I'm going.
1, 2, 10.
What made me get out of it, they
Keep the change, you filthy animal.
Hey, rule number 1, if you got that gun, never show that gun, y'all. Rule number 2, if you pull that 2, then you better shoot. Hey, rule number 3, if you aim at me, then you better squeeze till that clip is beat. But if you ain't bout it, then I'm bout it. I do what y'all just mouthing. I'm high up like a mountain. Y'all goofies, y'all be clowning. Hey, rule number 1, if you got that gun, never show that gun. Yeah, rule number 2, if you pull that 2, then you better shoot. Hey, rule number 3, if you aim at me, then you better squeeze till that clip can be. But if you ain't bout it, then I'm bout it. I do what y'all just mouth. I'm high up like a mountain. Y'all goofies, y'all be clowning. Rule number 1, if you got that gun, never show that gun. Yeah, rule number 2, if you pull that 2, then you better shoot. Hey, rule number 3, if you aim at me, then you better squeeze, bitch. Drill that shit, drill that shit. Pull me up, pull me up, pull up, rewind EP, rewind EP, rewind.
Lean, ganja, ganja, lean,
Everybody
ganja,
here, they say in my Discord, they say it's a lotto call on Roblox.
yeah, close, rewind.
Bricks with the heat, ho. Pull me up a vote, ayy. Pull me up a vote, ayy. Ho, we geeking, ho. And we tweaking every day, and we tweaking every day. Yeah, pull me up a vote, pull me up a vote. Ho, we geeking, ho, we geeking. And we tweaking every day, and we tweaking every day. Pull me up a vote, pull me up a vote. Ho, we geeking, ho, we geeking, ho, we geeking. And we tweaking every day. What he thinking? He ain't thinking. We high shit. Flick the wrist, sell a brick. I sold the brick, but got the shit down. Ayy. Hit him with the wham bam. Coming from Simmons Sam. He don't want it. Violence don't condone it. Cause we smoking on this loud and we drinking on this potion. Yeah, that lean. Roll another beam. Popping beams till I dream. Ho, you geeking. We be tweaking. What you thinking? We ain't blinking, we ain't missing shit. We ain't lacking, we ain't losing. Hit the snooze button, cause y'all be drooling, yeah. Y'all be drooling, yeah. Lean, ganja, pull me up, pull me up. Roll up, pull me up. Bricks with the heat, ho. Pull me up a foe, pull me up a foe. Ho, we geeking, ho, we geeking. And we tweaking every day, and we tweaking every day. Hold me up a foe, hold me up a foe. Ho, we geeking, ho, we geeking. And we tweaking every day, and we tweaking every day. Hold me up a foe, hold me up a foe. Ho, we geeking, ho, we geeking. And we tweaking every day. Nigga, little nigga say what? I'll run up with the two. Nigga, do not like or lose, ayy. Hit the snooze button. Put him straight to sleep. We on creep. Yeah. Pull up to his face. You ain't calling that no sneak. You said you want the beef. We gon' grill and then we eat. Ayy, ayy. Say you defeat me, but you can't beat me. Ayy, I'ma sleep in. Ayy, I'ma sleep in. Pull up four, pull some more, down that six. It's up my dick, and do it quick, I nut then dip, ayy. Hold me up a four, hold me up a four, hold me up a fours. Bricks with the heat, ho. Pull me up a four, pull me up a four. Ho, we geeking, ho, we geeking, ho. And we tweaking every day, and we tweaking every day. Pull me up a four, pull me up a four. Ho, we geeking, ho, we geeking, ho. And we tweaking every day, and we tweaking every day. Hey, little nigga say what? Say what? Hey, little nigga say what? Say what? Hey, gun off tuck. Ooh, rewind. Quality. Number on the pint, 100, 20, or rack. We don't pour act. They taxing on that. Ayy, they taxing on that. Ayy, qualities. Number on the pint, 100, 20, or rack. We don't pour act. They taxing on that. Ayy, they taxing on that. Ayy, you know, we just be tweaking and geeking. Yes, sir. And hopefully, they rewind the EP. I hope so. Quali, 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 quali. Rewind the EP. Rewind the EP. Rewind the EP. You know, this is my first EP. It is. If you want more, hit rewind. Rewind. Till the next one drop. Yeah. Repeat coming soon. Yup. Repeat next. I'm coming at throats and necks. They say life is like chess, and I'm the king. So them dates gonna be on point. Yep. Check me. Ali. Qualities. Policy. Number on the pint. 120 a rack. We don't pour act. Nah, they taxing on that. Hey, they taxing on that. Hey, qualities. Policy. Number on the pint. 120 a rack. We don't pour act. Nah, they taxing on that. Hey, they taxing on that. Hey, I got 20/20 vision when it come to scoping lean. Yeah, the plug ain't playing me. Nah, roll that blue dream in a beam. Ay, sip that fucking lean. Ay, pour that fucking perk, not green. Ay. We pouring up that perk. Yeah. We throwing up that green. Blah. I'm the realest and they know it, yup. Struggle, but my skin be glowing. These thotties ain't for me. My baby crazy before I leave. Yeah. I'm the illest, shout out Illa and my killers who go gorilla for a G. I'm that G. Come and shop, but fuck the ops and fuck the cop. You thotties thoughts. Ooh, qualities. Politics. Number on the pint. 120 a rack. We don't pour act. Nah, they taxing on that. Hey, they taxing on that. Hey, qualities. This was that rewind. So rewind. Yeah. Rewind. Ooh, rewind. Ooh, rewind now. Rewind now. Rewind now. Rewind now. Rewind.
They passed my mouse. For how long? That's the question. They did bust through it. Yo, we are live. We back from the break here, ladies and gentlemen. It's only been 30 minutes since the opening here. And stocks on the move here. Looks like stocks just picking up, holding their gains from the pre-market here. That's all it looks like. SPY did come back below VWAP here and is retesting 444. The VIX did shoot up above VWAPs here, so keep that in mind. The VIX is almost at $22. Super Qs is above VWAP just a little bit. The SPY is below VWAP and pulling back right now currently. The SPY's at 443 here. So they just, that's a reversal there. The indices are still green, but it looks like we're getting, the Dow's only up 90% now, so it's looking like it's coming backwards here a little bit. The NASDAQ's up about 1.70%, and the S&P 500 is up about 1.15%, ladies and gentlemen. So we do still see green, but a little profit taking possibly. Stocks on the move here. Let's look at some names here. Looks like Amazon picked up there. They're up 47 now. Tesla's on the high right here, 915. Booking is still going, ladies and gentlemen. They're up $106. Booking holding is still going. These are your leaders, by the way. I'm calling out Coinbase is up. They're on the high up, about $12 here. Keep in mind, crypto is going crazy here. Crypto is doing good, so that's why Coinbase is leading the way here, and they have earnings soon. Shopify's on the high here. They got earnings in the morning. Tesla just broke out 916 here. Spotify's up about $3. Square's up about $2. Tesla's up about 40 here right now, ladies and gentlemen. So, like I said, I'm calling out your leaders here in gains. Looks like some more names here. Looks like Airbnb picked back up here. They're back up $6. Keep in mind, they do have earnings after the bell. Roblox, let's check with Roblox here, see how they're moving since they have earnings today. They're not just chilling out, only down about 75 cents here. That's just an earnings effect there. Don't want to move yet. But be on the lookout for any possible names having like a midday earning, because we did see that last week happen. We did see that happen. So anything can definitely happen here. It looks like CAR is still down here. Avis Budget Group looks like they had a bad earnings report here. They are leading here to the downside, about a 13% correction. Now they're down about $25 here. So that is your leader to the downside right now. Could be a snitch there. That is the only red stock I see here today, and they had earnings yesterday. Oh, excuse me, Advance Budget Group, yeah, whatever you want to call them, group, budget, car, however, whatever you name it. But they are down about $25 there, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, it did. Let's check with them then, ladies and gentlemen. Advance Auto Parts, you right, are down here about $7, so they are pulling back here. Advance Auto Parts, ain't that? It's another one too, like auto. Yeah.
That's a sign.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? This could be your snitches here. Advanced Auto Part and Car, it could be your two snitches, you're right. Because everything else is green, but those are the only two red stocks I see here today. At least on my watch list, there it is. Tesla is back on the high still. They're up 40. Still up at 917 now. NVIDIA is on the high, you guys. They're running here. NVIDIA is up at 257. So this is a pre-earnings run here. NVIDIA is going crazy right now. Man, we could have, we could have caught that. Yeah, missed it here. Looks like we just missed it by about 5 minutes. They literally just started. So I wouldn't say they're done if they just started it. They do have earnings tomorrow. So they might just be trying to get to a certain number here before tomorrow here. It looks like it might be 262 here again. So it looks like they want to get back to that previous number at 262 possibly. But that was a tremendous pop right there. That was a $7 pop here. They're up 14 now. NVIDIA can be up 20 by the end of the day, so keep that in mind. Lulu's on the high here. They're up about $4. MasterCard is on the high. They're up about $3 right now. Netflix is even on the high right now, moving with the triple Qs and the SPY here. About $10 almost. So yeah. They do look like stocks are chilling at their high end. Might be getting weak at the top there. Looks like they're just finding resistance. New levels of resistance or a bunch of profit taking. Or here both at this point is all in one. Looks like McDonald's is up about $1 here, and Moderna is holding some gains today. They did almost try to sell off again, but they bounced off of 139. Looks like Novavax is up $2 here, but they're clapped. They're under 100 still, so you can catch them at a discount. Nvidia is on the high right now. They're still going up 15 now. Whoa, so yeah, Nvidia and Tesla look like your two movers at this current moment here, as far as breaking out and showing strong bullish flags here. Nvidia is definitely bull flagging here. That actually is a squeeze. That's the high pattern right there. So let's just see where they're gonna go here. Let's just see what that's gonna lead to. Yeah, that could be a short squeeze. Like I said, they do have earnings tomorrow after the bell here. So it might be even a dip here. It might even be, like I said, 262. I wouldn't put out here. It's a possibility now. Looking at it was just over here and above it. But yeah, that's it right now. The stocks on the move there. Like I said, they're just chilling out at their high ends here. The SPY's still holding up $5. So they're back at almost back at that 444 support there. Almost back to the VWAP. Just still below it by a little bit here. The VIX is still going though. So that's what you need to pay attention to, you guys. That's your snitch here. The volatility is just still rising. So I don't know if stock's not correlating with it yet, or even the correlation is off today. But the VIX is going up here, and I'm seeing the SPY just chill out a little bit. But stocks are on the move here. Stocks are going up. So yeah, this could be one of those days where they're just letting them run here, then they're gonna top them out, or they're just letting them run here back to the original resistance. That's what it's starting to look like. Nvidia's on the high here. It's still going up 258 now, breaking out again. Tesla's on the high 918. Tesla's breaking out here. Tesla's on the high at 42 now. That is good here. So it looks like Boeing's on the high right now. They're up about $7 right now. Looks like the SPY is bouncing right back to that yellow line here, which will be your middle VWAP. If you get the SPY above that yellow line, you'll see stocks pick up more than what they already are doing here. But they are moving here pretty swift to the upside right now. Let's keep that in mind. Let's keep that in mind. DoorDash just picked up here. They're up about $2 now. They do have earnings, I think, tomorrow after the bell. Let me pull it up here. Yeah, tomorrow after the bell, DoorDash has earnings, so yeah. Yeah, stock still, like I said, chilling out at the high end right now. Just comments here. See what y'all talking about in the chat. Higher lows. Is this the comeback rally? Somebody wants to follow. I don't want to follow. Pop coming. VIX on the bid right now. VIX tank. So yeah, it looks like you guys are seeing what I'm seeing. Head fake rally, guys, selling to it. So yeah, so like I said, somebody here listening here, it looks like it could be a top. These could be tops, but we don't know. It's too early to tell right here. It's only been 38 minutes since the opening bell. We got a bunch of news here today. Excuse me. It could be a head fake, or it could be the real thing here. So don't rule that out. I prefer Twitter than Facebook. I am currently just short Bank of America. Been saying sell Facebook and Twitter for about a year. No, can't run your customers off. They will find another place to go. Buy again heavy. Russia won't start war. Yeah, that looks like that's where the momentum is coming from. Russia saying they're not even trying to think about a war. Americans shouldn't even said that to their own people. So that's what really got everything up here on the high right now. Because why would our own people tell us that there might be a war, and Russia telling us they're not even on that? So you do see Tesla breaking out here. It looks like they will tag that 920 resistance, as I was saying early this morning here. They're picking up. So you should see premium start to pick up at this point. Tesla 920 here. Tesla's on the high. They're up about $44 now, 5%. So they are at that 920 level of this is true resistance here. Now, if this breaks, the next true resistance is definitely 940. And ladies and gentlemen, if that breaks 940 and holds, 980 is on the board again, ladies and gentlemen. They will try to test 980 if they can break about $20 more here and to break that, and then we'll test 980 being your long here at this point. But yeah, you want to watch out and see if it can break 920 right here, because this is true resistance. This was the original resistance before the sell-off last week on Friday. So before that, maybe like last Wednesday, all those days last week and prior to that. But if it does break, I know the next true resistance would be 940 here. So it would have to do it, but at this point, they have the momentum to do it, and it's chilling at the top end right here. So let's just see where it takes it. The VIX is still above VWAP. The spot's still below VWAP. So like I said, I'm not even seeing that correlation with the ETFs today and the stocks. I'm seeing different movements here because Tesla's running. The spot's not even doing anything. So as you guys can see here, everything don't have to correlate all the time here. The stocks can do what they want if they got it, especially if their market cap exceeds $1 billion. They can do what they want to do here. They set the price. They set the tone. The spot just kind of like show the tone that they are setting. So I think the spot would pick up if you do see Tesla break 920. That's just my opinion here. But as you can see, they got rejected right here at the 920 level by about $3 right now. So a little slight pullback. We'll keep an eye on Tesla and see if they break that 920 resistance, though, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like Apple is on the high here. They're up about $2, holding a strong gain there. Adobe is up about $3 right now, but they're actually down from the sell-off last week still. Looks like Amazon's only up about $29 right now. So this could be your snitch right here, too, because they're a little weak here today. Looks like they want to pull all the way back this down, maybe with 31, possibly. Maybe even a possible retest at 31.70. I saw that number on the board last week a lot for Amazon. So they're kind of in the middle there. Coinbase is still up about 10, so they're pulling back slightly here off the spot, just being below VWAP. So it looks like Tesla pulling back, going back to 915, so they lost that $5. So a lot of people probably book profits there at 920 and don't want to put up that fight right now. But that don't mean that they won't put up the fight by the end of the day. So keep that in mind. Wingstop is up about $2. So yeah, the market's just chilling out here, but the VIX is your indicator leading to all this volatility right here. Like I said, it's above VWAP. It's up about $22 right now. So I'm gonna keep an eye on the VIX and see where they're heading, because the higher they get, I do know stocks will get weaker here. They're just kind of doing their own thing right now, trying to not correlate with the VIX, it looks like. But the video looks like they dipped at 256, might be trying to retest 258, might be topping out here. We're going to see here. Spot's coming back up, 444. So we're going to see. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, it's 10:13 a.m. and all the indices are in the green. The Dow is up about 83%. The Nasdaq's up about 1.60%, and the S&P 500 is up 1.10%. Ladies and gentlemen, so we are still in the green here slightly. Well, yeah, slightly. But we're gonna take a quick break, ladies and gentlemen, and we will be right back. Didn't find any videos here yet. Still looking. I'll let you guys know after the break.
Fuck on these hoes like a boss, you hear me? Wake up and replay my day. Different ignorant little boy. She probably got a nigga. Replay. My EP, yeah. Replay my EP, yeah. Replay my EP, hey. Replay my EP, ooh. Fucking on these hoes like a boss. I buy what I want like a boss. Don't even ask the cost like a boss. I just know the code. I'm the boss. I do what I want. I say what I want. Cause I be the one with the gun. Hey, I be in magic. They know when I come. Hoes eat hoes like lunch. That's in the back. They fucking in front. Tell little bitch what's up. Let's fuck. Bust my nut. I don't fuck up. So you know Fucking on these hoes like a boss, like a boss. I buy what I want, like a boss, like a boss. Only next to cost, like a boss, like a boss. I just know the code, I'm the boss, I'm the boss. Private show, I ain't spending shit, ooh. I ain't spending shit, take me to the private room, ooh, ooh, private show. How much is the private show? I ain't spending shit, ooh. Take me to the private room, yeah. Take me to the private room. You be sucking on my private soon. She said she wants you bitchy. Well, let me see them titties, even if they itty bitty. I fuck the whole committee. If she suck it, we ain't kissing. We ain't kissing, ooh. Fucking on these hoes like a boss, like a boss. I buy what I want, like a boss, like a boss. Only next to cost, like a boss, like a boss. I just know the code, I'm the boss, I'm the boss. I do what I want, y'all. I say what I want, y'all. When the fuck I want, y'all. When the fuck I want, wait, what, huh? Wait, what, huh? Replay, bitch. This that replay shit. I'm the boss, nigga bomb. I'm the boss like a bunch. I'm that nigga, let's turn up. She gon' party, we gon' fuck. She a thotty, she gon' suck. I'm the boss, he a scrub. He a scrub. Yeah, he a scrub. Fucking on these hoes like a boss, like a boss. I buy what I want, like a boss, like a boss. Only next to cost, like a boss, like a boss. I just know the code, I'm the boss, I'm the boss. Replay. Yeah. I'm a indigo, I'm a indigo, I'm the boss, yeah. We got packs, packs. We got threats, threats. Yeah, that gas. Big ol' dope, yeah. Big ol' dope, yeah. Smoke a hoe, yeah, smoke a hoe. Big ol' dope, yeah. Big ol' dope, yeah. Smoke a hoe, yeah, smoke a hoe. We got packs, packs. We got threats, threats. Fuck a nap, yeah. Just at my jack, bitch. I be on the go, so got that dope for both, fresh up off the boat, dope. Cause I'm the hood stove. I got that green, I got that coat. Smoke a hoe, yep. 4-0, yep. I take your fucking back, secure that fucking bag. Better always snatch and grab, yeah, and you won't get it back. My goonies never slack, bet on that. Big ol' dope, yeah. Big ol' dope, yeah. Smoke a oak, yeah, smoke a oak. Big ol' dope, yeah. Big ol' dope, yeah. Smoke a oak, yeah, smoke a oak. We got bud for low, we got coke for low, yeah. Dope overload, yeah. We be smoking dro, ayy. Pull up to your spot, set up shop. You get popped on the spot. Wow. If you get a drop, we don't fuck with ops. Thotty stop, suck my cock while I'm rolling up a block. You can't hit my blunt, nah. You a stupid one, yeah. I be having fun with a bitch that use a tongue. Yeah, she swallow when I come. Ali, I'm the man. Grab that Palmer, it's a Dutchie. OG tasting clutchy, and she said she wanna fuck me. Got me feeling lucky. Big ol' packs, big ol' racks. For that quality from the act. Big ol' bricks, like I'm Shaq. Like I'm Shaq, yeah. Big ol' dope, big ol' dope. Big ol' dope, yeah. Smoke a low, smoke a low. S-O-L-O, smoking choke, yeah. Big ol' dope, big ol' dope. Wait, what? Wait, what?
Let's play.
Hold on. Wait, what? What? Hold on. Nah. What? Hold on. What? This is replay. Dead or alive. I'm about mine, yeah. And I'ma shine, yeah. Yeah, I'ma shine. Dead or alive, I'm about mine, yeah. And I'ma shine, yeah. Cause niggas dope, I just do the most, I'm gon' go. I can pump, gotta choke. I up that bit and blow, and get pretty in the post. So you better hold your own, for sure. I'm the realest and they know, no. Quick to fuck your bit, yeah, nigga. Take your hoe, smoke a hoe. On my S-O-L-O, hot shit. be on the grind. On my money mine, I just do this shit on time. I'm that nigga that's the show. I'm that boss, so whoa. Put that replay on repeat till I drop that repeat. Yeah, then that 3-peat. Hey, this that Ali, and they gon' respect me. Yeah, I'm a indigo. I'm a indigo. Hey, I'm a indigo. I'm a indigo. Yeah, I'm a indigo. Dead or alive. Yeah, I'm about mine. Yeah, and I'ma shine. Yeah, yeah, I'ma shine. Yeah, dead or alive. Yeah, I'm about mine. Yeah, and I'ma shine. Yeah, I'ma shine, shine, shine. I'ma grind, 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 grind. Time is mine, time is mine, mine, mine. I replay, 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 yeah. Replay.
Be down in your last. Hold on, match it up, run it up. This nigga, he gave 5.7 billion Tesla shares, a charity in 2021. That's what's got them going on. Texas Superman over facial recognition practices. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you're tuning in. We are live still. I'm still with you. You see, I had the earnings pulled up. I can see what's going on. I'm watching the charts with you guys. I ain't go nowhere. We still here, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like the spot is just going to keep playing with VWAP here today, a little below it, right at 444. So this is a key level, I guess. If the spot can hold this level, it looks like stocks are going to hold their gains. So that's a good sign here. The spread on the spot today is only about $2 here. You got to remember they gapped up too. They're up $5, about 1% here. So you're seeing a $2 spread in the open field here. 443 is the bottom right now on the SPY. 443.45 and 445.78 is the top here. So the SPY is kind of right in the middle right now. The VIX looks like it might be trying to come back below VWAP here, but it is still above it here by maybe an inch or two. Triple Qs right below VWAP, trying to go back up towards it. Looks like they're down the same type of time right now. Looks like we're gonna get a retest of the highs about 20 minutes ago. They just topped out. Most stocks did. So Amazon they keep creeping to the downside here. They're only up about $17 now. Boeing's still on the high here. Alibaba is on the high, up about $3 there. Microsoft is up about $3 here, still under 300 at Microsoft, so that's a good deal there. So like Tesla's chilling out. It's still holding up still up about $40, but they're just chilling out at the top end here. They're above resistance right now at 908, so they're just chilling out above it just a little bit. Don't know for how much longer they're gonna just continue to sit right here and not do anything. I don't know if people are gonna continue to buy into that, or then will they start selling these tops here? That will probably be your momentum shift. But it hasn't happened yet, but it just calling out the possibilities of what might happen next. But that does look like that might happen next. Like I said, just a bunch of chill at the top type of action here. I know investors won't like that for too much longer. You see the video pulling back. Roblox is down now about $1. Tesla's pulling back now. Looks like Amazon is still pulling back now. They're at 15 now. Yeah, it looks like momentum is starting to shift a little here slowly. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another credit spread day, though. It's about to be the first hour, man. The first hour of the day here, and the market has looks like it spreaded you to the upside. That's all we're seeing right now. But as I said, though, man, these could be tops, man. You never know. You never really know. So Coinbase is pulling back here. Only up about 9 now. Like I said, these look like tops to me because the SPY has not broken above VWAP here at 444. They haven't even broke out above 445. So that's how I can tell the market is definitely credit spreading here. And this could be a top. If you see the SPY start to fall below 443, you'll see stocks pull back immediately. At this point, that is the correlation. Looks like it's set in. Pretty chill day, though, man. Pretty chill day. Another chill day. Looks like the market is still gearing up for Fed minutes. Oh, man. Fed minutes Wednesday, ladies and gentlemen. Don't get it twisted now. It's a big day. That is your payday. That will give you a market direction. I promise you. That day. So just kind of wait it out. Be patient. But trust me, you will see your direction tomorrow here. Trust and believe that. Retail sales come out too tomorrow. So, yeah, you would definitely see your direction tomorrow. But today, it's kind of like you can actually get a head start. That's what today would be your head start on that direction. Where do you guys think the market is going to go from here? It's a lot of room to the upside. It can go, but you see it does seem in the short term it wants to come down. So it can go either way here in this market. Goldman Sachs is up about $4 right now, so that's good. They're recovering here. It looks like the banks are doing good. That's one to watch, too, during Fed minutes. You want to watch the banks. They'll get the best reaction out of the Fed minutes, and then the big tech probably would follow through after that. Looks like the SPY is above VWAP now. Big pop on the SPY right there, 444.80. So big pop right there on the SPY. Looks like stocks picked up with that as well. Tesla bounced off 914. Looks like Amazon is bouncing too off of 31.20. They're back up at $20 there. Yeah, Tesla definitely is picking up here off of that pop though on the SPY. So that is good. Nvidia still holding up. They picked up too off of that pop right there on the SPY. So I'm starting to see the correlation here. Nike's up, you guys. Nike's on the high, about $4 here. Yep, we do still have all indices in the green, though, ladies and gentlemen. The Dow's up 1.18%, the Nasdaq's up 1.70%, and the S&P 500 is up 1.30%. Ladies and gentlemen, the SPY's picking up here, still going here, 444.85, 444.90. SPY's going here, SPY's picking up, so you're starting to see the stocks move here as well, back to the upside here. So the key level on the SPY to break right now to get out of this $2 credit spread would be 445.78 here. So let's see if the SPY retests that area or they just stay in the channel and come back to VWAP. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go take a quick break. We'll be right back. What's this stuff? You watch this stuff.
Yeah, Else.
Yeah, benefit camera, finesse, over. Ayy, LCAOD. Shout out to my OD. Stick to the truth. I cannot lie, can't lie. The day that I lie is the day I'm gon' die. Wait, hold up, we gon' die. I said we all gon' die, but I'm living twice, cause I believe in God. Ay, stick to the truth. I cannot lie. The day that I lie is the day I'm gon' die. Wait, hold up, we gon' die. I said we all gon' die, but I'm living twice, cause I believe in God. I believe in God, he got my back, I got his front. I got his front. Yeah, so I know when niggas front. Quit playing with me, this ain't what you want. I ain't little in the dirt, this ain't what you want. If you lie to me, I'm gon' lie to you. I'm a prophet, I can see the future too. That's why I be higher than the full moon. And I've been hotter than April, May, and June. I fucked your bitch all the way till noon. Then send her back with you, she in the moves. When she with me, I'm Stella giving her groove. Call me Leonard Yin Yang, I made the bedroom boom. Damn, can you tell that shit? Can you tell that shit? Hey, little nigga, can you go sell that shit? I don't bleed. That you got bills and shit. You in here talking beats, but you in here telling shit. Shut the fuck up. Better listen, nigga. I'm an OG. We the realest. We ain't playing. I ain't really I ain't do that. Do it. I ain't never say. I don't give a fuck. I don't care what they fucking say. Niggas ain't approach me. No fucking name. So I keep it low key. My fucking way. I keep it low key in my fucking way. Hey, she just want the money. I want that too, but we gotta get it 50-50, honey. 50-50. Still like this, I'm drinking a Coke 45. In Bombay, that's on the side. Yeah, London. We turned through. I'm turned. What's up, bruh? Hey, what's up? These niggas lame. They should get this fucking play. If I ain't telling. Hey. Who? I don't know. You? Who is that? Fuck is you? I'ma lose. Screaming that jungle. Out. And in the swamps. In the gators' mouth. Yeah, I don't give a fuck now. Nah. I said, I don't give a fuck now. Nah, no way. You better just fucking bleed to a fucking cheese. Bleed to succeed. Bleed, she gon' get on her knees. Bleed, she gonna suck. Hey, bleed, she know what's up. Hey, bleed. OD. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, you're tuning in. We are live. This is live with Let Cash Accumulate Over Days. And it do look like we have a live committee on banking, housing, and urban affairs holds a hearing on stable coins again. So, oh man, that's why the crypto market is going crazy. It looks like there's another crypto hearing, ladies and gentlemen, on stable coins. It just started about 30 minutes ago, so we're going to tune into that. That could be moving your crypto sector and your crypto stocks here. So we're going to check with some crypto names like Coinbase. It's up 11 here. And MicroStrategy, we probably going to have to key them in here in a second. But the SPY is above VWAP right now, slightly here. The VIX is right below VWAP there. So the market is still green here. And we're going to tune into this crypto here and this stablecoin here, ladies and gentlemen. Give me 1 second to pull this up. And we got the show on the road. So yeah, it looks like this just started about 30 minutes ago, so we ain't too late. You know, last time they did this took all day literally, so I don't know how long this will be, but we're gonna keep it pulled up here and tune into it because you never know what effect it can have on the market here. You know, the market got a mind of its own, so we're gonna tune in, man, and see what they got going on with that over there. And this could be good. Like I said, this could be a buying signal here for crypto. You really never know. Give me 1 second to find it right here. So it looks like there's 2 live briefings right now. You got the United States Special Representative for Afghanistan, Tom West. He discussing Taliban takeover. But I think it's probably we're gonna pull up the Committee on Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs hold a hearing on stable coins. I think that'll have a more effect towards the market, the money markets here.
Not to make it impossible for an investor to lose money. It is, in my view, to ensure that investors are well informed about the risks that they choose to take, and to make sure that if there is a financial institution that fails, it doesn't have catastrophic systemic consequences. I hope we'll keep that in mind as we go down this road. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Senator Toomey. Senator Menendez from New Jersey is recognized from his office, I believe. Senator Warner? Senator Warner is recognized from Virginia from his office.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You got me a little bit quicker there.
Sorry,
Then let me just hold on a second. I appreciate again you having this hearing, Mr. Chairman. This is an issue I think we all need to learn a little more about. I've got a twofold question. One is I want to reiterate. I think maybe you and the ranking member already raised this. Can we check on a real-time basis that there is sufficient backing on these stable coins? And let's assume for a moment there is, but I would like to get the reiteration of that from the Undersecretary. But the bigger question I had is, assuming there is this backing and you've got, in a sense, potentially billions and billions of assets having that one-to-one backing, how is there a viable business model here for these stable coins unless they are charging exorbitant amount of fees and other add-on costs? I know the idea behind oftentimes stable coins is that there's less friction. There is you can transfer these resources from dollars here to currencies that may be unstable in second and third world nations. But still, if you've got a one-to-one backing and that kind of capital basically set aside, other than large transaction fees, how do these entities make any money?
Sure. Thank you for your question. So in terms of real-time backing, some of the...
I got no volume, Mr. Chairman, here. I don't hear the...
Yeah, I seem to have lost the camera.
All right.
I'm not sure if you can hear me. Some stable coins do provide audits of their assets and post them. There are no regulations and there is no regulator to confirm those statements. In terms of the stablecoin business model, it strikes me as there's probably several, and they probably vary. One is the backing for the stablecoin of $1. Those assets could be invested in, say, longer-term securities, even safe securities, and there'd be some spread. But I think, as you point out, certainly there are fees that are charged to help to provide some revenue. But it is an area that is changing very rapidly. New products are being introduced every day, so I think the business model will evolve over time.
Madam Undersecretary, one thing I had reported to me from an expert in this field, is if we look at these tokens on a bigger basis, not just in terms of stable coins, we've got about 7,000 publicly traded stocks in this country with the attendant regulations that are in place. If you look at the crypto exchanges, there are about 17,000 tokens that are being traded on these crypto exchanges, with again varying levels of backing, many of them not even claiming to be stable coins. An area that I know the ranking member and I have discussed, and we've got some legislation to make sure that people are not unfairly penalized, but in the world of DeFi, decentralized finance, there have been estimates, and I don't think there's an accurate number yet, but there could be upwards. Would we be concerned about this and the lack of transparency and the volume simply of these items that are being traded?
Yeah, so I think the what you're referring to is the rapid increase in the digital assets market and new products and new services that are being provided. And there are concerns about lack of transparency, the fraud, potential for manipulation, misleading advertising. Those are areas that are of great concern to regulators, and believe that there needs to be important investor and consumer protections put in place for that. And that's an area that SEC and the CFTC are working actively in that space. Stable coins, just again to emphasize, are a subset, a small subset of that smaller space of digital assets, and they purport to have stable value. Their prices are not nearly as volatile as the prices of digital assets more broadly. But it's because of that promise of stable value, they become the possible use for payments on a wide basis in the non-crypto world. And so in that sense, it raises a whole different set of risks, these prudential risks that the PWG report highlighted, the run risk, the payment system risk, and concentration of economic power.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate you holding the hearing, and I think there's great potential in digital assets, but boy, I think we've got a lot of education to go on. Thank you.
Senator Rounds from South Dakota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I think this is an excellent time to have this particular hearing as well. Undersecretary Lang, I'm just curious, in South Dakota, we have a number of different licensed crypto custodians. They've been licensed through the state of South Dakota, and in some cases federally. Just to give you an example, we have Anchorage. This company received their charter from South Dakota Division of Banking in July of 2019. Anchorage Trust Company received its OCC charter in early 2021, becoming the first federally chartered digital asset bank in history. Now, although a bank, it does not offer deposit or lending services. BitGo. In September of 2018, BitGo was approved by the South Dakota Division of Banking to act as a qualified custodian for digital assets and created the BitGo Trust Company. Kingdom Trust. Kingdom Trust serves as an independent qualified custodian for the assets of clients of registered investment advisors, broker-dealers, and investment sponsors, as well as their individual retirement accounts, non-qualified plans, and qualified defined contribution 401k plans. Kingdom Trust Platform was the first to allow self-directed retirement accounts holding digital currency investments directly. Now, in each of these cases, these are custodians. They do not issue a stable coin, but they act as a custodian for digital assets. Stable coins, as you indicated, were just a small part of what could be used out there in terms of different cryptos or cryptocurrencies. I'm just curious. I think that stable coins definitely have a future, and I am concerned that if we do not put in appropriate but measured regulatory a system in place here, that we may very well fall behind other nations that do. If we want to continue to be the reserve currency of choice, I think we have to allow options for very efficient ways in which to make payments. I think stablecoins can fit into that. If they are a viable payment mechanism then it means that a regulatory environment that promotes that. And just the fact that all of these have occurred in just the last few years means that there's probably a lot more innovation to come in the future. And we most certainly don't want that innovation to be unnecessarily stymied by a one-size-fits-all regulatory environment here in the United States. Do you believe, after your review, do you believe that stablecoins have this capability of assisting and competing on an international basis if we put in a limited regulatory environment here in the United States?
Thank you, Senator Rounds. So the PWG recommendations were designed to promote innovation that is responsible and protects users and the economy at the same time while addressing some of the risks that it can pose as stablecoins is used for payments. So agree with the principles and believe that a stablecoin would go far in preserving the global reserve currency. The dollar is the global reserve currency. I think there is no conflict there. I think it's actually important. It is part of, in my view, the future of the payment system. It serves a purpose. It may not be the only payment mechanism or the only payment option, but could be an important part.
Thank you. And can the development of both a central bank digital currency and private stablecoins coexist?
Yeah, I see no reason why they could not coexist.
In looking at the report in its entirety, where do you believe that the regulatory framework should exist after reviewing it? Where should it exist within the federal government?
Mm-hmm. So the PWG report came down on the view that a consistent, less fragmented regulatory framework is preferable to one that is inconsistent, that less fragmentation will spur innovation more than a very fragmented system. When we reached out, when developing the report, we were hearing from firms, developers, that they would like more regulatory clarity. Currently, states do issue charters. They are learning a lot from this experience, but they do differ across states. State money transmitter licenses are across 49 different states. They vary quite a bit in terms of what they cover. They usually address consumer protection, but they are not designed for modern payment systems. So the PWG came out on the side of a less fragmented, more consistent, more comprehensive framework.
My time has expired. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Rounds. Senator Menendez, I believe, is now with us from New Jersey from his office.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The defining feature of stablecoins versus other types of cryptocurrencies is that they claim to be backed by reference assets such as the dollar or another currency. However, without proper transparency, this only provides the illusion of stability for stablecoin investors. Madam Undersecretary, are market participants able to verify their portfolio holdings backing the stablecoins they invest in?
Stablecoin issuers, perhaps under pressure from investors and regulators, are providing self-audited statements. Some of the major ones are providing self-audited statements on their holdings, but regulators are not in place to confirm those or to set the standards for them.
Well, I look at Tether, which is the world's largest stablecoin, which was created with the promise of a one-to-one backing with the dollar. And instead, reporting from Bloomberg found that many Tether stablecoins are backed by risky loans to Chinese state companies. So it seems to me that transparency is a cornerstone of our economy, consumers and investors make the best decisions when they have the necessary information. And that's why I've always advocated for robust disclosure rules in different areas of the financial system. How does the Treasury intend to, do you propose to increase transparency to ensure market participants properly disclose the value of the assets backing stablecoins so that investors can have a true understanding of the risks associated with such assets?
Yes, the PWG report is in favor of transparency of the assets. I think that's an important element in reducing run risk. I would mention, however, that transparency and disclosure are not sufficient to address run risk. There still needs to be a certainty about the backing and the ability to actually deliver to an investor if they redeem their stablecoin. So it probably requires more than disclosure and transparency.
Okay, I'm for that. As stablecoins become more broadly used both as a payment method and as an investment vehicle, Congress and the financial regulators need to address their more illicit uses, including money laundering, fraud, and sanctions evasion. As the working group noted in its report, criminals often use the most common and liquid forms of value. So stablecoins could be a particularly attractive vehicle for money laundering and terrorist financing. And that report also noted that effective international implementations of AML standards is critical. So the Financial Action Task Force published updated guidance on virtual currencies in October. What's your understanding of the level of effective implementation by our global partners? Who's doing well and who's not?
Yeah, the illicit finance issues are of serious concern to Treasury. Treasury has been leading the work in the Financial Action Task Force. As you mentioned, they issued a report. They are continuing to work on this. As I understand, implementation of standards is not even across jurisdictions. There is concerns about lack of implementation, consistency in some, and they're working on those issues specifically. I think certainly my colleagues in FinCEN would be happy to follow up with you if you had additional questions.
Well, I'd like to. What are Treasury's priorities over the next 6 months with reference to increase that implementation?
So, as I mentioned, they are leading the Financial Action Task Force and focus specifically on implementation, especially exchanges that are operating in some foreign jurisdictions. I would mention the broader administration effort on digital assets is ongoing, and I understand there will be some more details announced in the next few weeks. So that can also provide some additional information. And again, we'd be happy to follow up with you on that.
Well, let me close by saying, as chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee, I'm particularly concerned that countries like Venezuela, Russia, Iran will continue to use digital currencies to evade sanctions, which would weaken one of our most effective policy tools in terms of foreign policy. The anonymity touted as a major benefit of stablecoins and other cryptocurrencies is inherently very useful for facilitating all kinds of illegal activity. And it's imperative that Treasury prioritize achieving concrete progress on this issue in the near term as the technology becomes a key part of the financial system. And we look forward to working with you on that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Menendez. Senator Hagerty of Tennessee is recognized.
Chairman Brown, thank you. Ranking Member Toomey, I appreciate your holding this hearing. Before I get to questions, I'd just like to reflect the fact that I also serve on the Foreign Relations Committee with Senator Menendez, and I share the concerns that he raised in terms of illicit activity, and I very much appreciate the ongoing work, and you're keeping us posted as to how you address that. At the same time that many of us are concerned about illicit activity, though, we see great promise in this industry. And some of the comments that you mentioned have raised some concerns with me. Your interchange with Senator Rounds, for example, talking about how the President's Working Group report has interpreted integrating states' rights and states' regulatory authorities in the grand scheme of things. I've approved of the innovation that occurs at a state level, And I'd be very interested in your view on how you would intend to incorporate state perspectives, or is this going to be a heavy-handed one-size-fits-all approach?
So I think the recommendations of the PWG report are building on the state frameworks that currently exist. The first recommendation that stablecoin issuers be an IDI, an insured depository institution, given the flexibility within that framework, is still that the IDI can be a state or a federal charter. Second, it is building on the state money transmitter licenses. Was not a recommendation to replace. I do think some of the state money transmitter licenses requirements probably need to be updated for digital assets, for example, and they were not designed for the kind of new emerging modern payment system. But it would, the recommendation is that you be able to require some higher risk management standards, but not to replace the existing framework.
I appreciate your desire not to replace it. I hail from Tennessee. We have a wonderful state system there, and I think one that's agile and capable of incorporating recommendations, but at the same time solving in an agile way for new innovation. So I encourage that you continue to incorporate the state's perspective. I'd also like to touch on another notion that you discussed with Senator Menendez regarding the risk of runs on a given stable coin. And here, just on a theoretical level, would a fully reserved stable coin pose a substantial risk of experiencing a run, or would that risk be higher or lower than, say, a fractional reserve bank? The risk of a run on a fractional reserve bank.
The fractional reserve bank is backed by either deposit insurance or lender of last resort discount window facilities that can, with regulation of the assets, and the fractional reserve can prevent runs. Fully reserved, for example, a money market fund, fully reserved 100%, high quality assets have limited reserve run, but for payment, so the difference between stablecoin and say a money market fund is that a money market fund, in my view, is purchased for the purpose of earning yield. You purchase a stablecoin to be able to use it as a payment mechanism. So they're slightly different. So I think the redemption features will distinguish, a stablecoin from, say, a money market fund, a government money market fund.
I think as we look at this, we should be just particularly careful to accommodate the great potential that this shows, to recognize that we want to keep America a competitive market, that's in the interest of our economic security. We also need to take our national security interest into account. But I hope that we do so in a way that it continues to make America a desired jurisdiction to do this, rather than pushing this activity, which is very jurisdictionally movable. We'd rather do it here than push it to another market where we would have much less control and visibility on it.
So I would agree with your comment, and stable coins that are stable, tied to the U.S. dollar that are stable, I think would be an important component of preserving a global reserve currency.
Yeah, I think that we should work together to make certain that our vital concerns, our vital national security concerns are addressed as we try to make this market the leader. And I think we have every potential to do so. We have great innovators here, but I've had some very disturbing conversations with those in the industry about trying to decide which jurisdiction is going to be best. And I think that the work that you're undertaking to provide clarity, again, incorporating states' perspectives, we can do that, we can take the lead, but I also would underscore that time is of the essence here, because these markets are highly competitive, yes, and a tremendous amount of capital is moving around the globe right now, trying to search for a reason there. I'd like to turn my ability for just a minute, my last question, regarding the FSOC's ability to address designating financial market utilities is systemically important under Title 8 of the Dodd-Frank Act. If you were to take this market and address the utilities here as systematically important, the stablecoin market is much smaller than many of the systemically important financial market utilities. How would you go about making this determination, and would this be the first time that such a designation has been made under Title VIII?
Yes, the short answer to your question about Title VIII for this would be yes, under the payment clearing settlement.
It would be the
But
first.
FSOC, yeah. The council has a responsibility to look for and identify risks to financial stability. It's been focused on digital assets more broadly and looking, for example, especially at whether the extent to which leverage may be raising the value of the prices of crypto assets. On stablecoin, I think it's a little early to prejudge how they could use their authorities. They certainly have a responsibility to think about how to use their authorities, but it is new and it would depend on the facts and circumstances of the case.
We're running out of time, but I would just encourage you to keep in close contact with us because, again, I want to maintain a competitive market here rather than put such a heavy-handed regulatory perspective on this that we're going to shove this to another jurisdiction. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Warren from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And before I start, I just want to echo the chairman in stressing the importance of voting on our Federal Reserve nominees this afternoon. This is our job, and we should not be playing games in order to delay this. So I hope we can get that vote done today. I'm going to talk about the cryptocurrencies here. You know, some cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin aren't backed by anything but hype. But stablecoins are different. They claim to be pegged to a fixed asset, like the dollar. One stablecoin is supposedly backed up by $1 or a dollar equivalent. Even though boosters claim that stablecoins represent the future of the payment system, they aren't really being used to pay for real-world goods and services. Even so, stablecoins have taken off. Their market cap is now 35 times bigger than it was just 2 years ago. And instead of being used to pay for goods and services, those billions of dollars worth of stablecoins are used to lubricate speculation in the shadiest part of the crypto ecosystem, where people are lending, trading, and leveraging with no laws and no sheriff anywhere. The President's Working Group on Financial Markets recently identified a long list of risks posed by stablecoins. Run risk, payment system risk, concentrated economic power, illicit finance, investor protection, or to state that in slightly fancy, less fancy terms, it found that stablecoins run the risk of helping cheaters steal people's money, financing terrorism, cyber attack, ransoms, and the drug trade, causing a run on the financial system like we saw in 2008, and allowing big stablecoin users to dominate markets and harm consumers. Now, Secretary Lang, do you agree that these kinds of risks mean that stablecoins are not just an emerging threat to our financial system, but a threat that could become systemic if this market continues to grow rapidly?
So, Senator Warren, thank you for the question. So I do think there is some urgency to considering stablecoins and applying the appropriate regulations to reduce run risk and the potential for them to scale up quickly.
So are you, just let me remind you what my question is. Do they pose the threat of becoming a systemic risk?
Of becoming a systemic risk, yes.
Yes, they do. I agree that the stablecoin market poses significant risks and that Congress and our regulators need to contain these risks. And that is where you come in. You advise the Financial Stability Oversight Council, FSOC, and you sometimes sit in these meetings as Secretary Yellen's substitute. FSOC's job, according to Treasury's website, is, quote, identifying emerging threats to financial stability and coordinate regulatory actions to address them, end quote. So, Under Secretary Lang, if you believe that stablecoins are a serious emerging threat to our financial system, then have you advised FSOC to use the tools that Congress gave it, specifically to mitigate threats before they get out of hand?
So FSOC, as you say, has the responsibility to identify risks to financial stability. It is discussing these issues. It does convene the regulators. They have been discussing consumer protection and investor protection, illicit finance, and taking steps to assess what risks and what authorities regulators have. The PWG was recommended, which is a subset of the FSOC with most tangible interests, to assess whether there are existing regulatory gaps, however, in assessing to address the risks of stable coins as a use for payments, and identified some gaps and made some recommendations.
So you are moving at least in that direction? Is that what you're telling me? I want to make sure I just understand your testimony
Yes,
here
the
today.
PWG is making recommendations, and they complement the existing authorities that regulators have. The SEC, the CFTC, and the banking regulators are issuing guidance carefully about how banks should.
Well, I understand about the other regulators. I'm asking about FSOC because I don't want monitoring to be a way to just avoid doing your job. In your testimony before the House Financial Services last week, you suggested that FSOC should not and would not act ahead of Congress. That's something the crypto industry might find comforting, but it is not consistent with FSOC's mission. Did you misstate something last week?
So what I intended to say, I did see that, is FSOC has a responsibility to look at the tools it has.
Well, not just
and
to
whether
look, but to
they
use.
can apply. And the situation is developing very quickly. And so how different tools would apply, it's a bit difficult to prejudge how they would be used.
Okay, but you are willing to use them ahead of Congress?
If that is the case and is assessed that they are a systemic risk that needs to be addressed.
Well, not that they are a systemic risk. Remember what it says on the website, before that risk has reached fruition. You know, I worry that you're approaching the crypto market with blinders on. You talk a lot about the benefits of stable coins, benefits that have been promised for years and that have still not materialized. And all the while, you are not talking about the risks that are flashing bright red in our faces here. Congress needs to put guardrails around crypto, and I'm writing a bill to do just that. But there's no reason to delay. Pointing a finger at Congress does not give you or FSOC the right to ignore your current statutory responsibilities. Thank you. I apologize for running over, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Lummis from Wyoming is recognized from her office.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Undersecretary Liang, thank you for appearing here today. I want to follow on the line of questioning that Senator Haggerty had begun a few minutes ago and ask about the recommendation in the President's Working Group report on stablecoin issuers that it should only be limited to insured depository institutions. With respect to the insurance requirement, is it the case that the FDIC and NCUA have found that stablecoins and their assets are insurable? And have these agencies committed to provide deposit insurance to newly chartered de novo institutions that issue a stablecoin?
So thank you for that question, Senator Lummis. The proposal for stablecoin issuers to be insured depository institutions, given the flexibility of that supervisory and regulatory regime, does not necessarily mean that stablecoins need deposit insurance. I think that would depend on the circumstances of the backing and the functionality of the stablecoin that is being provided. So the proposal is not, the PWG did not recommend necessarily that stablecoins be backed by deposit insurance.
And what other types of backings would you believe adequately protects the consumer?
So I think the consumers can be protected with reserve assets that are truly high quality, that will provide some, reduce the risk of runs by investors. There's also the protections provided by oversight of all the entities that go into providing, supporting stablecoin as a payment. So the custodial wallets, the custody, the other ways of of liquidation of the redemption of the stablecoin that can be provided. So I think all those go into protecting consumers when they want to use stablecoin for payments.
So, since there are alternative ways of bringing stablecoins inside the banking perimeter, like 100% reserve bank with tailored holding company supervision, is that something you discussed and are willing to consider?
Yes, I think bringing stablecoins into an IDI framework that is adjusted for the risks of the stablecoin issuer, which would include solid backing of the stablecoin, one for one, would certainly be an option.
Well, I'm so pleased to hear that that's your approach, because without it, I think the type of competition that Senator Hagerty wants to protect would be at risk if someone already has deposit insurance and can issue a stable coin like, JP Morgan's JPM coin. That would seem to limit competition in that marketplace to only the very, very largest banks in our country. And there may be other options that other institutions could explore, and it sounds like you are willing to discuss that with them. So I'm going to conclude with a different question. Does Treasury have a timeline for issuance of the guidance on the definition of broker for digital assets under the infrastructure bill? I know we were promised some public guidance on this a few months ago, and we have yet to see it.
I know Treasury is working very actively on that. The principle of the tax provisions is for those who owe taxes should pay their taxes. It is not designed to crimp the activities of crypto assets.
Well, I'm also very pleased to hear that, because some of the provisions in the definition, as you know, included people who wouldn't know the ultimate customer of a digital asset, the ultimate customer being the one who owes the taxes, as opposed to the inventor of the software or the hardware. So thanks very much. We look forward to that guidance coming out as soon as possible, and appreciate again your testimony today. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Senator Lummis. Senator Van Hollen of Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Toomey. And I know there's some discussion about moving forward on the vote on the Fed nominations today. I hope we'll move forward on all five this afternoon. Ms. Liang, I've been monitoring some of the testimony. Welcome. And we do want to encourage innovation. I support that, but we also want to make sure that we protect consumers. You would agree?
Absolutely.
And I do want to focus on some of the things that could happen when things go wrong, where there are protections under our existing financial arrangements that do not apply to stable coins, even though stable coins are intended to be tied to a stable base. As you know, when it comes to the deposits in banks, we have the Federal Deposit Insurance Act that makes sure that consumers are protected up to some amount of their deposits, right? Is there any protection if the stable coin issuer was to go belly up for consumers?
There currently, the protection would be provided by the quality of the assets that are held in reserve against the stablecoin. but there is not deposit insurance, but it would be,
But let me ask you
but they
this.
are not regulated.
Are there any standards with respect to
no
what the
standards.
reserves have to be?
No, there are no standards at this point.
Right. So currently, if the issuer were to go belly up, in other words, if they were to go out of business and they didn't have reserves to cover deposits, the depositors, the holders of stablecoin would just be out of luck.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're tuning in, we are live here with FCAOD, and we are live watching the Committee on Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs holds a hearing on stablecoins. So they're talking about the crypto market here, ladies and gentlemen. We do have 15 minutes to the European market close, so keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. But we are live. Stay tuned. Stay tuned.
Of existing protections when they're dealing with credit cards or debit cards, right?
Correct.
And when it comes to stablecoin,
There's state money transmitter regimes, and there are consumer protection laws in those. They vary by state. They may apply to stablecoins in some states. They may not.
so right now it's hit or miss, depending on whether you're in a state that provides some protection and the extent of that protection. Is that right?
As I understand it, yes.
So just to pick up on the question from Senator Warren, in terms of the work group, the presidential work group that was put together, clearly you identified some of the risks that we're talking about right now. Is that correct?
Correct.
And do you believe that the executive branch currently has the authority to move forward to protect consumers, for example, in the two areas I mentioned, right, with respect to some kind of stablecoin equivalent of depository insurance, or national rules that protect consumers from errors or fraud? Do you believe that the administration, the executive branch, has the authority to regulate in that area, or is that an area that would require legislation?
I believe that is an area that would require legislation, that the risk of runs and the risk of payment system disruptions, including protections to consumers, is a gap in the current regulatory system.
And in response to Senator Warren, you indicated that there may be some areas where FSOC could move. What, if not these areas, can you describe some of the areas where you think you may have the authority to move at the executive branch level?
I think each agency will take actions consistent with their mandates, but it is not sufficient for the gap, for the risks of runs and payment system. FSOC has some tools, but it is not a substitute. It would not provide a consistent, comprehensive framework. It could address particular risks as they arose, depending on the facts and circumstances. But it's not a comprehensive, consistent framework that legislation could provide.
And I hope you'll work with those of us on this committee who are interested in providing that kind of consumer protection regime and standards in this area.
Absolutely, we would be very happy to work on it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Senator Howland. Senator Daines from Montana is recognized.
Chairman Brown, thank you. As I said in our previous hearing on stablecoins, I think it was about 2 months ago, I do believe the stablecoin policy is an area where there should be, there can be, hopefully there will be, some broad bipartisan agreement and compromise. I do believe that we should pursue a light touch approach to regulation. But I also believe a bipartisan legislative framework on stablecoins is possible and I do believe necessary. Bipartisan legislation will also help provide users as well as market participants with the certainty they need to let innovation flourish without fear that regulators will overreach using authority in existing statutes that in no way contemplated the emergence of stablecoins. I would urge my colleagues to avoid any partisan solution and instead seek consensus on truly something that's bipartisan. There's a moment here that we need to seize. It would provide certainty needed for private industry to grow as well as to prosper. I think this will help provide the best pathway for this technology to grow in a way that benefits the folks back home in Montana, all Americans, and the global financial system. Furthering the use of stable coins will help to increase the speed of payments and lower costs in the financial system, and I believe these are results we should all agree are worth pursuing. Turn to my questions. Under Secretary Lang, absent legislation from Congress, can you provide us a sense as to which federal agencies would be most likely to issue regulations relating to stablecoins, and on which statutes they would derive their authority?
So Senator Daines, thank you for the question. I would need to defer to the individual agencies as to how they would interpret their authorities and their strategies. I would say currently the SEC and CFTC are approaching crypto assets more broadly to prevent fraud, to prevent manipulation, to protect investors and consumers. The banking agencies are taking actions issuing guidance to advise banks about their activities in crypto. But currently, I don't think there is the authority for any agency to address the risks of stablecoins, to prevent runs, and to prevent disruptions in the payment system should stablecoins be used widely as payments.
So I think, hearing you answer that question leads me to follow up in terms of your thoughts around the need for adopting a clear regulatory framework that would be established through bipartisan legislation. Might that be a catalyst for a more widespread adoption of digital assets?
I think a consistent, comprehensive framework could be a catalyst for innovation as well. I think developers need clarity on how they can operate, how they can develop their business that will be viewed as permissible in the marketplace, to serve customers, to protect customers, as well as to provide a product that they think can deliver faster payments, cheaper payments. So I do think more regulatory clarity can actually, promote innovation.
And I think why we need bipartisanship here, and in my opinion, a lighter touch, is that we have an opportunity where we could actually put the right kind of framework in place that could accelerate innovation. Mm-hmm. The wrong framework, and in my opinion, too much of a heavy hand, could certainly stifle innovation. So this is the moment we could actually accelerate it, I believe, with the right regulatory framework.
Yes, I agree. And we are seeing stablecoin issuers pursuing bank-like charters and talking to the banking regulators. So they do believe that this is a possible path forward.
And anytime we look at a situation like this, an issue like this, I always come back to the question of global competitiveness, what this means certainly around the world. If the U.S. does not clearly define this landscape, would it be unreasonable to expect a large portion of this activity to perhaps migrate overseas to countries with more favorable and clear regulatory structures?
I think businesses would tend to migrate to where regulations are more clear. I would absolutely agree with that. There is an incentive to want to tie to the value of the dollar because the dollar is the global reserve currency. And so I think there's a pull from the strong dollar and all that stands behind a strong U.S. dollar. Technology can help that, but the dollar itself is the value, the global status of the dollar is supported by the rule of law and the governance of the country and the economic potential. But the technology will want to, is incentivized to move to be backed by the dollar because of that. And it will help it, I think, if we can provide a good framework.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Daines. Senator Cortez Masto from Nevada is recognized from her office.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Undersecretary, welcome.
Thank you so much for being here. Let me just say, I agree with Senator Daines that this issue really is bipartisan issue. Always when it comes to the needs system. And in that spirit, that's why I look forward to voting for the 5 Federal Reserve nominees this afternoon. In the full Federal Reserve Board to bring down prices and promote full employment and wage gains, and we really should politics for that. Let me say, Mr. Chairman, thank you for this hearing. It's such an important issue. I also appreciate the ranking member putting laying out his principle to talk about developing a legislative framework for stablecoins. It's such an important area, and I think it's an area we need to focus on. So, Undersecretary, let me start with a couple of questions, and I'm going to follow up on Senator Daines' questions to you about which agencies are responsible for the oversight right now of stablecoins. Are there any federal agencies that are responsible right now to ensure that stablecoin issuers are adequately backed?
Currently, stablecoin issuers are backed by either are regulated by state money transmitter licenses or state charters.
So right now, there's no federal agency looking at whether they're adequately backed. It's state agencies. That's if the states have some sort of regime for that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then, and so and it goes back to what Senator Van Hollen had said. Some states have it, some don't. So there is some patchwork there. Let me ask you this. With respect to stablecoin and cryptocurrency, do they always have to register as a money services business under FinCEN's federal regime?
Yes.
Yeah, and thank you, because I last Congress I worked on the FinCEN Improvement Act, led that bill, and it's important that we gave FinCEN the authority over cryptocurrencies and other technological financial payments for this very reason. Do you feel that FinCEN has a robust framework to prevent and sanction illicit finance when it comes to stable coins or any cryptocurrency?
Yes, yes, FinCEN, so registering as a money service business under the state transmitter license triggers a number of FinCEN regulations, AML, BSA, AML, CFT regulations. They've been working on this for many years. Some of the initial guidance on what was called virtual assets came out in 2014. They lead some of the international work. This is an area of strong focus. They understand and want to enforce have stronger implementation and enforcement. As I understand it, some of the issues are related to activities abroad, exchanges abroad, and with the Financial Action Task Force, they are working globally to try to improve implementation. This is an area also for the administration more broadly, which they are working on and will be announcing more work on in the coming weeks.
Great, thank you for that. So let me go back to the report that the working group put out. In some of the prudential concerns, one of the areas that you've talked about is to address additional concerns about systemic risk and concentration of economic power.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are live. If you're tuning in, we got about 1 minute to the European market close here, ladies and gentlemen, and the United States will be in full control of the markets here, ladies and gentlemen. So pay attention here. This is a live hearing on stable coins here. They're talking to Shen Young Ju. No, I don't know what her name is. It looks like Dr. Hunter Rambam Ebola, whatever her name is. But yeah, she talked last week, and they're just talking about stablecoin again this week. So I guess this is part 2 of the last hearing. But we're going to tune in, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, be aware of the European markets about to close here and be aware of another market move coming up between the next 30 to 45 minutes. You definitely will see the market either shift more to the upside here or maybe stocks will come back to their opening numbers here. Let's pay attention, ladies and gentlemen.
Stablecoin issuers, and that just allows one stablecoin for another, so to speak, and allow them to interact with each other so you don't create a number of different sort of closed loop systems.
And I know my time is up, but I would imagine that there's gonna be issues with respect to the standardization of that interoperability that we would have to address.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's a complicated issue of which more discussion would definitely need to be taken.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Cortez Masto. Senator Ossoff is recognized from his office from Georgia.
They've been dipping here for the past hour, and they go out to break that. So it can go one or two ways.
Senator Sinema from Arizona is recognized from her office.
It's about to do something.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for being here today. As you know, Mr. Chairman, I co-chaired the Senate's Financial Innovation Caucus alongside my friend Senator Lummis of Wyoming. So I'm very glad that we're holding this hearing today. As we discuss new financial technologies, I want to ensure that we balance common sense protections for everyday Arizonans while creating an environment where innovation can thrive. Undersecretary Liang, it's great to speak with you today and to discuss this important topic. The President's Working Group report on stablecoins calls for Congress to pass a solution to avoid runs on stablecoins and to ensure users have common sense protections to safeguard stablecoin stated value. These objectives align with some of the concerns I raised in our last stablecoin hearing. There's general agreement that this is a noble goal, but it's important to be thoughtful about the solution that we propose. I'm interested in ensuring there are adequate consumer protections to give Arizona consumers confidence in the value of stablecoins, these competing priorities.
So thank you for that question. So I think that was the underlying principles of the report, to balance innovation, competition for payment systems, and while at the same time protecting consumers. So our view is that a more clear, consistent, comprehensive regulatory framework goes a long way to promoting innovation and providing choices for consumers. It does require that stable coins actually be stable, and so there were some recommendations about how to achieve stability in a stable coin. It requires that stable coins be able to provide the payment services that it offers in a reliable way, and we want the payment system to be resilient. So it makes a number of recommendations in that space.
Well, thank you, Undersecretary Leong. I'm encouraged to see this discussion of decentralized finance and Web3 evolve. I think it has the potential to make everyday transactions faster, safer, simpler, and more affordable for everyday Arizonans. With any new groundbreaking technology, the internet in particular comes to mind, the technology itself is quite promising, though many of the early use cases ultimately don't work and don't make it. The technology, however, endures, and the next group of entrepreneurs improve on or disrupt what came before them. So that's the nature of innovation, and I'm committed to ensuring we have an innovation ecosystem that's a win-win for Arizona entrepreneurs and consumers alike. I see decentralized finance and Web3 in this way. Our job is to think through what works and what doesn't, what helps consumers and what doesn't, and to create common sense rules of the road that provide certainty for everyone. It's important to me that we address some of the short-term challenges with these technologies while also not losing sight of the long game when it comes to the potential benefits of decentralized finance and Web3. Are you and the administration aligned in that thinking on this issue?
So I agree that DeFi is growing rapidly. There are many different range of products and services being offered, and the potential for benefits are there. Responsible innovation is absolutely supported alongside of making sure that investors and consumers are protected through actions by the market regulators, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, or the state regulators where appropriate. So agree with your assessment.
Thank you. Finally, I received a letter from Assistant Secretary Davidson in response to a bipartisan letter I sent in December with Senators Portman, Warner, Crapo, Toomey, and Lummis. Our letter requested that the cryptocurrency provision included in our bipartisan Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act is implemented in accordance with congressional intent. I'm not encouraged by aspects of the letter we received, including but not limited to an acknowledgement that congressional intent is that cryptocurrency miners, stakers, and those solely engaged in the business of selling hardware or software to allow individuals to control private keys. They should not be considered brokers for the purpose of this section. Providing certainty to these groups and ensuring that a future rulemaking aligns with congressional intent is a priority for me, and I believe it's possible to help close the tax gap while also ensuring that the rules are clear and fair, so that innovators are not inadvertently or unintentionally subjected to these requirements. So my question for you is, we admit that the department will work closely with me and the other authors of the letter to consider development of a notice of proposed rulemaking to ensure that the law is executed as Congress intended.
I believe the Treasury Department's principle is to not to squash crypto assets, but to collect taxes from those who owe taxes.
So just to clarify, and I know my time has expired, Mr. Chairman, Undersecretary, would you be willing to work with the authors of our bipartisan letter to ensure that congressional intent is honored?
Yeah, I'm sure Treasury and my colleagues in the Office of Tax Policy would be very happy to work with you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Sinema. Senator Ossoff from Georgia is recognized from his office.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Lang, for joining us and for your service and for the report that the President's Working Group has submitted. Could you please restate briefly what are the principal risks that you assess to be posed by the growth of the stablecoin market?
So briefly, stablecoins have been growing, and their potential to be used for payments in the ordinary world, the non-crypto world, has been increasing. So the risks that we included and identified in the PWG report are, one, the risks that investors could run on a stablecoin, perhaps because investors lose confidence in the value of the assets that are behind it. Two, the risks of disruptions to the payment system if they the operations are not held to standards that ensure that payments can be made as promised. And then third, the increased risk from higher market concentration if some stablecoins were to scale up very quickly and increase market share. So those are the three risks that were identified in the PWG report, for which the PWG believed current regulations do not address.
Thank you, Ms. Lang. And the report states that stablecoins, depending on context, could be considered derivatives or commodities or securities. Why are existing regulatory authorities, in your opinion, insufficient?
So currently, stablecoins could be, I leave it to my colleagues at SEC and CFTC as to whether stablecoins are securities or commodities. But as a payments mechanism to be used by households and businesses to facilitate payment transactions, that I think is a separate consideration, and that is what the PWG report focused on.
And what regulatory actions might you recommend be undertaken for which the department currently lacks statutory authority?
So currently, stablecoin issuers are authorized, they're licensed by state money transmitter laws, some trust banks in some states. There is not a federal agency. The principal recommendation is that stablecoin issuers register, be required to be insured depository institutions, where the regulation and supervision of these institutions would be matched to the risks and activities of a stablecoin issuer, so that if it does not make loans or extend credit, it's not subject to the same set of rules that other traditional commercial banks might be.
And what are the most common mechanisms by which issuers peg the value of the stablecoin to the US dollar? And which of those mechanisms, in your view, present the most risk or may most require some form of prudential regulation at the federal level?
There are many different stablecoins issuers right now. I think the predominant is tied to the value of the US dollar, and they do that by holding reserve assets in US dollars that are on redemption request would be able to be converted to $1. So that is the primary, by far the largest stablecoin issuers. The issue at question is whether the stablecoin issuer could actually provide a user $1 on request. And the IDI framework, the Insured Depository Institution framework, would be an important step to ensuring that stablecoins, in fact, deliver the dollar when asked.
And in your view and in the analysis of the working group and of relevant law, Ms. Lang, you don't believe that currently regulatory authorities have adequate statutory authority to, for example, impose reserve requirements or other prudential requirements on such issuers to ensure that they can maintain the peg if there's a sudden increase in demand for redemption?
I don't think there is any regulation that requires them to do that, no.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Lang. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Ossoff. Thank you, Madam Undersecretary, for joining us today. Senators who wish to submit questions, for the record, those questions are due 1 week from today, Tuesday, February 22nd. Witnesses, you, Madam Undersecretary, have 45 days to respond to any of those questions. Thank you again. The committee is adjourned.
For us to be doing right here right now is literally nothing. And we do need to be watching our best stock, though, like the stock that you like the most and you like how it pays. You see what I'm saying? That's the stock you need to be watching. So it's really the stock is better. I would say do nothing and just do your research right now and look up others play for real. Don't sleep on Roblox or Airbnb for real. Yo, we still live, ladies and gentlemen. Something like that has ended here. I'm still with y'all in the chat. I see y'all still going crazy. I'm still with you on the Discord. Not too much volume in the Discord today, but you know, a couple people, you know, they get it. You know how it works. Looks like Great Reset Trading gonna get smoke on that bet. I have 15 points on me and 200 to have. Once you start thinking like that, I've seen it happen. So, looks like more comments. They saying, I know who would have shorted that, was ready to explode for days. You like to talk about the SPY or Ether. Russia is bullish. Bullish divergence was real, man. Looks good. Hard fix downside, even fix on Friday. So, yeah. Yeah, though, it do just look like the market is chilling out, though, in the air here. Like I said, they're going to continue to find higher support here at these levels at this point. We are 15 minutes into the Euro close, so it looks like the United States is like, hey, look, we just going to keep it up with you guys. At least try to keep pace with the Euro market as what I'm seeing right here at the start. Stocks on the move. Nvidia is on the move. You guys are up 20 now. At 262, so they hit their target I told you guys from earlier on the live stream. Nike up 146 now, so they went up $2 more. It looks like. Boeing is up here now, still up $8. It looks like Advanced Auto Part is trying to creep back up here. They're only down 4 now. They were down 8. Car earnings. They're still down. They're still down about 26, so they're not moving. So that put definitely paid there over there. Amazon's up 20. You guys, Amazon is up 20, holding gains. It looks like Nvidia, Amazon, and Tesla is your leaders here. Tesla would be number 1. Booking Holdings actually, then Tesla. Booking Holdings is up, you guys. Booking Holdings is up about $91 still. So they are definitely leading the way to the upside today. And Tesla is right behind them, up about $44 right now. So Tesla's picking up here at 920. Showing strength in the air here at this point, like I said. That run to 980, don't count it out. I'm telling you, it can happen. I don't know when, but if you're playing options and you see those dates, one of those dates are golden there. It can do that for sure. So you do want to put some time on it. At this point, it's looking more bullish. At this point, on the Tesla too, you probably have to see it fall at least back below 880 to get it back bearish. But that's what you would need to see for confirmation at that point. Looks like Qualcomm is picking up here. They just had a huge pop. They're up $6 now, back to 170. That's good on the Quale. Looks like Spotify's picking up here. They are about $4 now. Square's up 1 cent here now, so they just recovered. They were in the red. T-Mobile is holding up here about $2. Looks like Visa is definitely holding up as well here, about $3. So yeah, I'm starting to see some leaders here in the market here. Not seeing too many laggards today. The overall market is definitely green here, but it's a credit spread green, so real slow here. Still a $2 spread here on the SPY. They did top out at 45.93 during that hearing. I don't think there's any more live briefings right now. I have to double back and check here. But all the indices are in the green. Whoa, the Nasdaq's up 2%. So this is like a quiet up here. They can, if they want to, the bulls can slaughter the bears right here. How high the Nasdaq is. It just depends on how they're going to take it. If they're going to take it out of this credit spread and turn the market into a debit spread, ladies and gentlemen. The Dow is definitely up 1.22% here, and the SP 500 is up 1.50%. So we do see the indices very high here, creeping up almost all of them about 2%. So the moment those indices want to step on that gas there and hit 3%, it looks like today the calls will print here. Looking at Shopify, they're picking up. They're up about 17 now, moving with the action here. NVIDIA is still going, you guys. They're at 263 now. They're up 21 there. DoorDash is picking up here. So I do see stocks playing a different game from the indices here today, ladies and gentlemen. They're actually on the move. Far as the SPY is just chilling out in the air. Stocks kind of taking advantage of the, I guess the SPY holding up above VWAP and being green here. That's what it's starting to look like. But keep in mind, it is at a point where it can flip, and if it does flip, it'll be one of those quick ones. But I'm not seeing it right now. Do see more bullish momentum, and that's really what the key is. Momentum is your trend. It is your friend, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to check and see if we got some more market news. But, man, the market is definitely green bean here on the SPY, the Triple Qs, the Dow, and the VIX is right below VWAP slightly. We're going to be right back, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. It's Leonard P. Fuck all these hating ass niggas out here, man. You gotta think, if they hating, you doing something right. So keep whatever it is you doing, keep it up. Good job. You gotta keep them hating.
DJ Goldie.
Niggas gonna talk, but don't pay no mind. As long as they ain't hopping or getting out of line. Stacking up money and leaving it behind. Cause it's all about the money, no more about the grind. Haters gonna talk, but don't pay no mind. As long as they ain't hopping or getting out of line. Stacking up money and leaving it behind. Cause it's all about the money. but it's more about the grind. Yeah, and I'm on that Tony Hawk. I ball like I play for the Atlanta Hawks. I'm getting money. Fuck you thought? I'm getting money. What you want? You wanna ball? You wanna ball cause you broke. Ain't no hand that's over here, you get roped. You get hugged, left by yourself. You ain't get no money, stand the fuck by yourself. Nigga, I am real, I don't give a fuck how they feel. Niggas out here hating, but ain't paying my fucking bills. Niggas out here hating, that's probably they thing, ain't what it seems or always appears. Came around when the money good, when I had none, you disappeared. Y'all looking like squares like grids. Fuck 12, fuck the pigs. I ain't never met a good cop since I was a kid. Even then they was hating, taking bids. Haters gonna talk, but don't pay no mind. As long as they ain't opping or getting out of line. Stacking up money and leaving it behind. Cause it's all about the money, but it's more about the grind. Haters gonna talk, but don't pay no mind. As long as they ain't opping or getting out of line. Stacking up money and leaving it behind. Cause it's all about the money, but it's more about the grind. Haters gonna talk, but don't pay no mind. As long as they ain't opping or getting out of line. Stacking up money and leaving it behind. Cause it's all about the money, but it's more about the grind.
DJ Goldie.
Rich life, chill with me, baby girl, change your life. Rich life, rich sex, baby girl, take this pipe. Rich life, we can really ball all night. Rich life, yeah. Stunting hard, living lavish with my wife. Stunting hard, living lavish with my wife. Then I showed her my business life. Then she said, wow, you're full of life. Now she really knows we can ball all night. Swish. She hopped up in the car, said let's go for a ride. Zoom zoom. She said park over there, she finna ride. I told her ride, said she motherfucking tired. She said she gon' ride till the pussy baptized. She wet. Now I'm in the pussy slip and slide. I'm on top, we eye to eye. Finna switch positions, hit her from the side. Smack that ass, turn her over, kiss her in her thighs. I like that pussy sweet like plies. Fuck me good, baby girl, get a prize. What you want? I'm a great listener, don't be surprised. See your girlfriends, they ain't gotta co-sign. You in good hands, rich life have no problems. Rich life, made it from the bottom. Rich life, but I took some losses. Rich life, you gotta have knowledge. Rich life, chill with me, baby girl, change your life. Rich life, rich sex, baby girl, take this pipe. Rich life, we can really ball all night. Rich life, stunting hard, living lavish with my wife.
DJ Goldie. Ocean.
It's not okay. Niggas might be suspect, them niggas ain't your homies. Niggas might be suspicious if they changing their performance. suspicious if they changing that component. I see them they had to fake component, but better when they was hungry. Nigga, my family good on there, we can stand on our own. I ain't no little boy, I'm grown. You run your mouth, marathon. Talk too much, I'm staying off my lawn. That shit get ugly like the movie Spawn. I'm up, I'm on, I'm up on. You niggas sweet, sweeter than cinnamon. You held it blocking, baby, by bars. I'm selling goods like Amazon. They want my level, but I'm way beyond. Your every wish is only God's command. True. Nigga taking trips and stepping flying the fin lane. You fly? Y'all thinking local, I'm thinking to expand. These girls might be suspect, them niggas ain't your homies. Niggas might be suspicious if they changing that component. See when they acting fake in public, they tell them when they was hungry. Well, nigga, my family good on there, we can stand on our own. Niggas might be suspect, them niggas ain't your homies. Niggas might be suspicious if they changing that component. See them they acting fake in public, they tell them when they was hungry. Well, nigga, my family good on there, we can stand on our own. I'ma get money forever, stack it up and hide it like a treasure. My money long, you can't even measure. Nigga, money short, getting less and less on. And acting fake and perfect, those signs of error. Keep bad vibes away, don't be a home wrecker. Sneak this and get your ass put on a stretcher. Something smart, clever, cause it's a cold world, even with a sweater. People only hate cause they be jealous and want success for themselves, that's selfish. So don't say you kill your actions so careless. Niggas might be suspect, you niggas ain't your homies. Niggas might be suspicious if they changing that component. See them they acting fake in public, but better when they was hungry. When a nigga my family good on there, we can stand on our own. Niggas might be suspect, you niggas ain't your homies. Niggas might be suspicious if they changing that component. See them they acting fake in public, but better when they was hungry. When a nigga my family good on there, we can stand on our own.
DJ Goldie.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are live. You're tuning in. We are live here with LCAOD. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the stock market live with Let Cash Accumulate Over Days. And we do have some market updates. It looks like at 2 p.m. today, we have President Biden speaking, delivering remarks to the National Association of Counties 2022 Legislative Conference here. So there's going to be very important at 2 p.m. today. It looks like after him, he's going to have his secretary, and she may speak before, she switched time on. She a boss, okay. Secretary Jen. And that was Secretary Jean Pierre yesterday. I guess that's the backup secretary for the original one. But today it looks like the original press secretary will be speaking today at 3 p.m. So that is the next White House briefings. It looks like I'm not seeing any other data here, but we are live, so if we catch it, we're going to pull it up. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, let's check on earnings. So it looks like today we got some big names here I have highlighted. Today is Tuesday, February the 15th. We're looking at the after hours here. We have Roblox. Roblox, it'll be a good earnings. Make sure. Yeah, it's definitely today after hours. It's confirmed right here. It's on the trading charts. Ladies and gentlemen. What you see really here with Roblox, it's a new stock. It's a kid stock. But it's the future. It's like a video game stock technically. Like kids love to play it. It's basically online gaming services and stuff in that nature. You got Roblox Cloud, all that type of stuff. All that's going to be priced in here on this earnings. ladies and gentlemen. They have a huge implied move. 3 months ago, you might not even believe it. It might not sound real to you. They had earnings November 8th. They shot up from what you see now, $70, all the way here to about 108. Found support there at 95. Found some continuation all the way to 139, ladies and gentlemen. So this stock has sold off from 139 in 3 months. This is a big earnings report right here. It's a break it or make it moment for the Roblox. But the next highlighted earnings play would be Upstart. So, ladies and gentlemen, this stock likes to move as well. Let's look 3 months out here. Upstart 3 months out. Matter of fact, we're going to look 6. I got a little story about Upstart. Matter of fact, I think, yeah, it was in around October. It was. So we're going to have to do the year to date. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I played this earnings right here. They were at about, so this was about 6 months ago. Yeah, this happened. They were at about 140, ladies and gentlemen. They were about 140 Upstart here. Wrong direction. This motherfucking stock took off and went to damn 212. So big payment here. Could have been a small risk, huge reward there, just wrong direction. So this stock definitely likes to pay as well. I'm looking 6 months out here. Yeah, 6 months out here. Yeah, 6 months ago. Yeah, look at this. They were at 391. 391. So the stock has room to run. I'm not saying that this the earnings report can push it here, but I'm just letting you guys know this stock likes to move on earnings. Post earnings. This is a good play here. Upstart Holdings. What do? They are just a cloud-based artificial intelligence platform. That's pretty much what they do there. So, you know, AI, all the AI tech stuff, that's where that money comes from there. Spot is still chilling out right here. I do see it almost about to be a VWAP. I know y'all talk about the spot a lot in the comments. I'm trying to hide the truth. Yeah, possibilities. Yeah, they try to hide the truth before earnings. They do that. They do that because they want you to play the implied move. They really don't want you to play it at all. But I mean, it's just like you got to take a risk. Risk to reward ratio. That's what trading is all about, ladies and gentlemen. So, yeah, they did pop there, like I said, 6 months ago from 140 all the way to damn, like I said, 200. That was by the end of that week. The next following week, they kept going to 292. And he just kept going, weeks and weeks after that. The next earnings report, they were at about 390. Then it finally came down, all the way back down. They did sell off in December, November, when the overall market sold off. They did sell off with everybody else, though. So just letting you guys know, man, where they at now. They are way below 140 here. So I see an opportunity here, either direction here for this earnings report on Upstart Holdings. Going to the next one. These are my top 3 today after hours as well. I ain't even gonna look at the rest because I wouldn't play them, so I'm not even gonna mention them. Shout out to Devin Energy though. But the next one, Airbnb, ladies and gentlemen. Last earnings report. Whoa, look at a little quick story on Airbnb. Another little quick story. Had a client hit big. I don't know if the client want to, put himself out there like that, but shout out to him. Hit big on it though, man. Actually is really invested in real estate as well too. You know what I'm saying? You need to get right on that. Holla at me. We'll set you up. We'll get you right. But Airbnb though, client hit really big 3 months ago. Trying to pull it up here. Yeah, 3 months ago they were right where they at today, 176. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's what I'm saying. This is your bottom or this is your top here. These earnings this week and after the Fed minutes tomorrow, this is going to give you a direction here. the market is giving you a direction here. It's breaking or make it time. Tax season has started. They not playing no more. It's real. It's the real deal. It's time to catch on to what's happening around you. You're going to see these earnings report let you know a lot of stuff here. Like I said, it could be a top or a bottom here because they're right back where they were 3 months ago before they did take off here and make that pop all the way to 210. And they did hold that, ladies and gentlemen. It paid out very big there to the upside. Even retested it, came down, found support 189, retested it, 209. Then they sold off with the rest of the market after November, all the way back to 134. So it was huge discount right there. People definitely ate that up, and that's why you see it now right back at 176. So down here, these people are up. They're bag holding. They're probably going to hold through earnings because they probably expected it to stay up here, not really seeing that it possibly can come back down here. You get what I'm saying? Or even lower. So keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. It is earnings, and that will be the top 3 earnings reports this week, ladies and gentlemen. Today, after hours, actually, those 3 companies report. But yeah, really liking the Airbnb. Just got in the stock market too as well, mentioning on what they do. If y'all don't know about them, hit the replay button. You explain. So it looks like they do online marketplace. I mean, they're really just real estate. They let you it's like rental service there, like for houses and stuff like that, apartments, whatever. But they're in the online marketplace. I think they're trying to work with Metaverse here, it says. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that's just what they do. But they do report today after hours. So keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. That is Airbnb or a little real estate long term. Let's check back with the overall market here, though, and see where some stocks are at now. So it looks like stocks are right back to that first breakout level of the morning, most of them. Yep, Amazon still at the low end here. Maybe trying to tell you something. Only up 13 now. So I do see the market getting a little weak from the euro close here. Not really seeing a lot of action at all. Not seeing no action at all. And we'll get back into the earnings too before the day's over with. We'll take a look at the Wednesday before it opens because, like I said, you want to get in before the morning or play after it opens. We'll talk about that later. But just checking back with the overall market, though, we are still in the green, but it does look it's still high, but it's a credit spread still. Why do I say that? Because the SPY has still not broken 445.93 or broke below 443.51. So we are still in this middle, ladies and gentlemen. That's why you see the market just kind of chilling out in the greens. Nothing wrong with that. Signaling a move, though, definitely for sure here on some names. Checking back with some big names here. Look at the video. So it looks like they cooled off. They did give up about $1. So they're still up here, ladies and gentlemen, 19. Tesla's still up 40. So it looks like they did give up about $4 here. They did retest 920 after the euro close. Failed 920 again here. Strong support again here at about 914 on the Tesla. So I will watch out for a break below 913 at this point. Possibly could bring you back to 908, or at this point they're just going to keep retesting 920 till it breaks, ladies and gentlemen. It'll break eventually. Trust if it keeps the greens this high, it'll break. It's just about patience at this point. The only way it doesn't break, you see the indices turn lower green and flip red here. Then you will see the stocks pull back to their openings, maybe below it. But as of right now, the market's credit spreading in the air. SPY's above VWAP here a little bit. Triple Qs is up above VWAP here just a little bit. The VIX is on the line right through VWAP just below it there. The Dow is right on the line too at VWAP. So market kind of flat green here, but green is green, right? Green is green, so keep that in mind. Apple's up about $2. Market chilling out. We are coming up on Wall Street lunch break, ladies and gentlemen, and LCAOD lunch break is approaching. So with that being said, we're going to take a quick break before the lunch break, and we'll be right back.
Everything is mine. Yeah. Whatever I want is gonna be mine. Cause I seen the grapevine. And these niggas still sink kind. Hating on me. Hating on me. I'm litty to the teeth. It ain't no turning down, not for me. I am going up, I'm living spiritually. On the high sprout, the high route. I've been here, I was there, so I was here before. Don't tell me no, don't tell me that I'm wrong, don't tell me that I'm older. I just want the money. Niggas gonna hate, but they ain't getting money. And niggas gonna laugh, but I'm like, what the fuck is funny? These niggas don't rap, so why waste the time? Hey, why waste the time? She said, you was so smart. I got it in my zone, now she play her part. I said I got it in my zone, and now she play her part. Call it auto start. Push the fucking start. Gotta go, I'm late. Call me Leonard Tardy. Oh, push me like it farted. I ain't got no charger. I don't know what that is. I ain't never been a starter. Ha, I'm lying. I always fucking started. Every time. I always play varsity. Dropping down. Niggas hating. Being high.
You know, if you're on the right side of the train, they will take it. I'd rather play something in range, something we can load up on. I want to actually see 10 contracts, 50,000%.
Hey, Leonard P. D. Pluto on the beat. Didn't beat West Coast. My pack don't sell out. Serve a nigga like right now. My pack so strong. I knock you down like Pacquiao. Beat the odds and I made it out. I beat the odds and I made it out. I beat the odds and I made it out. I beat the odds and I made it out. My pack don't sell out. I serve a nigga like right now. My pack so strong. It'll knock you down like Pacquiao. I beat the odds and I made it out. I beat the odds and I made it out. Beat the odds and I made it out. Beat the odds and I made it out. $1 million jump shot. I just scraped it from the pot. Shooting a video with a lot of niggas don't think it really tough. 30 took by my lonely. I don't think you really know me. I don't hang with your homies. You was just a jabroni. You was talking to the vibes. Luke Cage with the chopper. Shout out to my amigos. I'm the guy in the sky. Fly shit when I go out. Fuck it up and I'ma show you. I just turned down another hole. You dripped right up off me.
I had to boss my life up, change a few chase pieces. I used to knock niggas out before we would knock niggas out.
You don't really wanna pop, money made with the hands. I really take advantage. I really take advantage. My pack don't sell out. I serve a nigga like right now. My pack so strong. I knock you down like Pacquiao. Beat the odds and I made it out. 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 My pack don't sell out. I serve a nigga like right now. My pack so strong. Flick, knock you down like Pacquiao. Beat the odds and I made it out. 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 It ain't no more safe house. Watch.
They say they trying to turn up the night too, bro. Call started. Bro, we need this.
Yeah. You trying to pull up in Lil Vegas.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as you see, the market just flipped here. We finally got some action here. Looks like we're turning it around. Stocks might be heading right back to that first wave of resistance that they all had to break this morning, and they did break, and they held above it here for about 2 or 3 hours, consolidating in it. But it does look like it wasn't enough, ladies and gentlemen. They got tired. They pulled it right back. We're almost back at those opening numbers here on certain stocks. The SPY did come back down here below VWAP at 444.30 here, so that was a huge 1 point there they lost. But we still are in the $2 spread there, ladies and gentlemen. We're back in between, so can go either way here again. Bulls lost momentum technically, the little momentum that they had anyway. They lost it here. It's back in the middle. Can go either way. Triple Qs is below VWAP as well. The VIX is above VWAP on that drop there. It looks like they popped to the upside there, so the VIX is almost back at $22. The DIA is back below VWAP as well, so the Dow is down below VWAP. But we do still see all the indices overall in the green. Looks like they're just trimming back here. This is an alert. Elon Musk gave $5.7 billion in Tesla stock to charity, and that is an SEC filing. So it might be part of why you just saw that little slight pullback there. You really don't know how smart money is going to take him investing that much into charity. They can take that extremely bullish, or they can take that extremely bearish here. It can go either way. But all the indices are trimming up their greens there. The Nasdaq still up about 1.70% though, and the Dow is only up 1% even here now. The S&P 500 is only up 1.15%. So we are still in the green, but just a slight pullback, maybe some profit taking even. But we are pulled back to that. We are pulled back to that first dip, ladies and gentlemen. So let's see where it takes us here. In about 10 minutes, there will be Wall Street lunch break and LCLD lunch break as well. It looks like Amazon is down. Oh, Amazon is only up $1 now, ladies and gentlemen. So they definitely pulled back too here. Amazon is now down 35 cents here. So yeah, it looks like they gave up all their gains officially in the red here. Amazon coin is up, still $10 holding their gains here. So like I said, this could be a dip by opportunity, or you're going to see it start to go back to the opening numbers there from 9:30 a.m. Or it is going to try to retest back at VWAP at this point on the SPY and the triple Qs, and that would be right back above 444.95 cents there. Amazon's still selling here right now. They're down about $1. They just picked it up though, a little bounce right back up 50 cents on Amazon. So that's cool here to see that they're not a leader. I like to call it out right there, down about $1.38 now. So Amazon's going green to red here. It does look like Tesla is still chilling out right here, right back in the middle. They did find support at 911.77 now. So look at the new support here. They're still above resistance on Tesla here. It can bounce and go either direction here at this point, but it looks like they did find strong support at 911. They're now back up $2 there on the Tesla, back up still overall $37. So just keep that in mind with Tesla, what they got going on. They are in the middle. It can go either way on Tesla. It can come back to about 908, or at this point, to retest 920, like as you've been seeing all day. And right now, the key to Tesla, we're looking for a 920 break or above, or a 908 break below here. And I think that'll get the gains rolling on the options there. We're going to see what Lulu is doing here. Lulu's still up about $3 right now, nothing too big here. Looks like NVIDIA is still holding their gains. They're still up about $18, so they found the support there at a dip. Looks like the SPY's trying to find support right here at 444.35. So it didn't sell off, but it did sell through VWAP. So it looks like we're back where we started here from the opening, almost just about. Yep. That's all that's really just happened there. So nothing to really panic of. It did look like it was about to start to get ugly there. But it's like you just read the charts and stay calm. Stay calm. That's really it here. But yeah, no briefings until after 2 p.m. After 1 p.m. today, it looks like. So that looks like that was it. The live briefing on crypto. That was it for the early morning. We'll double check though real quick. Yep. That's until later on. So that's chill day. Oh, you okay? Oh, okay. All right. You ain't tripping. You caught the dip. Definitely, that's the dip. But you do know it can get lower at this point, if possible. I would say set a stop loss. Stop loss be 2 though. You got to set a stop loss at about 908 there. If you do see it trying to break below this channel here, you're gonna probably want to stop that at that point. But that was the perfect time to grab the dip. As you can see, you're inside of it now. You can see the chart, and it looks time perfect there. That's a good job, good entry. Stay calm, but you do want to still set that stop loss at about 908, because yeah, the moment it tries to come below that, it will take that. So keep that in mind. But it looks like it's gonna retest that, so you'll be fine to get a little quick little gain there. You know what I'm saying? Or you feel me? If it start running and get to going here, it picks up heavy here, you can start looking like this. Boom. See what I'm saying? But, you know, you want to look here first and see what it already did today, and then you feel me? Here's your exit here. Don't trip if you see it there, and don't get to a point where like, what I do to get it? You feel me? But yeah, that's straight. That's a good one though. You ain't tripping. Respect the stop loss, man. That's all. Respect the stop loss, and unless you're thinking Fed minutes, but I would respect the stop loss. Considering, you know what I'm saying, what we already get. But that'd just probably just be like years 2, so yeah, for the week over here. The rest you got to swing, like earnings, or hold. You know, swing it. I think you're good though. I don't think it see that to the end of the day. I think they're gonna hold it here, do lunch today. That's where it broke out at. I could be wrong though. We do know the levels. The next break, you can even set your stop loss by here if you wanted to really take that bigger risk. Like that, you get what I'm saying? You can even set it here too. You feel me? However, but this would be the best one. That would be the best one. That's gonna save you a lot. If you try to set it here, you're gonna be a little steep then. You get what I'm saying? You set it here, you good. It should be good. I don't think he's gonna do that right now. Looks like that was the deal for real. They capping. So the overall market is still in the green, ladies and gentlemen. Dow's up 1%. The Nasdaq's up 1.57%, and the S&P 500 is up about 1.13%, ladies and gentlemen. So it does look like the SPY is chilling a little bit here below VWAP, but they're trying to find support here. Maybe, possibly, this might be a dip buy. This might be a case of lower lows here because it is below VWAP. So you got to put both scenarios into play here. But it does look like a dip buy. They did bounce off of this from the opening and did find support here earlier from this same area. So it might be a retest to the upside here. It could possibly, like I said, they're done with it. Bring it back below the opening. We're about to find out here. But it is about to be 2 minutes to Wall Street London, though, which y'all should do. You know what I'm saying? Drink more water out there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we got about 2 minutes though till lunch break here. You're gonna see Wall Street hop up from those tablets there and pass them to old little Johnny and let him monitor it for about 30 minutes. And they're gonna go eat and talk about the next. That's just the way this market works, ladies and gentlemen. That's the way this business works. Big right here. So you got about 1 minute. We're gonna take a break. About 30, like I said, about 30 minutes to an hour lunch. We're gonna be back, man. We'll have the chart still pulled up in the comment section because sometimes y'all be asking that. And I'll stay live. If you can still type, you see I'm live. Start asking stupid shit sometimes. I'll be thinking I'll be bots. Oh, okay. So it is 12:30 officially Wall Street lunch break, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be back. We are live though. Stay tuned and stay focused. Stay patient. If you ain't did nothing yet, don't do nothing. If you gonna do something, do something. You know what I mean, it's your choice. That's what I'm trying to hit at you, ladies and gentlemen. But it is lunch break time. LCAOD. We're gonna be right back. Chart's gonna stay pulled up. Stay tuned to the live stream. Hope y'all enjoy. Yeah, you cut it to get time to see you behind this one. I ain't gonna get you, bro. Stop behind you. You're here. I know what you're saying though. Because sometimes like it's like this shit.
First thing I do is start trapping. Hey, you better start adapting. Like a charge, you can adapt it. Just a piece to my chapter. I'm getting money, you all after. I'm getting money, I'm your father. I'm getting money, you better look at me like your daughter. And she like my style. Every time I fuck her, she say wow. And my gun do go pow. I don't know Soulja Boy shit. It's some clowns. I ain't with that fuck shit. Niggas try me, he gon' get bust quick. Man, fuck it. I ain't gotta discuss it. Since a youngin', motherfucker, I been getting money.
Yeah, I got them counterfeit. Free my niggas out that county, out that pen. They my rounds big. I'm a double G. Yeah, I'm from the east, but I throw it the west. Cause I love weed. Yeah, smoking on that Cali bud, please. If you know about Chaser Bag Strange, Chaser, yeah, that cash me. About 100 racks to my cash, please. Hey, go chase a bag, go chase a bag, go chase a bag. Hey, I love that fucking cash, I do it. I do it. Yeah, cause I love that bag, and I get that bag. Hey, chase a fucking bag, go chase your fucking bag. It's bad, it's bad, it's bad, it's bad. It's bad, it's bad, it's bad, it's bad.
Sirens in my hood, that's every day in Shottsbury. Another body getting buried. In the berry, from the berry, it gets scary. Yeah, the trenches, in the trees, never rain. Nah, my niggas fucking carry, we carried up. My niggas fucking carry, you and beef chicken. In the fucking stoop, stoop. You get whipped up in the loop. Yeah, y'all niggas get the boot, So you better tie your shoe, cause I'm trippin', yeah, you trippin' out your roof, and I ain't trippin' on shit, but I get money, count my dude, count my dude, can you count to 2? Can you count? Bands, nigga, ooh, 0,000, ooh, that's a fucking 100,000, like, ooh, 100,000. Yeah, bands, chase a band, getting bands. I'm saying, what the fuck is you saying, my man? Cause you hurtin' in the plan, my man. We'll get that bag, go up. I get that bag and go up. It's chase a bag and get bucks. I chase that bag and get bucks. Hey, like Milwaukee nigga. Call me honest, cause I'm honest on my future shit. Now let's be honest, nigga. You hear that loop, nigga? In that beat, nigga. I'm in that coupe, chasing bags. I'm in that coupe, I'm chasing bags. I'm in that coupe, I'm chasing bags. I'm in that coupe, I'm chasing bags. I'm in that coupe. Ooh, no sauce on me. Yeah, this round 2. We in that Newberry, nigga. What it do? We smoking on that Astro Perk, yeah. We smoking on that Astro Perk, nigga. I'm higher to the higher, nigga. I'm flyer, but never flying up, nigga. But nigga, high as us, nigga. Ain't no I in us, nigga. Yeah, it's Leonard P. Seymour on the beat. I'ma be me, I ain't these others. I ain't tryna be nobody else. I'ma be me, like no other. I ain't tryna be nobody else. Gotta stack cheese, like the governor. I ain't tryna ask for niggas' help. Gotta get green, like peas, cause these others try to take your wealth. Tryna deal, then you live in an image. Leonard P stay independent, no limit. Leonard P not talking if it ain't millions. They used to hang around me for my gimmicks, but now I got them mad, they on they pivot. And my head is still mad, they still living. And my pockets ballin' like the Olympics. And I'm getting peas in from scrimmage. If you want it, you gotta wait a minute. She's clean from her edges, so she's smoking on physics. No mimics, I ain't perfect, I'm terrific. They can't tame us, Nipsey Hussle, I'm prolific. I'ma be me, I ain't these others. I ain't tryna be nobody else. I'ma be me, like no other. I ain't tryna be nobody else. Gotta stack cheese, like the governor. I ain't tryna ask for niggas' help. Gotta get green, like peace, cause these others try to take your wealth.
Seen red since the opening.
Bag, 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 bag. That bag, 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 bag. That bag, 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 bag. Spizzy, nigga. Yeah, I keep that shotty. And you know it hit like Ricky, I can get you body. Come and get this 50, nigga. Hit them 9 times, then you look like 50. I just want some dollars, I don't want no pennies. I just want a bag, I ain't got a bag. Cause I'm grinding for my own cash. Yeah, I love that bag. Yeah, I love that bag. And I'm blanking bad. Yeah, I'm blanking bad. Yeah, I'm blanking bad. Yeah, I'm blanking. Bitches call me Chaser Bad. Yeah, I'm stinking, smoking on that good bag. Yeah, bitch, I know you love that bag. Yeah, bitch, I'm really black and bad. Niggas hating, niggas thinking, cause I'm shooting at they pad. Nigga, I got that fucking bag. Little nigga hitting everything, nigga. Every day I'm hitting plays, making leaks. Niggas out here talking all that shit, but ain't got bricks. They ain't got no smoke. I fuck that hoe. Now that bitch my trick. But you know those for kids, and I do not have kids. Nah, I'm lying. I got kids, and I got by like 6, but they don't tell my other BMs this. I be moving all the time, but I ain't Trace. I be moving all the way. They like gays, these niggas is weird, these niggas is lame. I took the AK to his face. If a nigga try me, I shoot him down. I shoot a nigga out of his place. Yeah, I keep that shotty. And you know it hit like Ricky, I can get you body. Come and get this 50, nigga, hit him 9 times, then you look like 50. I just want them dollars, I don't want no pennies. I just want a bag, I ain't got a bag. Cause I'm grinding for my own cash. Yeah, I love that bag. Yeah, I love that bag. And I'm blanking bad. Yeah, I'm blanking bad. Yeah, I'm blanking bad. Say, yeah, I keep that shotty. And you know it hit like Ricky, I can get you body. Come and get this 50, nigga, hit them 9 times, then you look like 50. I just want them dollars, I don't want no pennies. I just want a bag, I ain't got a bag. Cause I'm grinding for my own cash. Yeah, I love that bag. Yeah, I love that bag. And I'm blanking, man. And I'm blanking, man. And I'm blanking, man.
Yeah. John. 704. That's right, I be that young nigga that you never heard. Spit on rhythms, I make you remember, now you know the words. Dropping his shit, I rack up them figures, but I always splurge. I'ma get it, my deposit hit, my pockets never hurt. I got gold up on my neck, I got gold up on my wrist. I got whole gold bricks, gold condom for my dick. Hey, you know I'm hella cold, but a nigga never shit. And my money hella old, we on that immortal shit. Working every day, I'm on a mission just to chase a sack. Top a little weight and then I flip it, then I make it back. On a paper chase like I'm sprinting on the fucking track. If I take a break, it's just to sit and roll and smoke this pack. I be on my grind, know a nigga never slacking. Long as I got God, know a nigga never lacking. I don't be surprised, crazy shit, it always happens. I just verbalize all this shit into this rap. Running 704, where them niggas throw balls, and them niggas roll balls. Got you feeling so low, so that shit get low, no sick of low, choke, looking for no pole, we can't take no photos. Running 704, where them niggas throw balls, and them niggas roll balls. Got you feeling so low, so that shit get low, no sick of low, choke, looking for no pole, we can't take no photos. I be going every day, watching flying. You can't stop me, nigga, it's no fucking way. I be popping from the berry all the way to Santa Fe. Trending topic, I ain't trying to get to know my fucking name. Give me my respect, I'm underrated and they fucking sleep. I could drop a new project like every other fucking week. You think he the best? I swear these niggas are so fucking weak. No heart in my chest, but I never miss a fucking beat. Do you really know me or do you just know my story? I've been sipping on the 40 in my head, feeling distorted. Is you really for me? Well then I need you to show me. I do not want to control you, I just want you to adore me, bitch. I need you to listen, give me your attention. I said I'm on a mission, trying to make the digits. If you got a proposition for the acquisition, with that fucking trippin' shit, I need to hear it. Running 704, where them niggas throw balls, and them niggas roll balls. Got you feeling so low, so that shit get low, no sick of low, choke, looking for no pole, we can't get no photos. Running 704, where them niggas throw balls, and them niggas roll balls. Got you feeling so low, so that shit get low, no sick of low, choke, looking for no pole, we can't take no photos. Yeah, 704, 704.
704 from the 704. 704. 704 from the 704. Johnny. Yeah, I be spazzing on them. Yeah. I be spazzing on them. Knock on that bitch door, I eat her candy like it's trick or treat. She begging for some more, as that hoe, she want dick or meat. She said, por favor, this Hispanic bitch do what I please. Monte de rodillas, I just thought this bitch get on her knees. I need to hit that from the back, so baby, won't you turn around? I beat them cheeks, yeah, I'ma clap them shits because I love the sound. She a gunner, cause that pussy juicy, wet on drip or drown. Work the stunner, I'ma pop a perk and go a second round. I'll fuck shit up and I hit it wrong. Bunny on Hannah Montana mall. Block me top out of Panama. Dick at the whole speaking Chippewa. Don't fuck with the cops, nigga. Fuck all the ops, yeah. This shit is too hot. I can't stay up in the spot, yeah. I am not soft. Niggas playing, I'm not, yeah. Johnny took off. I'm the man at the top, yeah. Very scary, fairly odd. Bitch, I don't go by the rules. Feel like Jimmy Neutron, but bitch, I dropped up out the school. This my power hour, yeah. I got her on the roof. And we burning purple flowers, all the smoke is going poof. I'm blowing up like a semi-swerve, blowing up how the spliffy burn. Growing up like I'm semi-turned, they going nuts like the demi-urge. Haters, they just wanna see me burn. All that fake easy to discern, no time to play, I don't need a turn. Accelerating like I'm being CERN. This bitch don't like me, this bitch don't like me. I used to pipe her, she used to bite me. I almost wife her, cut that like Spike Lee. Said I'm a liar, well bitch I might be, bitch I might be. Don't believe a word, got that iced tea for the cocoa birds. But the bird is the word, you let it curve you like you swerving in the coupe. Nigga, who the fuck is you? Yeah, I got shit to do, these niggas hella lazy. Don't got shit to lose, true God don't do fugazi. Can't get caught with you, I can't be having babies. You thought we was cool, oh shit, that's hella crazy. I be snapping on them, ooh, getting ratchet on them, ooh, got the racket on me, ooh, it ain't plastic on me, ooh, I be spazzing on them, ooh, I be blasting on me, ooh, bag on me, ooh, just hit the labs on me. I be snapping on them, ooh, getting ratchet on them, ooh, got the racket on me, ooh, it ain't plastic on me, ooh, I be spazzing on them, ooh, I be blasting on me, ooh, blow a bag on me, ooh, hit the labs on me. Yeah. I be spazzing on them. Yeah. I be spazzing on them. Yeah. I be spazzing on them. Ooh. I'm about to bend the edge just to get the set. I'm about to bend the edge just to get the set. Christmas, how I get the set. I'm overlap these niggas, I ain't talking run the track. Christmas, how I get the set. I'm overlap these niggas, I ain't talking run the track. Cold boy quitters, all I do is spit crack. I'm ballin' like a Laker. Downstairs hood, call a young nigga Baker. HBK, I'm a young heartbreaker. Yeah, shawty bad, little nigga, don't chase her. If she acting up, little nigga, just replace her. I'm about to shoot my shot with a light skin dom. Young Tony Hawk, how I stay up on my grind. Remember being broke, selling nicks and Christmas, how I get the set. I'm overlap these niggas, I ain't talking run the track. Christmas, how I get the set. I'm overlap these niggas, I ain't talking run the track. I rock the phone like Brett. Niggas ain't shooters, they was ballin' at the rec. Shout out my Quan, man, my nigga is a jet. My new hood 27 like Leonard Fournette. Christmas, how I get the set. I'm overlap these niggas, I ain't talking run the track. Christmas, how I get the set. I'm overlap these niggas, I ain't talking run the track. I had to cut these niggas off, ain't using no axe. I'ma buy my mama crib, I told her relax. How this nigga born in 97, them facts. Fuck with me, you better be a rider. I'm hyped like Shada. Feeling like big bitch, call me Big Papa. I got that shot of flowing, no, I'm not chopper. I don't play hockey, but I am a slider. Fucking with my side bitch, yeah, it's time to hide her. Christmas, how I get the set. Say you got gas, boy, you better have some pack. I got them chips, I ain't talking rap snacks. Know my side bitch, yeah, you know her ass fat. Christmas, how I get the set. I'm overlap these niggas, I ain't talking run the track. Christmas, how I get the set. I'm overlap these niggas, I ain't talking run the track.
Ain't nothing in there.
Good threats. I told my niggas we gotta get it. Fuck all the haters and get to the money. You know the fake hoes that come with it. That's why I cut them, baby. Keep it 200. 200. 200. Keep it 200. 200. 200. I told my niggas we gotta get it. Fuck all the haters and get to the money. You know the fake hoes that come with it. That's why I cut them, baby. Keep it 200. 200. Keep it 200. 200. 200. I really go on the back street. Only one with niggas some clappy. Play with the gritty, yo, make it 6 feet. Boy, clutching, I'm clutching. Room nigga is nothing. Mom put you in the oven. We ain't playing that chain shit. I'm a hot with Drake, so call machine is nothing. Pull up on the first cousin. I just talked to TG the other day, said stay low and stay out the way. And run up this cake for your family every day. For food on the table every day. I done fell in love with this cake. Percocet shoved straight to the face. I just hopped on 85. Lean all in my Henny, man. Bitch giving me a dumb neck. So the bitch just joined the ride. Mom smoking on 85. About to go holler at the club today. He told me he got from 2 for 5. Boy, on him like, yeah. I need that nigga right now. Play call, I got 2 for 10. Serve a nigga like right now. Got my bitch from giving dick. While I'm chasing this chick. Kobe Bryant in the 4th. All you see is straight nits. I told my niggas, we gotta get it. Fuck out of here and get to the money. You know the big goes that can come with it. That's why I cut them, baby. Keep it 200. 200. 200. Keep it 200. 200. 200. I told my niggas, we gotta get it. Fuck out of here and get to the money. You know the big goes that can come with it. That's why I cut them, baby. Keep it 200. 200. 200. Keep it 200. 200. This ain't even Elite 8, I'm already lit up at the gate. The snow bunny off the molly. I just let the fucking tropics. Met a plug named Jesus. Serve a 20 piece right in your face. She asked me if I leave today. Will your family be straight? Here yeah. Count it up, count it up, count it up, run it up. Me and EP, you already know we back the fuck the summer up. Money days under my eyes, cause I stayed up all night. Count it up. BMW just in case a nigga try to wake me up. Hit his ass real fast like KP running the screen pass. I'd rather come first than last. Chasing this paper, I really got no plan. What you think the hitters for? Don't you run all the way to the boat? Pull up at the prayer, you know how I go. Serve a nigga, then you gotta go. You love hoe. VVS diamond shining like a chandelier. Her see me and she started to choke. What do you mean, a nigga? I can never ever see myself going Bobazay. And now I'm through this shit. So there's the spirit in my soul. Fuck the election, better grab you a pole. Fuck the election, better grab you a pole. That's what my niggas gotta get. Fuck out of here to get to the money. Know the people that can cope with. That's why I cut it, baby. Keep it 200. 200. 200. Keep it 200. 200. 200. I told my niggas gotta get it. Fuck out of here to get to the money. Know the people that can cope with. That's why I cut it, baby. Keep it 200. 200. 200. Keep it 200. 2. 204. Else.
Greetings. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, number 9 checking in. The evening special. Smooth vibes for you. You don't feel it? Guess you ain't on no real shit. Tell me this, why I feel like it's gonna be too late when niggas wake up. I wash my face, I brush my teeth, and then I sit
blaze up. Karma for any motherfucker ever tried to play us. Built it from the ground up, so I can't take no pay cuts. Introversion got me missing, I'm solo like the breakups. The bullshit came to me and I just had to keep my head up. The world is going crazy, I think niggas getting fed up. Ignore your money, give a damn how much you got your bread up. They treat this misdemeanor like a fucking felony. You say you want my nigga, why the fuck you telling me? Oh my Kanye, shit ain't nothing you telling me. Well, you can speak it, but I highly doubt I'm gon' believe. Look with your eye, forget your eyes, my change you to perceive. I'm from the city, body smaller like the autumn leaves. Over a bitch with some bullshit, and I'm like, niggas, please put them down, but keep them tucking like your enemies. This shit here, my nigga, it's the revolution. These niggas too pussy for war, I do it through the music. Gather around, I need your focus, hope this make it to you. I'm like a Malcolm X and you more like a Martin Luther. You and I, we both the same, gotta watch out for the shooter. The difference is you unaware they out here trying to do you. Make them look smarter, drink more water, shit beyond it. I give you knowledge, turn to wisdom, really how you use it. They say you crazy, it's they bullshit and you call it to it. You doing it for the grandma, baby, don't you fucking do it. I got my mind secure and nigga, I would never lose it. I'm flexible, nigga, you ain't gotta ever push it. I always talked about the shit, but now it's time I do it. It's about that time the youth to have some positive influence. It's like the music is the only way you gon' get to them. Half of them feel it, others hear it, is they go right through them. Niggas trained to love that shit by popping pills and shooting. How you can fuck with every bitch and ain't number you losing. You feeling like the man cause you beat it up, you refuse it. Told her it's love nigga, you know you just wanted to use it. The situation never blew, I was quick to diffuse it. I'm on this break, I'm doing straights and I'm feeling that's cool shit. The mind you got is a weapon, gotta choose how you use it. These niggas hating and plotting, gotta watch who you cool with. You gon' survive in America, how clutch is your toolkit? New slave, Jesus pieces, labor, just bought them new whips. Trying to manifest so much that I don't know what to do with. Nah, I'm playing, I get that paper, I'ma build a school with free education from other nations to fuck your poop it. It sounds like going to your preacher, he can really stop it. These niggas lying to the people to protect their pockets. That's how we'll see you later in Houston with the rockets. Hit your mom, don't buy no days of Korean, no cop. And now let's talk about options. Smell this shit from the tropics. Intellectual mind, heard this the most microscopic. I call they music fishy cause they shit is really flopping. Check your approach, my nigga, maybe you should change the topics. Go spread some knowledge, my nigga, fuck what color you're watching. These girls telling how the nerd to say the fans is watching. These bitches faking shots at the kick up, now she says she playing. You can't get on my way, it is too big a tsunami. I put the gas, I see the fish trying to creep up behind me. I know my right, bitch ain't no crime with on no fucking body. That's the reason that I don't trust nobody. They fly the praise and I tell it's just for pictures beside me. Hard to love all this pain and I got built up inside me. What a disaster, do it matter cause I'm when you found peace. And peace. Do what I do, so it's best that you just watch me. Just watch. I feel great. Tell me why these niggas wanna hate. Why everybody got their fucks up on my plate. Knowing damn well that I ain't even ate. But shit, bitch, I make the people wanna wait. I'm some sacred, but ain't nobody getting saved. I'm walking down this path it ain't even paved. These niggas sell their soul just for fucking fame. What a shame.
83 to 27, something like that. 83 to 27. The last time they beat them, I think they beat
Everybody know I'm better. Yeah, I'm better. Always trapping. Any weather. Your homie gone. Did you write him any letters? But when he out, that's your homie for forever. Smoking his gas. This shit is fantastic. My daughter's birthday coming up. You know I'm spazzing. I'm just living life. How can you hate on me? No matter what, I'm standing tall like a maple tree. Sipping syrup. A lot of niggas change on me. My time coming. I'm just waiting patiently. 5 years old. And now I'm alone in the studio with my main bro. Ain't nobody stop me. Ain't no competition. Been doing this too long. I used to record in the kitchen. Been doing this too long. I used to record in the kitchen.
Bro, don't pass me the blood. 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 Yeah. Bro, don't pass me the blunt. Yeah. You see me with this pistol. Oh, do not try your boyfriend, man. Come and talk. Don't be shy. I put my city on the map. You can see where I reside. I'm up in the morning getting. I feel nice. It ain't nothing like that wake and bake. Now I need a blunt before I start the day. Phone ring. Already morning play. No sleep, gotta get paid. Make sure the baby's straight. Here's somebody rolling the blunt. Somebody rolling the blunt. I got you. Somebody rolling the blunt. I got you. Somebody rolling the blunt. I got you. Somebody rolling the blunt. Somebody rolling the blunt. I got you. Somebody rolling the blunt. Yeah, somebody rolling the blunt. Loud. Somebody rolling the blunt. You got it. Somebody rolling the blunt. I got you. Somebody rolling the blunt. Another one. Here, bro. Somebody rolling the blunt. Here, bro. Somebody rolling the blunt. Somebody rolling the blunt. Somebody rolling the blunt. Yeah.
Get that bag, get through.
I'ma get us out the hood, bro, I promise. Bro, I promise. Bro, I promise. Get us out these slums, bro, I promise. Yeah, bro, I promise. Bro, I promise. Let the beat take over me. Cause these streets can't hold me. Chase a bag is the old me. This Lizzie chase a bag, homie. Gotta get it for my brody. These streets can't hold me. I'ma listen to my OG. I'ma listen to my OG. Chasing the shit. I'm chasing that money. They ain't on me. You niggas funny. It's chasing bag. I get it, homie. Don't chase my bag. Don't spend your brody. I love that money. I said I love that money. You niggas can't take it from me. You niggas y'all can't take it from me. Cause I'ma keep it coming, yeah. Gotta get that bag, man. Gotta get that bag, man. They used to call me Pac-Man. They used to call me Pac-Man. They used to call me Boo Boo. Now I'm the shit like Boo Boo. Why you don't say no? Can I get 2 for 2? I'm like, hell no. You know your trap at all. You can get 2 for 30. Yeah, get 2 for 30. Yeah, this ain't worried. This ain't worried. We getting buried. Tell y'all bye-bye. Go act serious. I ain't never frisk them. I ain't checking you for nothing. Yeah, check something. Yeah, check also. Get money. In the winter too. I win. Before that thing gonna be already. Like your head. If you keep trying me, it's bulletproof R.I.P. R.I.P. that man. I'm gonna make your ass bleed. You gon' bleed all over the sea. And I'm getting green. All in between.
You ever see Caleb and Tony Martin here? Got the braids. So that's what I'm gonna do. He gonna have the braids. Right, that's what I'm saying.
Yapping that shit, man. Let it run. Yapping out at 9:14. 9.
Right.
Hey, nigga, this still, yeah. How about it? Cut him. Yeah, y'all niggas know what the fuck going on. Y'all niggas fucked up. Money gang. All y'all niggas lame. Y'all niggas dirty. They call me begging me for a track back. Fuck the other side. You can play with your life, and you gon' lose your life today. My little youngest thug, you probably wanna earn some stripes today. We out here wrecking shit, we come around, they put their ice away. We don't fuck around, you fuck around, we take your life away. You can think this shit sweet, we gon' see about that. Load up the K's, it's time to spank, we gon' creep about that. Send my youngin' to do 'em bad, she gon' sleep about that. Hey, when it's beef, bitch, we gon' eat, bon appetit about that. Ain't no pressure, bitch, it's extra. If it's beef, we comin' with it. 50 rounds of ammunition in the drum that's on the glizzy. We ain't shootin' for no reason. When we out, we tryna hit 'em. My little cousin playin' gutter, I might make my auntie miss 'em. Had them niggas with you, pussy, yeah. All y'all niggas bitches, catch them slippin'. Show no mercy, leave them sleepin' with the fishes. Damn, the shit y'all pull was petty. We comin' heavy, be ready. Chopper kickin' like it's second. My little niggas be steppin'. Ain't no slippin', ain't no missing. We get wicked about that gang. Drug dealers, lots of killers and gorillas out that gang. Hey, you know what the fuck going on. 502 to the 12-4. You know what the fuck it is. Free my little nigga boots, bitch. Double G, bitch, yeah, we with that glitter scene, so ain't no get back. My little niggas on them jiggers, don't invite him to no kickback. He a lick, we gon' get him. They get greedy with the guys, leave him shitty in this city. Ain't no missing with the eyes. I might tax her for the dick, send a killer for the fire. Smoke a kick with A Miller, Mr. Grippin' on the 9. Never trippin', nigga, wicked, we gon' kill him when we slide. We the takers from Vegas, she get silly for the guys. Hey, follow to the to the 12-4. Pull up to your spot, all my youngins on go. Hey, follow to the 12-4. Got your bitch at the trap, going dumb. Hey, follow to the 12-4. We got eyes, nigga. Yeah, tell me what you want. Yeah, follow to the 12-4. Niggas know what the fuck going on, man. Checking out this bitch. Niggas don't even playing about none of that shit. Y'all little niggas gon' pay for that pussy shit, man. Yeah. And I'm in this bitch getting heavy. With that iron. Fuck, nigga.
I can tell you where it's gonna land. I just need to know how much time y'all trying to put on it.
We just chillin' in the spot, getting smoked out. Country boys making noise, bring the 2 strokes out. It could be about who you know or what you know about. Planting seeds in the soul, waiting on the sprout. They don't understand. I just feel like the man, feeling like Nas. What I wanna be, I know I can. Anxiety kicking in, need another hand. I need some food, some food with them pots and pans. TAC in my system, all different strands. These niggas acting like hoes, I only fuck with fans. They keep me safe, keep me sane, and keep me in my zone. If you fuck with one of them, I hope your team's strong. They been sleeping on me, it's time to wake them up. I'm sipping purple and yellow, Lakers Cup. If you nod one more time, I'ma take your cup. This shit way too expensive to be wasted, girl. Sometimes I really feel like I'm on another level. All the shit I done been through, my heart made of metal. Keep it positive and keep it hot.
just like a kettle, unless it's 12. Officer, I don't know what to tell you. I'm back. This rap shit is way too easy. Pop a bar and spit some bars and then I'm way too sleepy. But I'm grinding hard, I got a family to feed. So I'ma try to drop some hits that the streets gon' need. Yo. Been struggling for a while, trying to find my way out. Even had thoughts of grabbing the stick and laying niggas down. Had to get my mind right, had to get my mind focused. I done made my mistakes, I done made some bad choices. I'ma keep my head up, if you ain't noticed. Keep a smile on my face, while I'm puffing on this hope. Plant seeds in the soil, I'm just waiting on the sprout. This shit here's from 93, and that's no doubt. Yeah.
Trapaholics Mixtapes.
All we had to do was follow the damn train, CJ.
You lost, put his ass on the cross, make his ass get with no fall. Get lost, get lost, get lost, get lost. Put his ass on the cross, make his ass get lost. You ain't really no boss, I do this shit with no fault. Get lost, get lost, get lost, nigga. You lost, nigga. Really, I'm a boss, nigga. Chase a bag, nigga. Really from that stoop, nigga. That's one rag boss. Yeah, I'ma get him. That's one rag loss. Damn, Skizzy hit him. Got him with them bars, nigga. Call me Hershey, cause I kiss him. In the back of the back of the May, nigga. You know that Maybach all white, and I'm tatted, nigga. Like I'm Haitian with them rosters on my head, nigga. One rack shit, one rack bitch, I love that. One rack shit, that one lack bitch, and I'm gon' splat at your shack shit. I meant, oops, my bad, I'm back, bitch. You lost, put his ass on the cross, make his ass get lost. You ain't really no boss, I do this shit with no fall. Get lost, 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 get lost. Put his ass on the cross, make his ass get lost. You ain't really no boss, I do this shit with no fall. Get lost, get lost, get lost.
Hey, have you ever been down there hurting, lost? And worry about yourself, trying to be a boss? Huh? Do you know the cost? You're lost up in the sauce. I never took a loss. If I did, I bounce back. That's boomerang, nigga. If you get it, then it's facts. I'm getting cash every day. I'm just chasing checks. I gotta do what I gotta do. I ain't taking no loss, nah. I ain't taking no loss, I ain't taking no loss, I ain't taking no loss. Gotta do what I gotta do. I ain't taking no loss, nah. I ain't taking no loss, nah. I ain't taking no loss.
Six chill,
water.
Yeah, go dummy, Kyle.
Drip, water, splash. Water, drip. Water, splash. Water, drip. Yeah. Keep the daddy on my hip. Drip,
water splash. Water drip. Water splash. Water drip. Keep the 30 on my hip. Chasing. Water drip. I drip. Your bitch, she on me like a drip. Oh, water when I hit, yeah, she turn to it. That vision is on that money, yeah, I'm chasing it. Just chase the bag, and yeah, I did it for my city, did. The shots very ride with me in they 30 up. I don't give a fuck, I hurried up and chased that bag, homie. Just chase a bag, homie. Lenny rockin' with me on it. I do it for my city, who my opponent? I'm in my fucking opposition. Where they at? If you up, then diss me. Come on with it. If you up, you gon' but you get the picture. Fucking right. But you get the issue. And I can't get with you. If you want that pressure, come and get it. Then come and get you. What you want, nigga? I don't give a fuck. I'm on it, nigga. And I'm on it, nigga. With my homie, nigga. Stoop like written on it, nigga. Yeah, show me, nigga, that I've been down bad before. But nigga, I'm on it, nigga. I'm tryna get that bag, nigga. No, I ain't been stuck. You know it's chasing bad, nigga. I'm tryna fuck on your bed. Where she at? I love that. Look at that. I'm lying, nigga. Get that hoe up at that hoe. Feel me, bro. Lenny up and with me, bro. You rockin', get me, bro. FOE, OTL, Stu like E. We the fucking best. Drip. Water splash. Water drip. Water splash. Water drip. Yeah. Keep the 30 on my hip. Yeah. Drip. Water splash. Water drip. Water splash. Water drip. Yeah. Keep the 30 on my hip. I ain't never asked a nigga for a favor from me. I ain't never chilled with these niggas or their partners. I just did what I had to do and stay on my grind. Cause I had a little kid and that was a perfect time. Now I walk around dripping. Now I walk around splashing. Money all in my pocket. Money all in the bag. I ain't never gon' trap, but I'm always trapping. I be always seasoned, and I be always spending. But I spend and get it back. Stack season, that's a fact. Stack it up. I need this shit right now. I don't need to see that shit later. I need this shit right on my hands. LCA, School Line. My girl love a cup. She smoking cheese, yeah, my girl is stoner. She drinking lean and she smoking boats. She smoked that dough and still got her priorities. My girl in love with Coca-Cola. She smoking trees, yeah, my girl is stoner. She drinking lean and she smoking boats. She smoked that dope and still got her priorities. So ahead of myself. Sometimes I be scared of myself, but I love me to death. I gotta keep it pushing on that land mission. We weren't seeing eye to eye no more. You caught that tunnel vision, you on that cold ass shit. But I ain't taking pictures, but I'm painting them. You gotta see my vision. I'm trying to go platinum. Fuck your recognition. This ain't no audition or no chorus, nigga. I got hella bitches. Who got hella bitches? I ain't worried about no pussy. I'm dropping records, nigga. I'm trying to find me a label, and I ain't signing with you. Checking niggas, throw a flag in. I gotta make this shit my passion, and that's 100, that's 1 rag in, and I be stacking. Gotta keep the money coming, never lagging. Like I'm down on my last, like I'm done with my last. I don't need you no more. It was good, it's in the past. smoking trees, yeah, my girl is stoner. She's drinking lean and she smoking bogeys. She smoked that dope and still got her priorities. My girl in love with Coca-Cola. She smoking trees, yeah, my girl is stoner. She drinking lean and she smoking bogeys. She smoked that dope and still got her priorities.
Hey, I ain't doing nothing but tryna get some bread. I'm on my road running shit. Yeah, I'm tryna stay ahead. If you get in my lane, you gon' end up dead, nigga. You heard what I said. It's Coca-Cola shit. It's whipping in that pack. It's whipping till they lock. It's whipping till they rock. On that, all I know is straight drop. Fuck a eye. The more you niggas hate, my paper gon' fly. And I'm headed to the top. And your bitch, she get me top. That's another level. You know I keep my Glock in this heavy metal. I remember back when shit was all good. It was me and my little nigga.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, LCAOD and Wall Street lunch break is officially over. Wall Street lunch break ended about 20 minutes ago. LCAOD is about to end the lunch break here, and we're about to tune in live to President Biden. He's about to deliver some remarks here. It looks like he got started here about an hour early, so let's tune in and see what he's about to talk about.
All right. Thank you all so much. It's my great honor to be with our president. He began his public service career in county government, New Council County, Delaware Council. Bridges, trails, sidewalk, sewer. He understands counties at the very grassroots level. Thank you, President Biden. We are grateful for such a strong partner in the White House. It is my distinct honor to introduce to all of you our friend, the 46th President of these United States, Joe Biden. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Folks, my name is Joe Biden, and I used to be a county councilman. And I ran for the Senate because it was too damn hard being on the council. It's great to be back with you all. Commissioner Larry Johnson of DeKalb County, Georgia, thank you for your leadership. I also want to thank all the folks working so hard here at Washington Hilton to make this conference possible. Thank you all very much. And you want to know how seriously I take the role you play on the front lines in this country, just look at who I asked to come with you. You said you wanted to know what's going on. I sent you the whole damn administration. Yeah, secretaries, 3 secretaries, an administrator, Reagan at EPA, Gene Sperling leading the rescue plan implementation, Mitch Landrieu, who's leading implementation of the infrastructure law, and you all know Julie Rodriguez, my director of intergovernmental affairs. And along with a number of other key deputies leading my economic strategy. Look, I want to recognize my home county executive, Matt Meyer, so I can go back home. Matt, thank you. Thank you. Matt's doing one heck of a job, and I'm sure he's told you the story I heard at my time in the county council. You know, I don't know about you all, but commissioner, councilman, whichever your title is, you knock on the door and say, my name is Joe Biden, I'm a candidate for the county council. They look at you like, okay. And you're wondering what the county council does, aren't you? Well, it affects their lives more than anybody else's. I know it really does. You're involved in everything. When a constituent called, she said, I represented we have one county that has 60% of the state's population, and we had 6 councilmen. So a councilman's district was 7 times bigger than a House member, and in the state house, and 3 times bigger than a state senator. And I represented a middle-class district to a working-class district, where there was one very wealthy neighborhood. And I got a call one night. A woman said to me, obviously not of the same persuasion as I was politically, called me and said, "There's a dead dog on my lawn." And I said, "Yes, ma'am." I said, "Have you called the county?" He said, "Yes, they're not here." And I said, "Well, I'll get him in the morning." She said, "I want it removed now. I pay your salary." So I went over. I picked it up. She said, "I want it out of my front yard." I put it on her doorstep. But I've gotten much better since then. So I know from personal experience how hard the job you have is. People having a phone are not afraid to use that phone. I used to give out my phone number. Can't do that anymore. They don't even allow me to have a phone anymore. But I also know you work often on the basis of what other people, where they've lost faith, they have faith, they lose faith in government. You're there. You represent the front lines of the public service. It's not hyperbole. That's why I was elected. One of the first calls I made was to your board of directors. And I reminded Judge Gary Moore, your past president, that this administration includes the president, vice president, who are both former county officials. And I promise I'll always have you as a partner with us. The partnership is critical when we passed the American Rescue Plan, most significant investment in the country's local governments in American history. And I also inherited a tough situation in 2020, but after an incredibly difficult year, local and state governments have added 448,000 new jobs in 2021, the strongest growth in 20 years. And it's amazing what you all do. I really mean it. I'm not being solicitous. After a year disruption for our kids, we were able to add education jobs in 2021, more than any other year on record. You got county law enforcement officers, first responders back in the job, so ambulance could arrive on time, communities could be kept safe. And the big reason why America's recovery has led the world is because of all of you. And why my first year in office, more jobs were created than ever any time in American history, 6.6 million jobs. And you. And folks, look, we had the strongest economic growth in nearly 40 years, 5.7% increase in the GDP. Unemployment rate dropped more than any time, any year in American history. Child poverty dropped by 40%, more than any year in American history. And folks, new business applications grew at a faster rate than any year on record. The rescue plan also was the first major relief bill to get directly to counties, because here's what I learned. When I was a county councilman, if you get money for a state, what happens is it goes through the state legislature. And guess what? Well, I wanted to make sure the money goes directly to the counties. Directly to counties. No, really. We allocated $350 billion to state and local budgets. We made sure that $1 billion of that went straight to the counties and cities. And look, I know how much it matters. It really matters. Giving you the ability, the flexibility, the control to meet both the short-term and long-term challenges you face. Which, by the way, even I'm not being critical of the state legislatures or others, but people don't know the full responsibility and that you all have, even other elected officials. I'm not being solicitous. It's just true. And by the way, that rescue plan is still delivering. I urge all of you to use the flexibility we built into that law and spend those funds wisely to build a future around working people who make up the communities you run. Put these funds to work to keep people on the job, connect people with better jobs, providing retention bonuses for teachers and bus drivers like Howard County, Maryland did, adding healthcare centers and training new child care workers like, I hope I pronounced it, Deschutes County, Oregon? Is that where are you, Deschutes County? Well, what you did matters. Helping unemployed parents get back to work by covering child care costs, like Oakland County, Michigan did. Reducing gun crime by retaining police officers like DeKalb County did in Georgia. Expanding community violence prevention programs like King County did in Washington. Ensuring people get the full benefit of one of the most consequential tax cuts for working families in our history. We expanded the child care tax credit, the earned income tax credit, included in the rescue plan. In the past, if you paid taxes and you had a good income, you could deduct $2,000 per child. So if you're making 200 grand a year and you had 3 kids, you got to deduct 6,000 bucks off the taxes you owed. Well, that's fair. But guess what? If you're making minimum wage and you had 4 kids, you didn't get anything. It wasn't refundable. You didn't pay $8,000 in taxes. There wasn't what you could you couldn't reduce your taxes. So we made sure it was refundable. Because guess what? It's just as hard for a firefighter or a teacher or a cop who has the benefit of that tax break to raise his kids as it is for a wealthy person to raise their kids. And by the way, it's not a criticism of the wealthy. It's just to think about it. Think about it. It was well intended originally when the child care tax credit, when the child tax credit existed early on, because you said, well, we got to give a break for raising kids. But I remember it used to drive my dad nuts because we had 4 kids. It was a lot less. It was less than $1,000 then. But you know, if you're making what was $12,000 a year, that was like making 40 now or 50. If you're making that kind of money, you didn't have any taxes you could deduct it from. So there wasn't any benefit for your kids. Look, that's why the American Rescue Plan, we didn't expand the amount. We expanded the amount, but even if we don't expand the amount, middle class tax cut, we made it refundable. So you get paid back what you would have had to pay, and which you got to deduct if you made more money. So the money you go directly into your.
So breaking news, ladies and gentlemen, the PPI rose. The actual number was 1.0. That was the data that was coming out. It came out early this morning, so that might be why the market is up here today.
Since they need, but they have to file in order to get the assistance. You all reached out and said, look, you have a benefit coming, but you got to file taxes, and you help them do it. And I used to have a friend who was a great basketball player back in the days when Providence had great teams, Providence College. No, I mean, they had some superstars at the time. His name was Pete McLaughlin. And he wasn't, he passed away, but it wasn't he used to say, he wasn't the sharpest academic candle on the table, but he knew what was going on. And he knew how to, he said, you know, he had an expression, you got to know how to know. I can take you into the greatest library in the world, the Library of Congress. You don't know how to read the card catalog, it's useless to you. You got to know how to know. So you're helping people know how to get into what they need. It's all about making sure people have more economic difficulty raising their families can finally get a benefit the wealthier people get, the tax burdens and the child tax credit. But look, another thing that funding can support, thanks to the bipartisan infrastructure bill, is jobs. It's going to create several million jobs. Folks, look, it took a long time, a lot of administration, but we finally passed a bipartisan infrastructure bill. Everybody. We finally ended Infrastructure Week. We got something done. Everybody knew America was falling behind in infrastructure. After years of dead ends and broken promises, we came together, Democrats and Republicans, we did something about it. Not only has Infrastructure Week finally arrived, we can look forward to an infrastructure decade. That's what this is for 10 years. Just 92 days after I signed the law, it's already making a tangible difference. We announced billions of funding allocations to put people to work in good paying jobs, cleaning up rivers in Ohio, chemical plants in Florida, dozens of other sites, bolstering the energy grid with a stronger transmission lines and towers, modernizing bridges like the one I visited in Crafton County up in New Hampshire, where the weight restrictions could force school buses and fire trucks to go 10 miles out of the way to get on the other side of the river. and capping and plugging tens of thousands of orphaned oil wells and gas wells that continue to spew methane, which is a deadly for the environment. Creating jobs as good as the folks who dug those wells in the first place, with the same salaries. This is only the beginning. Hundreds of billions of new investments are on the way. Now it's time for the counties to get ready. You don't have to wait until the projects start. You can use the resources from the American Rescue Plan now. You're going to need welders, pipe fitters, advanced manufacturers ready to take on those jobs. It takes training to do those jobs well. And that's why union workers are the best in the world, because they actually get the job done cheaper because they don't waste any time. But you can start, I know you all know, but you can start those rescue plan funds now by building pathways to better jobs through union-based apprentice programs and on-the-job training. Like, you know, Maricopa County in Arizona, where they're using American Rescue Plan funds to help young workers develop in-demand technical skills. You know what the county's going to need. Community colleges are doing it as well. Boone County, Campbell County, Kenton County, Kentucky, where you're expanding high-speed internet to nearly 100,000 homes and businesses. You know, how many times you ride by a McDonald's parking lot in the middle of the pandemic and see people out there sitting, the mom and dad, tying into the network so their kids could do their homework remotely? This is the United States of America, for God's sake. Cook County, Illinois, where you're using rescue plan funds to work with Southland Metals Hub, helping workers prepare to take on manufacturing infrastructure jobs and strengthen the supply chains in the heartland. Rescue plan funds we deliver to your counties. They can help each of you build a strong, diverse workforce you'll need to take up on these infrastructure jobs, so that more families can deal themselves in to this booming economy. The truth is, we have an incredible opportunity ahead of us. That's not hyperbole, we really do. We still have a lot of work to do to put together what we've proven that we can get big things done in this country bipartisanly. And we know the challenges still remain. We're still fighting a deadly virus. We still need more people to get vaccinated and boosted. But thanks to your partnership, we've gone from 2 million people vaccinated when I got elected to 215 million people vaccinated. And again, I'm not being solicitous. You've been critical partners since day one on masking, texting, vaccinations, standing strong against misinformation, and sometimes even withstanding shameful personal attacks. Through it all, you've led with patriotism and resolve, and you've saved lives. Another challenge we face is easing the burden on working for the plan. What it's all about. Look, families are getting clobbered by the cost of everyday things. You know, I know that gas and food prices are up. We're working to bring them down. I grew up in a family where the price of the pump was felt in the kitchen. Everybody knew, everybody felt it. I understand. These are necessities, but they're not the totality of what family needs. So while we work on supply chains and we work on bringing down the cost of the things that we're talking about have gone up so high, we still have other ways we can reduce the burden on working class families. They still have to pay for child care. Families can spend as much as $14,000 a year in some part of the country for child care. My plan, the cost of child care for working families, will cost 7% of your income, no more. And that helps millions of parents, especially women, get back to work. 20 million of them are not working. And by the way, it ends up paying for itself. And they're back to work paying taxes. Look, we still have to pay for prescription drugs. You want to benefit a family, reduce the cost of the prescription drugs they have to pay. In America, we pay the highest price for prescription drugs in the world, of any developed nation in the world, about 2 to 3 times what other countries pay. Let me give you I can give you hundreds of examples. Let me give you one. One anti-cancer drug to treat leukemia and lymphoma that costs $14,000 a month in the United States. That same exact drug by the same drug company, That drug sold in France costs $6,000. $6,000. Those who live on the Canadian border, you know, you cross the border, you can buy the same drug for a hell of a lot less than you can buy in the United States. Same manufacturer. Or take insulin. The cost of drug companies to provide insulin, a vial of insulin, costs less than $10 to make. But there are many families, like families I met last week in Culpeper, Virginia, paying $300 per vial for medicine they need every single day for type 1 diabetes. If they have good health care coverage, this family does, but they still have to pay $5,600 for prescriptions before their insurance kicks in. Think about that. 200,000 American children with type 1 diabetes. Think about being one of those parents. You don't have insurance, but you know your child to live needs that insulin. How do you look that child in the eye when you don't have the income or you don't have the insurance? What do? Not only you worry your child may die, but you're stripped of your dignity. You're stripped of your sense of who you are, not being able to afford that child's needs. Look, we can cap the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Drug companies will still make money. Now let me digress just for a moment. I started the Cancer Moonshot, which I worked very hard on in the administration I served in last. And I held conferences all over the country with literally thousands of people, and at the same time, doing it virtually. And after one of them, I got the 12 largest drug companies in one room, and I said, if you found a cure for a particular cancer, and I named a cancer, I said, what amount of money do you think you should be able to charge for that drug? They said, whatever the market will bear. And I said, well, you know, many places like Germany, you can get and make sure you make a profit that's 20 to 30%, even 40% more than your total investment. But once they set the price, that's the only price you can pay to sell that drug. You still make 30, 40% profit after all your expenses you demonstrate. And the other provision is you can't increase the price of that drug beyond the cost of inflation unless you've done additional work on the drug to improve it. Think about where we're going. We're on the verge, thank God, of some significant breakthroughs in healthcare. But should it be based upon what you can afford to pay? If Congress acts, we could take care of things with a stroke of a pen tomorrow. We have a generation of so-called sandwich generation. Many of you are part of it. Trying to take care of your children while take care of your aging mom or dad. We can help make it work. Care for our elderly parents and have someone install a handrail in the shower. Make sure they have steps that they can get up and down. Someone can pick up the prescriptions while you're working. And allow them to continue to live in the dignity of their home. But guess what? That saves a hell of a lot of money. Because the cost of that, and by the way, that's available under Medicare now, except 880,000 people can't get into the program yet. It's a lot cheaper to have mom and dad live at home with a minimal expense than have the public pick up the cost of health care, of housing for the elderly. We can do that and still save money. So when they put their heads in a pillow at night, they can have peace of mind. I'm going to work like the devil to bring gas prices down. We're going to keep working to strengthen the supply chain to bring the cost of every good down. particularly food and automobiles. But you know the best news of all this? Nobody earning less than $400,000 a year will pay an additional penny in taxes for any of these services. We can do it without increasing the deficit. Matter of fact, last year we reduced the deficit by $300 billion. But by passing elements of the Build Back Better plan, which reduced the burden on families, I got a letter from 17 Nobel laureates came to me to say my plan will ease long-term inflationary pressures. Look, we can tackle these challenges, but only if we keep coming together. The fact is, we can't do it without you. You understand what families are up against. You understand the cost if we fail to act. You need your voices, the county officials helping us folks understand what our communities need. If we can get this done, there's no limit to what America can achieve. So let's get working people a better chance than they've had, the quality they deserve, by investing in the future of every county. Let's face these challenges head on, but let's keep building back better. We're the only country in the world where whatever crisis we've gone through, we've ended up on the other side better off than we were before we got into the crisis. We're the only one. And folks, let me say one other thing. I had a group of 8 major utilities come to see me to tell me they wanted to see the Build Back Better plan put in place, even though they knew they were going to pay higher taxes. Corporate taxes would go up to 24%. You know, there are, of the major Fortune 500 companies, there are 52 that made over $40 billion, didn't pay a single penny in tax. Look, I'm a capitalist. I think you should be able to go out and make $1 million or $1 billion if you have the capability. But just pay a little bit. Pay your fair share. No, I'm serious. I'm serious. And that's why we're getting so much support for the things we're doing. That's why, for example, and it's major corporations coming to us. For example, you ride through some fields in Ohio, and it looks like there's nothing there except beautiful land stretched out. Well, guess what? An outfit called Intel came to me and said, we want to invest $20 billion in those fields, creating 7,600 jobs to build a facility and 3,500 jobs permanent. Average salary of those permanent jobs, $135,000 a year. You know what they're doing? They're going to make computer chips. Because our automobile industry, 1/3 of inflation is a consequence of the cost of automobiles going other places. Look, we can do this. We can do this by reasserting who in God's name we are. The United States of America. There's nothing, I mean this from the bottom of my heart, there's nothing beyond our capacity. There's nothing we cannot do if we do it together. That's always been who we are. This is the United States of America. You can make $1 million and still pay your fair share, and everybody. When have you ever seen? I was talking to somebody. I said, you go through a neighboring state of New Jersey from Delaware. My area is down by the shore. You ride through an intersection where there's a big circle, and 4 or 5 roads coming off of it. And usually in the middle of that circle, there's you can plant trees and flowers and the like. I can tell you the communities, and I said this to somebody, and then they showed me a study that was true. I can tell you whether the community is as renters or owners. When they're owners, that middle circle is beautiful. It's planted. When they're renters, they're not. Doesn't mean there's anything wrong with renting, but it means engaging in the community. Look, folks, when middle-class folks do well, there's never been a time the wealthy don't do very, very well. So, folks, let's stick to the people we need. Thank you for listening to me. May God bless you, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you for joining, ladies and gentlemen. We are live here with SCLD. Stock Market Live, and that was President Biden delivering some remarks there. You did see the market pick up when he stepped out, still in that $2 spread there. The secretary will be speaking next here momentarily. Yeah, so yeah, we're gonna have that pulled up here shortly. But I hope you learned something right there, man. But yeah, the market did pick up right there as he stepped out. But still, when it picked up, I noticed something, guys. We're getting halted here at resistance. Still, we still are stuck in a $2 spread on the SPY and triple Qs. The VIX is still close to VWAP here, so we are in a credit spread right now, and it's getting very tight though. It does look like the next big pop, the next big debit spread will cause a squeeze to the upside or downside for sure. That's how tight it is getting. Theta is kicked in on both sides of the trading. We're getting closer to Fed minutes, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting closer to earnings, ladies and gentlemen. Oh man, so you ain't gonna hear that again. That's the bad stuff, but you know they say sitting is the new smoking. So you need to get up, get the blood flowing. Do some jumping jacks, get away from the screens, play some tunes real quick. You feel me? That's what we're gonna do. Let's play some tunes real quick. Get the blood flowing through the brain everywhere here. We is gonna get into some stocks on the move too while we're at it. Getting ready for the tune. Looks like Airbnb is on the high here. I'm about $8 here. They do have earnings reporting after the bell. Looks like they're already getting started there. Little pre-earnings run there, possibly. A lot of movement right there. Let's see. Look like Booking Holders pulling back. They're still up $81, but they were up about 100 earlier, so they're chilling out in the air. Looks like Netflix is still up $10. Tesla's still up about 42. Looks like we have Apple holding about $3. Amazon picked back up in the green. They're up about 15. Looks like they moved her briefing back again here. Okay, so it looks like I see what they have done. Looks like they moved Secretary Jen's briefing back here to 4 p.m. So that's at the market close. I may or may not pull that up. That'll be after hours. But it looks like Biden will be speaking again here at 3:30. He's going to give a little briefing about remarks providing an update on the Russia and Ukraine situation around 3:30. So that will be your next market briefing there. So we will see Biden again here. He is slick, little plaid that be everywhere. He said, I ain't done with y'all. I got to talk to y'all again today, which I know. So that could be definitely a market mover there. And right there at the last 30 minutes of the market. But right now, the market's just chilling out. SPY is up a little bit over VWAP. Triple Qs is up a little bit over VWAP. VIX is a little bit below VWAP here. We do have all the indices in the green still, high green. The NASDAQ leading the way up 2%. S&P 500 is up about 1.40%. The Dow is up about 1.20%, ladies and gentlemen. With that being said, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to check and see if we got some more market data. And we'll be right back. And we can discuss some earnings news and we can discuss. Let's see here, some market data that's coming out in the morning. That's going to be very, very important here and tomorrow evening, tomorrow afternoon, excuse me. So yeah, we'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen.
I'ma drop down, I'ma take me a risk. Bitch, on my radar, I'm tryna stay distant. This hood, they so chance like infants. Is it cause my color look crispy? Is it cause I got the cream, don't frisk me? I'm on my shit to the T like bricks. Don't be that guy, don't get put on that list. The struggle real shit got me pissed. I'ma drop down, I'ma take me a risk. Bitch, on my radar, while I'm tryna stay distant. Fuck to they so chance like infants. Is it cause my color look crispy? Or is it cause I got the cream, don't frisk me? I'm on my shit to the T like bricks. Don't be that guy, don't get put on that list. The struggle real shit got me pissed.
Yeah, yeah. I say I'm smoking on the backwoods, yeah, I'm burning loud trees. Smoking on that packy, yeah, shit'll knock you out. I'm really trying to get it. I shoot your lights out, come to kill Bill. Cause I'm wiping niggas out. I say I'm smoking on the backwoods, yeah, I'm burning loud trees. Smoking on that packy, yeah, shit'll knock you out. I'm really trying to get it. I shoot your lights out, come to kill Bill. Cause I'm wiping niggas out, taking niggas out. Ain't gon' play no games with them, now I'm on the mouth. Then I cop a range on them, boy, you in the drought. Now your doctor came to me, ain't gon' point you out. Boy, ain't no lame nigga, definitely ain't no cane nigga. I got that shit to open up your drain, nigga. I'm off the chain, nigga. Stay in your lane, nigga. Cause I'm wiping niggas out like this pain, nigga. If you got pain, nigga, I got things that will bring you back to this earth and never change, nigga. Insane, nigga. I'm really out my brain, nigga. This shit got me too turned up. That stood like the moving and the roof went up. Yeah, I'm on that mighty shit, yeah, the roof went up. Hey. Cause I'm too turned, I never change, nigga. Smoking backwoods in the range, nigga. I say I'm smoking on the backwoods, yeah, I'm burning loud trees. Smoking on that packy, yeah, shit'll knock you out. I'm really trying to get it, I shoot your lights out. Call me Kill Bill, cause I'm wiping niggas out. I say I'm smoking on the backwoods, yeah, I'm burning loud trees. Smoking on that packy, yeah, shit'll knock you out. I'm really trying to get it, I shoot your lights out. Call me Kill Bill, cause I'm wiping niggas out.
Yeah, you can't get knocked off for $1. You just get knocked off, it ain't the problem. It ain't the problem. But I say money ain't the issue. It ain't the issue. I had your mama crying for some tissue. Nigga, you a stain. Nigga, you was not in my lane. I make it rain with that 30 or the 40. Nigga, I got mid-range. I'll shoot a nigga out his fucking Jordan. Think I'm playing. Nigga, you don't get the picture. I don't give a fuck about no fuck nigga that ain't with us. I been blowing dope. Used to actually smoke my pack. Don't act like that, dope. I'ma draw down, I'ma take me a risk. Bitch, on my radar while I'm trying to stay distant. This hood, they so childish like infants. Is it cause my color look crispy? Or is it cause I got the cream, don't brisk me? I'm my shit to the T like brisk. Don't be that guy, don't get put on that list. The struggle real shit got me pissed. I'ma draw down, I'ma take me a risk. Bitch, on my radar while I'm trying to stay distant. Fuck to it, they so childish like infants. Is it cause my color look crispy? Or is it cause I got the cream, don't brisk me? I'm on my shit to the T like brisk. Don't be that guy, don't get put on that list. The struggle real shit got me pissed. Niggas out here playing on social media, I ain't with that. I'll call a nigga up and get his click whack. If I try a nigga, click clack. I ain't with the fuck shit, I can't get it back. Nah. If you rob me, good luck, good luck. Had them young niggas nuck. If you buck, cry mob, I ain't took. I be with that fucking nine, you know it's took. What the motherfuck? Niggas, I ain't on that petty lame shit, I ain't with that. LCAOD, we buy business in the streets. We go do what we gotta do, we call that undefeated.
Yeah, I woke up like, what's up? I gotta get my cash right, cause it's time, man. I'm reaching for that limelight. I'm steady grinding, ducking all them fed lights over the night. This time, I'ma make it right. Gotta get it how I get it, ain't no stopping me. I know them feds be watching me, but I'm grinding, can't waste time. That's for you broke niggas, but right now, I'm even broke niggas. But I'ma get it in. When I do, you niggas gon' be hating, cause I'm fucking on your lady, and I know that drive you crazy. I'm just thinking about some other shit. Go ahead with that petty shit. You don't wanna get your brain real. Don't fuck with me, cause I gotta get this paper. And I gotta get my weight up, but I'm definitely not gonna wait, bro. And that's on me, like I'm yellow busy. But please believe me, I'm busy. Chase a bag, I'm from the stool. And that's one rack, I'm cheesy. One rack, one rack, one rack, one rack, one rack. Nigga, you already know what the fuck going on, man. It's very good shit, nigga. Let me rockin' on this bitch. Bad, nigga. What the fuck you mean, nigga? One rack, 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 one rack. No wish, no wish, no wish. Just one rack, just one rack. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad.
No, vote for what? It is 2 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen. It looks like, I don't know if this is real live news, but it looks like we might have I'm just trying to get it confirmed here because it just popped up. It says Senate Banking Committee votes on nominees to the Federal Reserve, including Fed Chair Powell. So it looks like that's about to go live here at 2 p.m. We're going to tune into it if we break it. Levels here. We have gotten what has happened from the morning to now has just been a gap up and just chill. Gap up, they went up about $1 from the gap up. So it's not gonna be enough right there for your stocks to continue on their options there. Just status kicking in here. This level here you want to be thinking about, re-entering, unless you just want to hold at your own risk, obviously. But what the levels are saying here is the market just gapped up a little bit here, right back into that almost bullish range. But it can still fall, obviously, here because it's not moving from the gap up here. So we do see a wall still here on the SPY at about 446, let's say. That's where they fell sharply through and from on Friday of last week. So, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that's just where it's at. It looks like the stocks might be finding their tops here, or this could just be brewing up for this is going to be a major squeeze during Fed minutes. But we're going to find out, man. We're going to find out. Speaking of Fed minutes, I know I keep mentioning that, but you do see that is the three things to watch in the markets this week. The Russia-Ukraine U.S. war jitters. Obviously, people getting over that a little bit. Biden's going to give us an update here in a little bit about more of that. So that'll move the market. And you got Fed minutes and some speakers talking this week. And you got earnings this week. They really kick off today after hours and probably tomorrow. Yeah, today after hours and tomorrow. Actually really starting to kick off. Those are your 3 things to watch, though, this week here. That is your market movers. Those are your indications, your indicators. We do have the producer price inflation. The numbers, that's what I was saying earlier. I had Biden speaking. PPI that came out this morning, actually 1.0. So market's kind of gapped up off of that, but it hasn't, like I said, broke key levels. So we're kind of still in the same spot. Ain't really doing nothing. Credit spread and technically. So the retail sales come out tomorrow morning. You got Fed minutes Wednesday, 2 p.m. Tune in live. Payday. Jobless claims Thursday. There's a bunch of information. But we just keep it right here on focused in on Wednesday because this is your big day here. And we do see the market starting to get weak here in the area, start to pull back here. SPY's back below VWAP. Tesla just pulled back there, right back to that middle range there. As you probably see on those options, I was telling people in my Discord and the comments, you will see momentum shift there. You're probably you're gonna have to evaluate your stop loss numbers because they're going. You gotta think about theta if you're looking at weeklies there. So and how long it just took to not even break resistance. So that's kind of why you're gonna have to stop loss there. Unless you can just stick with your gut feeling there and trust it and hold through the original stop loss. That would be up to you. Obviously, it'll be your risk. Not mine here. I'm looking at the charts though, telling me about right now would be a stop loss, but it could be a dip here as well. So Amazon is up about $10 now, so they are getting weak here. But yeah, that is your market data, economic data. Let me see. Yeah, we still got these are the Fed speakers. So Monday bullets, Bullard will be back Thursday at 11 a.m. You got Mester, he'll be back Thursday at 5 p.m. That's after hours, so nobody probably would tune in to that. 10:15 a.m. It looks like you got Waller on Friday, Evans on Friday, 10:45, Williams 11 a.m. So a bunch of Fed speakers this week as well. So that will be moving the market as well too, ladies and gentlemen. Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Earnings, earnings still looking at Wednesday before open here. We do have Shopify. Shopify is going to be a really good play here. They're considered like Amazon here. They can move on earnings like that. They can move like that. The Trade Desk, TTD, they moved to nice little value company there. Before they had a stock split recently. They were about $800 a share. Split reset. They're about $70 a share now. So I still think they have a goal to go back to those stock split numbers. I don't know the timing, but eventually they will, I'm sure. Crocs, another good earnings play possibly. But this is all in the morning. Keep that in mind before open. So you can catch this right at the bell, or you can try to get in there right before close today. Each his own. You got Wix, they report, Kraft Heinz, AMC Networks even report here before the open on Wednesday. And after hours Wednesday, it gets very exciting, ladies and gentlemen. We got that video. We go in there right there because we're going to come back to them tomorrow. But I just want to let you guys know majority about what's about to happen today after hours and tomorrow before the opening on those earnings, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Let's get back to some stocks on the move. I'm not seeing any data. I'm not seeing that banking committee votes is confirmed here yet. I do see people are waiting. It might be real. We're gonna see here shortly, though. We'll see here very shortly. Alrighty. So just checking some market data there, not seeing anything. We do see the SPY reversing back through VWAP here, so it looks like they are credit spreading, ladies and gentlemen. They are playing with the middle. It's getting very tough here. They're tagging stop losses and trying to make people shake out. I know you guys, it's tough. I've been there before. That's why, you know, with time you understand stuff, you get better. And you just try to find a strategy, man. You got to. This market is wild. You got to find a strategy. My strategy, live LCLD strategy, free playbook here, man. Find the right entry, find the right exit. It's the best thing you can do. Ladies and gentlemen, we are live. This is the Stock Market Live with LCLD. SPY picking back up here. So back through VWAP on the SPY. VIX is below. Uh-oh. Amazon just picked back up. They're up 14 again. Shopify turned around, picked back up here. They're up 24. Looks like Tesla bounced right off of 913 there. They're right back up at 916. Viacom. They reported this week. Oh yeah, Wingstop. They got earnings before the opening tomorrow. It wasn't on the list. It might have been. Let me see. I need to zoom in. I might see something. Yeah, I don't think it was on this list, but they do. It's true. They do have earnings before the opening. Tomorrow. Yeah, they do. Yeah, tomorrow. Yeah. So yeah, keep that in mind. Wingstop. This is food industry right here. This is going to be before the open. Yep. You know, wings. So it looks like Etsy right here is up about $3 here. Stocks on the move. Looks like Moderna is up about 5% here today. Back at 150, up $7. That's good for Moderna there. A little turnaround. They were getting clawed down yesterday. Looks like they regained those gains. Microsoft is up about $3. Still below 300 on Microsoft. I still see it as a discount to me. Netflix is up still $10. Nvidia is up, still holding about $19. They report tomorrow. Looks like Roblox is trying to pick up some steam here. Pre-earnings run up possibly. They're up $2 at about 70. Looks like Roku is picking up here too as well. They're up about $6. So yeah, it looks like the SPY will definitely need to retest about 445.90. 446.22 pre-market was the high. They haven't even thought about that level yet today. Barely thought about the 445 level here. So yeah, that's what you're just gonna need here for more gains at this point. If not, we will continue to be in this $2 spread range until somebody breaks, ladies and gentlemen. Who's going to break first? Will it be the Bulls? Will it be the Bears? I know we're going to find out right here. I guess, yeah. We're going to be right back.
I'ma try to make it. 25-acre Productions, man. Yeah, I'm trying to make it. No, you'll never take it. So please stop all the faking. I'm headed to the money, though. Please stop all the faking. You know that I'm trying to make it. No, you'll never take it. I'm headed to the money, though. 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 Yeah, I'm trying to make it. No, you'll never take it. So please stop all the faking. I'm headed to the money, though. I'm headed to the money, though. Headed to the money, though. I'm headed to the money, though. Yeah, I'm headed to the money, though. I'm headed to the money, though. To the money, though. Headed to the paper route. Yeah, my nigga, yeah, the paper route is gonna take me out. Yeah, take me out the hood. Have me eating good. Yeah, yeah, I wish he would. Try to take my meal. Try to take my paper. Come out of the ground like I am an undertaker. Yeah, my nigga, no, I'm never faking. Yeah, I sing too. Yeah, I ain't just drinking. Yeah. No, I'm never faking, yeah. Run up on me, you mistaken, yeah. Yeah, what you taking? No, I'm never faking. Yeah, I'm with the crew, doing what I do. Yeah, I'm on that earth. Yeah, I'm smoking true. Yeah, I'm in the crew, doing what we do. Yeah, no love, yeah, to you. Cause you know I'm gon' make it. No, you not gon' take it. So please stop all the faking. I'm headed to the money, though. Yeah. I'm headed to the money, though. Yeah. I'm headed to the money, though. Yeah. I'm headed to the money, though. I'm headed to the money, though. Yeah, I'm headed to the money. Don't look at me funny. Leave your brains looking runny. Sunny side up. Yeah, I'm on that lean. Yeah, you know I'm double cup. Yeah, I got the green. Yeah, you know I'm rolling. Yeah, you know I'm smoking. Smoking on the yeah, I roll that gas. Yeah, I'm smoking on that perk. Yeah. You know I'm trying to make it. Yeah. You know I'm trying to make it. You know I'm trying to make it. And you will never take it. Yeah, stop.
I'm texting a thought right now, nigga. I'm in the studio.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have breaking news here. Does look like Senate Banking Committee is voting here on nominees
Finance Agency and 5 federal
to the Federal Reserve, including Fed Chair Powell. So let's tune into this and see what type of reaction this is about to have here. Could be positive or negative, but it's definitely about to have a reaction here. We still are waiting on President Biden to come back too later on, but we're going to tune into this first.
Bloom Raskin has been the subject of an unrelenting smear campaign and fear-mongering by the ranking member and Republicans, something that's become all too common. They've distorted her words. They've painted her as some sort of radical. As we've heard during her nomination hearing, in her own words, Ms. Bloom Raskin is a mainstream economic thinker, been confirmed twice by unanimous votes in this Senate. She's not in the business of telling banks whom to lend to. Her views on climate are not extreme. They're about accounting for risks that that threaten our financial system wherever we may find them. As she said over and over again, this is about economic and financial system resilience. The attacks on Ms. Bloom Raskin haven't stopped there. They become more personal. They can't attack her on substance. She's so qualified. So they've engaged in malicious character assassination and innuendo without offering real evidence. Through this entire process from day one, she's been transparent. She's gone to great lengths to respond quickly to the committee, including providing the committee with all the paperwork, meeting with committee staff of both parties prior to her nomination, promptly responding to the committee's request for additional information. After her nomination, she received 180 questions, QFR's questions for the record, the most of any nominee in recent history. She answered those 180 questions in 48 hours, and then another Republican senator sent her more questions, which she also dutifully answered. The ranking member expressed concerns with Ms. Bloom Raskin's response to his submitted questions. I agreed starting Friday morning. I talked to the ranking member Thursday night to review her responses with my staff. After reviewing her responses, I do not share the ranking member's concerns. She answered every single question. Now Republicans have fled the room, hiding rather than voting on a fair and experienced nominee. Sarah Bloom Raskin has been confirmed, as I said, twice by the Senate unanimously. Nothing about her or her approach to this job has changed. Cam Fine, former head of the community bankers, nationally said yesterday, a few lawmakers appear not to believe Rankin's assurances that she won't meddle directly in affairs in financial institutions, but I do believe her, and so do my fellow bankers. After all, she had any information to tell bankers what to banking industry, state regulators, more and more. At this pivotal moment in our economy, everyone needs to understand we need a full reserve board. This will be the first time in almost a decade where we have all 7 members of the Federal Reserve Board as they step up for the importance of the meeting that's going to happen in March. The lawyers in this body know the old adage, when you have the law on your side, pound the law. When you have the facts on your side, pound the facts. When you have neither, pound the table. Ranking Member Toomey and my Republican colleagues have nothing on their side on this issue, so they pound the table. After agreeing 3 weeks ago upon dates for both a hearing and a markup, they're now objecting to voting on a nominee because they don't like the answers she provided. It's just a delay tactic. We know where they stand. Mitch McConnell said on the Senate floor today, asking President Biden to withdraw the nomination of a twice-confirmed regulatory expert who has the broad support of banks, state regulators, consumer advocates, and so many others. I point out that she was a banking regulator in Senator Van Hollen's state. He's known her for years, as has his colleague in the Senate. Senators from both sides of the aisle speak about their concerns about inflation, how this nation will emerge from this global pandemic. Few things we can do as senators will do more to help address our nation's economic concerns than to confirm this slate of nominees, the most diverse by far and most qualified slate of nominees ever put forward. Such words, I urge my Republican colleagues to return to the table to vote their conscience. Let them vote no if that's what they believe, but make them vote and let the Senate fulfill its solemn duties. I will delay votes on these nominees. We will update you when we've rescheduled. So far, I'm still hopeful in the next couple of minutes that a Republican shows up and we can move forward. Any other members wish to speak? Senator Tester.
Our constituents sent us here to vote. Nobody's on the other side. I hear on the floor every day, Republicans get up and talk about inflation. And by the way, inflation is very important and we need to get our arms around it. But what group is out there to deal with market forces any better than the Fed? There is none. Yet they don't show up to vote. I think we should have the vote today regardless, just to prove to the constituents of these folks' estates that they're not showing up. They're not showing up to do their constitutional duty that they were elected to do. And what is further rich in this situation is the number of nominees that came before us in the previous administration that were not qualified. But they showed up to vote for them.
What else? Senator Van Hollen.
Mr. Chairman, as you mentioned, Sarah Bloom Raskin is a Marylander. I've known her for a long time. She did serve with distinction as Maryland's top bank regulator during a very difficult time, during the financial meltdown, 2007, 2008. She had sort of unanimous support from our banking community, especially from community banks, and we heard from all of them as part of this nomination. She has been twice confirmed unanimously by the United States Senate for important positions, Deputy Secretary of the Treasury and a member of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve. And yet today, people who voted for her for very important positions in the past are not here. It's AWOL. Despite the fact that the Federal Reserve makes very important economic decisions for our country, our colleagues claim that they are concerned about inflation, and yet not one of them is here. I would just close, Mr. Chairman, by pointing out that about a year ago, we had a very important vote in the Senate for our economy. It was on the American Rescue Plan. The American Rescue Plan has helped boost jobs in our country, record levels, boost economic growth to the highest level in 2 decades, and has reduced unemployment way below what had been projected before the American Rescue Plan. Not one of our colleagues supported that American Rescue Plan that has done so much to help our economy, and now it's a sad reflection of the state of affairs that they're AWOL when it comes to this very important vote. And I want people to stop attacking Sarah Bloom Raskin on you can have legitimate differences, and as you said, go ahead and vote, yes or no. But don't refuse to show up at this very important time for very important nominations. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Senator Menendez.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to echo one or two remarks, if our Republican colleagues were as concerned about inflation as they claim to be, and as certainly we are, then they would come to the markup and make sure that the Fed has the personnel to ultimately have the monetary policy that can rein in inflation and help families save money. But it doesn't make a lot of sense to me to basically say fire, and then stop hiring the personnel that can put the fire out. Pretty amazing. And just by way of example, if you don't want to vote for any one of these nominees, then come and vote no. Last year, the Congress considered Judy Shelton someone who had publicly cast doubt on whether or not we should have deposit insurance. Deposit insurance is that thing that ultimately ensures that everybody who has a little bank account, if the bank goes belly up, that you don't lose your life savings. That was the type of nominee we had. Democrats didn't agree with her and her views, but they didn't stop the committee on voting on her. They came here and unanimously voted against her, but the process continued. And so at the end of the day, you know, it is just so alarming that we have come to the point in which our colleagues will use any attempt to stop the process, whether it's in committee, to stop the process on the floor, to just grind the wheels of government to a halt as a political tactic. And that political tactic, at the end of the day, only hurts the American people. We should be voting on these nominees, particularly to the Fed, so that we can ultimately have a full Fed board that can make the monetary policy decisions that can improve the lives of Americans and rein in inflation. And their absence here today speaks, loudly about the hypocrisy of saying we care about inflation, yet you won't allow those very entities that can make a difference to move forward.
Thank you, Senator Warren. Senator Warner.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize. I'm going to have to leave in a moment for a Senate Intel committee hearing, which I'll chair. I'm disappointed with my Republican friends. I remember I made upset a lot of members on this side of the aisle when I voted for example, one of the previous president's nominees for the Fed board. I would have wished that they would have given the same courtesy to these nominees for the Biden administration. If they chose to vote against them, I may disagree, but as Senator Tester said, that's their job. We should be able to agree or disagree, and I want to echo what Senator Van Hollen said. bankers in Virginia have contacted me on behalf of Sarah Bloom Raskin. So many of them have been supportive. So I'm disappointed by today. I hope this committee, we've had spirited debates over the years. The chairman and I have disagreed on issues times over the years, but we've always showed up and done our job. And I hope this is a one momentary exception and not a rule of what have otherwise been I think, a very well-functioning committee.
Thanks. And as you point out, Senator Menendez said, Judy Shelton, we all opposed. I didn't use my position on this committee to try to get you all to boycott this hearing, even though none of us thought she was qualified. Senator.
Can we just go ahead and vote? I realize it won't be enough to push her out of committee, but a statement that the rest of us are here, we are prepared to vote, and to go on record to say we support this nominee and we're ready to take it forward.
There's no reason we can't just do that. We can't go into executive session and take a position. I think we could all say how we would vote. Is that the same thing? Why don't we just let's just go around the room. Let's just call this. It's an unofficial, but call them all.
Can we do that, Mr. Chairman, on block?
Well, he's still rolling fast. You can take 60 seconds. Okay. On the nomination of we're doing. Do you want to do it on block all five? On the nominations on block of the 6 people who were noticed today. Yes.
Okay. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Reed.
Aye.
Mr. Menendez.
Aye.
Mr. Tester.
Aye.
Mr. Warner.
Aye.
Ms. Warren.
Aye.
Mr. Van Hollen.
Aye.
Ms. Cortez Masto.
Aye.
Ms. Smith.
Aye.
Ms. Cinema.
Aye.
Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Warnock.
Aye.
Mr. Toomey. No.
Thank you.
Mr. Toomey, do you want me to keep going? Okay. Mr. Toomey, Mr. Shelby, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Scott, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Moran, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Daines. Mr. Chairman, that is called to zero.
Thank you. As heard, all 12 Democrats supported all 6 nominees. All 12 Republicans were absent. Senator Warren wants to be no, I assume, when Chair Powell, correct? Okay. Anybody else want to speak? Say a few words. Catherine, you wanted to say something? Senator Cortez Masto.
Let me just associate myself with the comments of my colleagues. Let me say a couple of things. I hear every day the impact of high prices in my state from everyone. And we have tools to address that, monetary tools that are essential to addressing the high prices and inflation. And one of those is the federal Board of Governors here. And it is so important that we have a functioning board, that we have people on it. I do not understand why my Republican colleagues are not there. We just came from a hearing this morning on cryptocurrency. I can't tell you how many Republicans I heard from that said it's great we're working in a bipartisan way, that we're working together on these issues. And now they're here preventing us from addressing an issue that is impacting every single one of our families and individuals in our state, which is the high prices and inflation. A couple of the other things. They can be here to vote no. All we are trying to do is move them out of committee. They can still get the QFRs, go through those, and make a decision on their votes on the floor of the Senate. Right now, we are just trying to move them out of committee and moving forward so that the American public can see that we are still really focused on the needs of this country. And so I'm disappointed that they're not here. And I am hopeful that they will reassess at the end of the day and come to the table and work with us to address and make sure we have a functioning reserve.
Thank you, Sir Cortez Masto. Anyone else want to speak? Thank you all. Committee is adjourned. Thanks, John.
All right. Well, that was quick. I didn't know that it was going to be delayed. Obviously, I didn't even know it was about to be breaking news. So, yeah, it looks like it got delayed because you got some senators not showing up to vote, man. They like, man, fuck all that. That's what it seems like. So nah, they not there, so they can't do nothing. It looks like they was about to try to do like a fake vote. It looks like, but it's like nah, we don't got time for that. That'd be stupid of us. They started to figure that out. Market did kind of like pop and pull back there a little bit, so I don't know how they took that. It got a little wild right there. But that's good, I guess, because it's delayed. So shouldn't have to worry about that moving the market. I think the next thing we are anticipating now, though, are looks like President Biden. He's going to give an update on the Russia-Ukraine situation. That's going to obviously move the market there. That's the three things to watch this week, so we're going to tune into that. But that's about 50 minutes away, ladies and gentlemen. It is 2:36 p.m. right now. I'm going to need for y'all to get up, get the blood flowing, go for a walk, go for a jog, go brush your teeth, go use the bathroom, drink some water, make a sandwich, get a glass of milk. Just get the blood flowing, get up, move around, do some jumping jacks, do some push-ups, pick up a lighter, do something. Just get up, get the blood flowing, move around, though. You do want to take your eyes off the screen and your phone here. That is not healthy. You want to move around here. Trust your pick. Your move is going to happen. Have faith. It's going to happen. Stay patient there. Something will definitely happen here soon. Tomorrow, Fed minutes. Just be patient. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. Trust me. The debit spread is coming. It'll be back. It doesn't not come back ever. So it'll be back. Have some patience. Trust. You might be on the right side here. Don't panic sell. You know what I'm saying? You might not there. Think about your stop loss. You know what I'm saying? Know your own risk here. But at the end of the day, you good, man. Y'all good. You good. Think long term. We do got earnings coming up still after hours. We're gonna stick around for that. But in the meantime, we're gonna take a quick break. See if there is any more breaking news or something like that. But we're gonna take a quick break. We'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD.
Hey, what?
Yeah. Get it. Get money. Hey.
No love for the plug. Bitches in it for the thrill. Young nigga kid is still. Shoot the top of at will. Shoot the top of at will. Hey, no love for the plug. Bitches in it for the thrill. Young nigga keep it still. Shoot the top of at will. Shoot the top of at will. Hey, young nigga. Smoking Cali bud, counting Cali money. You niggas know what's up. Since a youngin', tell them pull up at the Wendy's. In the back, I'll show you Grammys. Then I'm driving off in Granny's whip. Hey, still rolling up. Hey, I still know some plugs. You can get what you want, just come and start with us. I feel everything that I drop on this beat. Smoking good weed. I already told you that. Come pull up in the 4, I'll show you where that dope be at. We smoking good threats. Ain't no love for the plug, he can't get nothing back. Hey, ain't no love for the plug, bitches in it for the thrill. Young niggas keep it still, shoot that chopper at will. Shoot that chopper at will. No love for the plug, bitches in it for the thrill. Young nigga keep it still, shoot the chopper at will. Shoot the chopper at will.
Yeah, shoot the chopper at will. Shoot the chopper at will. Yes I will. If you try me to feel that steel, that's better. You don't want that, but I'm peace like meta. So I fall back on everything though. I got a letter to me. Yeah, that means you cannot reach me to beat. Hey, that means that I'm on the beat. And you better hear me listen, cause I'm spiritually. Hey, yeah, got the choppers at will, cause Trump put us in this situation, yeah, he put us all here. Hey, it's the law and that's facts, hey, so better watch what you say, hey, Yeah, some on this shit, yeah. Like this, nigga try this, yeah. Be real, represent, and never ever switch. Young niggas still getting paid, young niggas still getting laid like Frito-Lay. Them chips made, I don't care about what they say. I don't care about what they say. Talking down on my damn grave and I ain't even there yet. I ain't even there yet. God got me. I'm going to heaven.
Spies chilling out. We're going over the earnings here for the day. So Roblo.
Hey, I'm with JoJo off the doja, chopper scene like Billy Ocean. In the streets just like an ocean. I'm a shark, gotta watch my motion. And I hit it in slow motion, and you know I'm fucking toting on the block with my motherfucking soldiers.
I'm on the block with the soldiers, on the block with the shooters. Boy, they toting big gun, they scared to use them.
I'm with Savage blowing cabbage and he shooting like a maverick. Me and JoJo steady pacing like a Pacers. Like the Pacers, we gon' chase him, we gon' hit him with the laser. He gon' have to jaw down and erase him.
Clock 3 with the laser, boy, I ain't gon' miss you, but you know that shit is gon' fucking take me.
I smoke gas that smell like piss. When I see the bitch I diss, I don't really got time to taste it. But if you see, I'ma take it with these bands. I make it turn the thigh into a model while I bake it. He gon' bake it, he gon' shake it. I had a little cuz come through and fucking take it. He gon' take it, got that quaker. I send you to your motherfucking maker.
Good gas, good lean, nigga, roll good, big bad bitch, fat ass, and she like to lick the team.
She can't roll with the team unless she toting on the beam. And I got a bad bitch for the team. Pass it off like Elliot, who store it up and he gon' hoop. Swear to God on truth. When I shoot, you gon' shoot, we gon' lace you like a boot. You already know how we fucking do.
How we do what we do, Magic Game, we the crew. Got your boo and she rolling on that boo, hey. Yeah, my niggas, we got lean in the cuts, hey. Dirty duck, double cut, nigga, what the fuck? Like fuck us up, if you wanna bust, I don't discuss. Just up and bust.
We up them posts, underlay, let's go. Got shooters up the road, my niggas, they gon' score. Hey, and that's for sure, and that's on bro. I gotta take care of the fam, gotta get it how I go. Gotta get it how I go, get street them the bros. So you know I'm coolin' with my fucking loads. Major Game, that's for sure. We gon' send them at your nose, you talking slick. We gon' send them at your throat. Gang.
Somebody said go low Airbnb, you heard
Oh yeah, Maja. This for one right here.
Now that's a wave of destruction that's easy on the eye.
I cannot fuck with you snake niggas. I cannot fuck with you fake niggas. I cannot fuck with you snake bitches. I cannot fuck with you fake bitches. I cannot fuck with you snake niggas. I cannot fuck with you fake niggas. I cannot fuck with you snake bitches. I cannot fuck with you fake bitches. I'm a god. 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 cannot fuck with you snake niggas. I cannot fuck with you fake niggas. I cannot fuck with you. I cannot fuck with you snake bitches. I cannot fuck with you fake bitches. I cannot fuck with you. I cannot fuck with you snake niggas. I cannot fuck with you fake bitches. I cannot fuck with you. I cannot fuck with you snake niggas. I cannot fuck with you fake niggas.
I cannot fool with you straight niggas, y'all be asking for handouts. It ain't no handouts in this game, you'll get blammed down. Use a clown if you think my pockets ain't sound. Use a clown if you think my money ain't going around. Ferris wheel, I got the deals, I got the Zans, I got the pills. What you wanna do? Don't squeal. If you squeal, you know the drill. I cannot fuck with you fake bitches. You bitches hating like niggas. You niggas is acting like bitches. That's why I cannot fuck with fake niggas. I cannot fuck with you fake bitches. Cause y'all ain't getting no money. Niggas ain't getting no money. Walk around looking like dummies. Still walking. My money talking. My pistol sparking. The loudest barking. What you wanna do? What you wanna say? What you wish for? I don't give a fuck about you flagging, boy. You get popped just for trying to flag it to it. I cannot fuck with you fuck niggas. I cannot fuck with you fries. I cannot fuck with you guys. You still using iPods. Upgrade your podcast. I ain't not gonna tell you no more. I ain't gonna tell you again. I cannot fuck with you fake niggas. I cannot fuck with you fake niggas. I'ma go harder. I'ma go harder. Duck like Vince Carter. Cut you like a barber. You niggas ain't barbecue. Cause y'all ain't sauced up. Y'all ain't sauced up. Y'all ain't sauced up. You go harder. I'ma go harder. Let it go harder.
Now that's a
Just
way
go
of destruction that's easy on the eye.
Spizzy go harder. You a bitch, and I know it. You a snitch, and I know it. You a bitch, and I know it. You a snitch, and I know it. I seen the statement. You wrote it. You a bitch, and I know it. You a snitch, and I know it. You a bitch, and I told it. You a bitch, and I know it. You a snitch, and I know it. You a bitch, and I know it. You a bitch, and I know it. I seen the statement. And you told it. You a bitch, and I know it. You a bitch, and I stole it. You a bitch, and I know it. You a bitch. People talking to them bitches. They ain't know what them hoes. You ain't getting no digits. I'm out here in the trenches. Chopping up with the niggas. I'm moving out of peace. I know I'm living. You can tell me I ain't getting it. I've been doing this every year. You wanna see my money, yeah. You wanna see my money, I'm switching up cars every year. Yeah. I don't give a fuck. What the fuck they wanna talk about? What? What's up, nigga? I got the 32. Nigga, I ain't no snitch. You a bitch, your bitch snitched on me. Damn, set me up. Got me in that fucking shit. Now I don't wanna fucking kill a bitch. I don't wanna kill a dog. I just wanna say, I don't even love the bitch. She love my dick, but she just love my dick. So she got a dick and then she got a drip. Dog. So I told that bitch, take another round. She snitch, and I know it. You a bitch, and I know it. You a bitch, and I know it. You a snitch, and I know it. You a snitch, and I know it. You a bitch, and I know it. You a snitch, and I know it. You a bitch, and I know it.
Yeah. Who a snitch? Not me. Who a bitch? Not me. But I seen you on that paperwork, and I seen you telling niggas about that paperwork, and then you turned around and then you told on me, Hold, homie. What you gave me was old, homie. Don't act like you ain't old, homie. Slay me, and I spray me. Nah, come and spray me. Shoot this shot. This ain't raid, bro. I smoke your ass, roach your ass, put you out, then roll your ass, then mow the grass. 1-rack shit. I'm just looking for a 1-rack bitch that ain't snitching. Like that nigga bitch. Got a name on my paperwork, like Lynn Trail. Type of shit is that? Send that bitch to hell. Oh snitch, fucking bitch. Got that 30 on my hip, and I'ma hit at that bitch. And if you run up, I'ma punch your ass with that dick on that stick. Yeah, that 30 is gon' hit on your shit. Little bitch. Pussy.
Smoking on pressure, you don't want no pressure. I done read up with the bags full of extra. If you want it in emergency, then I'ma stretch you. Tired of these little niggas tryna talk reckless. They must not know that they be checking checkers. Them checks in, now we getting motherfucking cheddar. Times getting harder, but my life getting better. Barely tryna feel, but I ain't even tryna guess.
Who you guessing? Nah, bitches chase a bag, and I been chasing bags, and bitch I'm blanking bad. I got that 30 on me, I hate to bust your ass. I love them big racks, so you can count on that. I'm chasing check, off this pen and pad. I'm tryna get that money, I need that fucking bag. Lenny about that fucking bag, still like ENT about that fucking bag. Yeah, I gotta get it, nigga. Every day $1 mission, tryna hit it, nigga. It's like a lick, a sticky nigga, sticky like a hit. Yeah, I did it, nigga. Don't call no hits on me, cause I'm a hitman myself. I don't give no fuck, cause I judge you like a girl. In that black and white, we black and white. It's a cold world. Have a night.
Smoking on pressure, you don't want no pressure. I done read up with the bags full of extra. If you want it in emergency, then I'ma stretch you. Tired of these little niggas tryna talk reckless. They must not know that they be checking checkers. Them checks in, now we getting motherfucking cheddar. Times getting harder, but my life getting better. Family tryna fuel, but I ain't even tryna guess it.
Family tryna fuel, ain't tryna guess it. Ain't tryna get money, I ain't even tryna stress it. Ain't tryna stress it. I ain't tryna be caught with the basics. I'm just tryna program, not be caught in the matrix. Smoking on this Astro perk. And y'all smoking on some nerve. It's that booth pack. Look like turds. I'm smoking on great. Word, that's my word. I'm getting bird. Yeah, like Larry Bird. I'm ballin', that's my word. That's my word. I be switching up my words. But I ain't even stressing. I ain't stressing. I never stress it. I'm smoking on the pressure. Pressure. Get it if you want it. If you don't want it, don't hit my phone, little homie. Straight like that, that's real. My nigga, I been in the field with that stick. You get popped for a cent. You get popped for a deal. Smoking on the pressure. No shame if you the pressure.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live. You're tuning in. This is Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We're back from the break. Looks like, I don't know what's news, but Upstart is dumping here midday here. They do supposed to report earnings today after the bell. Might be another situation of an earnings leak. Ladies and gentlemen, I will check news on that. It looks like an earning leak. Yeah, it looks like one of those earning leaks. They sold off about 109 to 99 here, so they pulled it back about $10. They're down about 3 here for the day. So it looks like we got one of those earning leaks here. I will kind of rule them off the board now for earnings. They are popping back here, but it looks like that might be a fake pop right there. So certain names are starting to give out indicators here. Upstart's pulling back on midday earnings here. Let's see, let's check the other earnings. They're still down here. Car's still down. Advanced Auto Parts only down 45 cents now, so they bounced back. They still are down here. Amazon's only up $18. Tesla look like they still holding their gains right at 4-year. Nvidia holding up right at about $21. Not seeing any other moves here. Market still just chilling out because the SPY's just chilling out right here. Too close to VWAP. Just too close to VWAP. Too tight here. No volatility at all. Volatility is not moving right now. So market's just kind of just chilling out here. I think now we're getting close to power hour here. About 5 minutes away from it, ladies and gentlemen. I think now the momentum is probably starting to shift here to, you probably got the earnings here. Earnings jitters kicking in here. We are getting closer to Fed minutes as well. It is tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. So it looks like Wing with the pop right here. Wing, oh, Ross with the pop right there. Yeah, ain't gonna get me. I know we gotta report tomorrow. We get something out of pocket. Yeah, I'm telling you. This could be a big one, though. Like I said, to the up or downside here. I think it's a make it or break situation for this company reporting tomorrow morning. Ulta Beauty is up about $15, still on the their gains. At that, just holding $40. Starting to look like it's fading slowly. They're only up about 39 down. 39 now. So it's like they break below that 913. Keep that in mind. So Airbnb's on the high here. They are up about almost $9 now. They are going crazy here right before earnings. So this possibly is a pre-earnings run-up and can explode to the upside even more. They can also flush and bring it all the way back down to what it was before it gapped up here. So it's going to go one or two ways after hours. Looks like AMD's picking up here. They're up now about $6. A slight move there on the AMD chip makers. Yeah, a slight move there. So the market's still really not doing nothing, just chilling out. So we just gonna chill out too. We got about 2 minutes till power hour, ladies and gentlemen. And the video is picking up. Oh man, 264 here. Video just picked up here. Video's at the high end here. Whoa. Let's see where they're going. This video's at the high today. High tick is gassing. Might be topping out right there. Looks like Microsoft almost back at 300 there. Almost. Netflix is up 11. Right here on the prize though. So we got about 1 minute, ladies and gentlemen, till power hour. Oh man, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun.
Stand clear of the closing doors, please.
Because we're coming through, man. We're coming through. Stand clear. We got about 1 hour left till the market is closing, ladies and gentlemen. And with that being said, it is power hour, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, all the indices are in the green slightly. But green is green. Green is green. Let's get back with the video because they were at the high. It looks like, oh, they broke it. Oh, man. They broke it. They're still going, ladies and gentlemen. 270? Oh, 270 right here. Looks like that Lotto 265 is paying off here right now. That Lotto 265 is definitely paying off on the video here. This could be a pre-earnings run-up, man. They can keep going. They do report tomorrow after the bell, so this can go any type of way here, man. That was a tremendous comeback, though, from last week's sell-off. And right back at that same level. That is good on the video. SPY's picking up. It is picking up here. So we are back at the high end of the credit spread here, right at 445.69. The high of the day is 445.93. So if we can break that, this will be the first break of the day to the upside. Let's see if it can do it, though, ladies and gentlemen. So headlines right now, stocks bounce back. All the indices in the green. The Nasdaq's leading the way at 2.30%. The Dow's up by 1.20%, and the S&P 500 is up by 1.50%, ladies and gentlemen. So the market is picking up right here, and the video is still going. The SPY's going too right here, maybe retesting the high of the day here. Let's check with some more names here. Tesla's picking back up, 918. Oh, man. Oh, man, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This might be it right here in Power Hour. They might try to make a run. It might just be holding up, topping out consolidation at the top right here. We're about to find out. We'll be right back after the break. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. I like that. Yeah, crazy ass world, all this shit that's going on, I can't even lie. Real nigga, yeah, I do some wrong, but this shit that's going on ain't even right. Seeing people dying every night, niggas fighting for their lives, trying to get the stripe like Adidas. These niggas spot your ass out like a cheetah, and they smoking on that reefer. Niggas popping pills, lose their mind, blow your top, run up in the house, shoot everybody for that fatty wop. These niggas tryna ball while I'm a jock. Yeah, I'm on your ass, put blood in your shoes, call your ass a red sock. And I ain't from Chicago, but my niggas blow. Yeah, this the Windy City, Shotbury, what they throwing up them foes. They kicking in your doors, they fucking all your hoes, and they stealing all your weed and all your coke. I cannot tell these niggas sit down. Shit, sometimes I'm provoked. Wanna run up in the house and slit these niggas' throat. It's hard to be different when you see the same shit. Niggas on the corner, niggas scheming up a lick. Other niggas whipping up a brick. Shit, bitches popping pussy, man, that's some sick shit. Just the shit that we see every day. I don't know what to say, so my blunt, yeah, I blaze. Sometimes it get hard to look further. Man, I be worried that a nigga might come and serve me. Or the feds, yeah, they might give me 30. This bitch I'm fucking with, yeah, she might do me dirty. Police get behind me going fast, yeah, I'm swerving. Young nigga spinning, getting cash, yeah, I'm splurging. Damn, this the life that I chose. This the hoe that I chose. And I ain't doing no blow. But the niggas that I'm with might set me up. Shit, I don't know. That's what's going through my mind every time that we roll. To go and roll, you never know. Look at motherfucking Alpo. Look at Kanan Lynch. Nigga, you come up with, be out here trying to fuck your fucking bitch. Look at nigga bombs. Man, fuck this shit. This shit crazy. Niggas out here, fuck this shit, man. Niggas out here lost their motherfucking mind.
I get the pet for the cheap. I got this shit off a river. Fair caliber full of reason. Touch me, nigga, then we tweaking. Puts his head in legal. Yeah. Pussies head and leave him leaking. I got the pack for the cheaper. I got the shit off the reefer. Fat Cali blunt for the reefer. Touch me, nigga, and we tweaking. Bust his head and leave him clean. Oh, what a fuck nigga heard. Oh, what a fuck nigga thinking. Already got his bitch swallowing semen. Baby sitting on the weekend. He hit us, he gon' tweak. I got the shit for the cheaper. I got the shit off the reefer. Fat Cali blunt for the G. Touch me, nigga, and we tweaking. Bust his head and leave him leaking. Fuck what a fuck nigga heard. Fuck what a fuck nigga thinking. Already got his bitch swallowing semen. Baby sitting on the weekend. He hit us, he gon' tweak. Yeah. That nigga might be in his feelings. I just be smashing the hoe, ain't no comfort, no hustle. No fuckers you talking about with us. I'm trying to get to the bitch. I'm trying to see me a million. I'm trying to stack and provide for my children. I got some niggas doing time locked down in the minute. Imagine what you know about send off a pack of bread and make it home. Jack boy, back door, run down and take everything you got in your home. All I know, keep me a throne. Got me a map for your zone. Try me nigga, then it's on. All I know is taking get to that dough. My mama need her a better home. Got you for it. They tryna send me to an early grave. I got some niggas that's gon' pay away. I got some niggas so I roll up the dope. I think about my niggas every day. I got some niggas doing time in the feds. They keep their head up, you could be home one day. You'll be home one of these days. I see my niggas and pray for bad days. My niggas bringing that pressure on. Can't trust a nigga who chasing this brother song. That bitch was a lawyer. Say niggas say that they lay and provide for your mother. You 6 feet on the dirt and your face on the shirt and you riding nerves. I came from the struggle, disrespect my brother. I'm riding this right. I get the pack for the cheaper. I got this shit off a reefer. Fat Cali blunt full of reefer. Touch me, nigga, and we tweaking. Bust his head and leave him clean. Fuck what a fuck nigga heard. Fuck what a fuck nigga thinking. Already got his bitch swallowing semen. Baby sitting on the weed. He ain't hit us, he gon' tweak it. I got the shit for the cheaper. I got this shit off the reefer. Fat Cali blunt full of reefer. Touch me, nigga, and we tweaking. Bust his head and leave him leaking. Fuck what a fuck nigga heard. Fuck what a fuck nigga thinking. Already got his bitch swallowing semen. Baby sitting on the weekend. He hit that shit gon' tweak it. He gon' tweak it. He gon' tweak it.
Oh yeah, this the one right here. Punch me in, drop.
Produced by Create.
Home in the city with killers and sticks. Country the block that we sippin' this shit. Throwing off foes, we lit as a bitch. They got by my side, we like Lilo with sticks. Come forward with the bros if you tryna get rich. We up in the mall, we ain't taking no pics. Hell nah, bitch. We ain't taking no pics. These niggas ain't aiming and shooting their toes. Trapping all night, but you know it don't close. I just got the pack and it's already sold. When you get in that jump, boy, you know you gon' fold. He writing them statements, he know that he told. She slid in my DM, I'm fucking that hoe. She talking crazy, she might get exposed. She might get exposed. Up in the trenches, I didn't have no pops. Fuck is a bitch, fell in love with the Glock. I'm stuck in the city, so pushing the clock. 4 pockets full, I still never stop. I just bought a phone and I still got a yacht. I got the kids to this shit, now they call me Glock. Like fuck it, we fucking it up. Pints of the lean and I double the cup. Drop a few dollars and sour it up. Gave her a break, now she powering up. If he want to smoke, he know that it's up. I'm a big dog, that nigga a pup. Had to give me some bread, jump right in the street. That nigga can't rap, he can't hop on my beat. I'm with the bros, we playin' for keep. My bitch go to sleep, then it's on the creek. Gotta come with some bread if you wanna feed. If she wanna fuck, then I'm charging the fee. Bitch. Where is it at right now?
Hey, this is some more gang shit. That's it, gang shit, man. Fuck on, man. Big money.
2K, nigga.
It's a nightmare on us street niggas blasting niggas. You better keep your strap close cause they'll whack you nigga. Don't pull up like you got it cause we'll snatch you nigga. Where your pants, where your rats, give me that sack little nigga. It's a nightmare on us street niggas blasting nigga. You better keep your strap close cause they'll whack you nigga. Don't pull up like you got it cause we'll snatch you nigga. Where your pants, where your rats, give me that sack little nigga.
I see demons when I sleep. Meaning destiny in my heat. I be up while niggas sleep. Late nights jugging with the team. Searching, exploring for the green. My pistol, she so damn mean. Ain't see niggas and she stream. Niggas don't be clutching in they dreams. Yo, bitch, she bustin' for the team. And they do with Linda P. Crazy thoughts, new AVP. I'm probably somewhere smoking with P. I got your bitch, she on her knees. She snatched my soul, I was off the lean. I wanna see a meal, but I'm only 18. Couple more years, they gon' have 14. Get at the meal to my bros, they leave. Break gang on the daily. I get down, shit ain't gravy. This bitch glow up, don't try to play me.
It's a nightmare on us street niggas blasting niggas. You better keep your strap close cause they whack you nigga. Don't pull up like you got it cause we'll snatch you nigga. Where your pets, where your rats, give me that sack nigga. It's a nightmare on us street niggas blasting nigga. You better keep your strap close cause they'll whack you nigga. Don't pull up like you got it cause we'll snatch you nigga. Where your pet, where your rats, give me that sack nigga. Where that cash bitch nigga, where that cash bitch nigga. Don't make me call them wild boys to come bust that ass my nigga. You stupid as fuck, you thought you was gonna come make it past my nigga. You know my shooters laying low, hiding in that grass my nigga. So you wanna get fooled little boy, so you like to two little boy. You little Alice, thought you real hard at was in school little boy. I can teach you something little boy, something about this money little boy. You ain't chasing no fans little nigga, you like tweaking on the Zan little nigga. Yeah, boy, I'm the man little nigga. Fuck a fan, I got bands my nigga. Make a fan with the bread little nigga. Pretty bitch in the bed with a nigga. Said she wanna get head to the nigga. Hey. Pretty bitch in the bed with a nigga. Said she wanna get head to the nigga. Hey, dangin' this bitch, nigga. Bitch.
How again? 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 Niggas didn't hear what I said. They shot the little girl in the head. She was laying peacefully in her bed. Hit the grandma in the leg. Chill. I ain't snorting no lines still. She asked did I want one. I told her keep it moving still. Real shit. I'ma get money. I smoke weed. That's about it, darling. That's all it's gonna be. That's all I'm gonna see. I've been with the bees, and I've been with the C's. But that's me. Don't ask me because that's me. I said it was what it was. I just stacking money, stacking to the ceiling. These niggas is some dummies. These niggas don't know that they some money. Cause I rap them all. Yeah, they older me, they hating. They still contemplating about what they gon' do. And moves I'm just making. These niggas is snakes. I'm on my grass daily. Niggas is bishops. And what the fuck? I don't give a fuck. I be getting money. I said that before. Well, I'ma keep saying that cause that's what it's about. If you ain't got no money, then you ain't got no clout. And if you ain't got no money, then your pockets on the drought. So if you ain't got no money, then don't come over here. And I don't give a fuck. The bitch, she just wanna fuck. She texted me, said she missed me. I said, don't you got a man? She said, I don't care about him. I'm talking about you, Devin. Damn, there she go again. Damn, hit her, pass the back to her, man. Pretty green, that's the team. LCAOD, I'm the president. All we do is overdo everything we do. Grind, stack, ooh, grind, design. It's tatted on my body. That's where I'm going, and that's what I'm living by. So you can't tell me goodbye. Feel like Hype Leonard. Shots fired. Don't play my glass sometimes. I'm so high like Space Jam. Niggas ain't man. Snitched on you, told in the jam. Damn.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are live. This is Stock Market Live with LCAOD. Hope y'all enjoying the live stream. We back from the break. If you're tuning in here, we're gearing up. This has been first 17 minutes of Power Hour. We do have President Biden about to speak. He's next up here. He's going to be providing remarks on the Russia and Ukraine situation here. It does look like the spot did retest the high of the day at 445.93 almost, yeah, but failed to break out here. But we still chilling out in the air right here at 445.56, so it can still go either way here, ladies and gentlemen. The spot is above VWAP right now. The VIX is below VWAP. So, yeah, like I said, next up, we got that right here ready for you. Biden will be back to the screen here. This looks like your last market mover possibly today. Maybe Jen, but it's going to be after hours, and I think she's talking about 4. You usually going to watch the earnings, but we ain't going to stick around really here. I don't know. At this point, Shopify is only up about 30 now. Tesla's still holding a strong 40 bag over there. Amazon's holding a strong 22 bag on them over there. So yeah, most names that are holding up in the green, they are holding their gains here, ladies and gentlemen. I don't see any selling pressure. It looks like they're holding their gains possibly for another leg up, maybe. It's still on the table at this point. Yeah, another leg up is still on the table. Or retest back to the opening here at about 896 on Tesla. It's coming for sure here at this point. You can start to see it here forming out here towards the end of the day. But yeah, SPY picking back up here again, 445.75. All the indices in the green here. The NASDAQ leading the way 2.35% here. The S&P 500 is up about 1.50% still, and the Dow is up about 1.15%, ladies and gentlemen. And we will begin shortly here with President Biden. Gives brief remarks providing update on Russia and Ukraine. So this will set the market at ease here or panic at this point. This will be real big to hear from Biden, tell us about what's going on. Hopefully, like I said, can put it at ease and the market can get back going to the upside here and get out of this little halt momentum that they have going on here. But the spot is retesting the high here, ladies and gentlemen. Triple Q's breaking out here. 355.79 on the Triple Q's. VIX is going down still. The spot is at 445.85 there, ladies and gentlemen. So they are testing the high here, putting pressure on it. Possible breakout maybe here. Haven't seen this high yet. Haven't seen this high break out yet. Possibly it might do it. Still waiting here. No indication. It's coming in now. Yeah, 445.88. They're about 5 cents away from that high there, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if they can do it. It's getting weak right here. 445.85 is coming back here. You do see the stocks ready for the breakout. If the SPY will break out here, you do see that geared up here correctly. Let's see. Get into some stocks on the move. Looks like AMD still going here there for about another dollar, about $8 now almost. Spot might be topping out right there. But, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. And we do have earnings approaching. I hope y'all ready. What y'all think Roblox gonna be? It ain't gonna be what you see now. What y'all think Upstart gonna be? Well, they kind of moving right now. Upstart, what you see now, that might be it with Upstart. That might be it with Upstart, you guys. With Airbnb, what you guys think though, man? What you guys think? If you're tuned in, we are live though. We are awaiting President Biden here. It's about to begin shortly. And today's just been a chill day. Chill day. You can tell the market wants to go up, but it's just fighting resistance level. It really does look like at this point, Fed minutes is going to make or break the situation here, what we're seeing. Possibly this little briefing might do something here towards the end of the day. It's almost closed. But definitely tomorrow at 2 p.m. will be huge. And in the morning, you got retail sales. All that's coming out tomorrow. It's going to be huge tomorrow. Don't want to miss it here live with LCAOD. Biden is going to ask all to go to Facebook, answer where or what that is. Charge appropriately. That's going to mean mega properly. Dump this position. What times does Fed minutes come out tomorrow? 2 p.m. I'll set it all day here. They come out at 2 p.m. tomorrow. Be ready, ladies and gentlemen. Fed minutes will be out and live. Yes, sir. It is real. Tomorrow at 2 p.m. though, yep. The narrative blew back at Biden. Today will be weird. Possibly here. I see what you're saying. The narrative blew back at Biden today will be weird. He might yell and whisper more than usual. Yeah. It is weird that they brought it back to him. But, I mean, I don't know. We're going to see, man. We're going to see. I already own 12 yelling NFTs. No big deal. No mooning. We are still in the range. Yeah, we are still in the range. Biden's going to pump now, going to say how amazing they did to stop Putin. Possible right there. That'll bring some positivity if he does some shit like that. That would. Watch announcement on peace talks with Russia. So good that Putin wants Biden to meet his mom. You guys are funny. Thanks. I hate putting on Trade X before he speaks. Plain earnings. Possible. Still just trying to decide here. Don't know here. I got some members in the Discord said they want to do it, but I'm putting it on the time limit here. If you don't hit me by a certain time, I'm overlooking it. That's just how you got to do it here. It's business. Got some calls just to cover my puts. That's cool. That's cool. Nothing wrong with that. So yeah, comments was rolling, ladies and gentlemen. We do have an audience here, as you can see, live with LCAOD. But it looks like stocks are chilling out. The SPY failed to break 445.93 again, ladies and gentlemen. So, but they are still up at 445.53. So we are just chilling out right here at the top end. But they did fail that breakout. So we are still stuck in a $2 range. That is correct. Zoom out. It's on the way down. Tomorrow is the day. This Wednesday. It's Fed minutes this Wednesday or next one. This Wednesday, fools. Hump day, yes. Tomorrow, okay. Watch for break. Yeah, exactly. That's what everybody's anticipating. Airbnb's on the high here, 179. They're up almost about $10. Remember, they are reporting after hours, ladies and gentlemen. They are running up here. So it looks like the spot's cooling off here, turning around, trying to come back towards VWAP. That is the middle, ladies and gentlemen. So it looks like time is still getting milked off the clock here as we await President Biden. It does look like the VIX is coming back up towards VWAP here. So the VIX is actually witching on the VWAP there, like wanting to tag it and leave it. So keep in mind with the VIX. But, ladies and gentlemen, it is about 30 minutes to that closing bell. So give yourself a pat on the back. Ladies and gentlemen, we did it. We made it. We got about 30 minutes left. It's been 2 days, almost 2 days fully this week. Man, time's going by so fast. Look at the long term getting closer there to you. Oh, man, we are almost in the middle of the week, man. Patience is about to finally pay. We're almost there, ladies and gentlemen. With that being said, we're going to play some music until we see Biden walk out. So stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen.
Gang, ain't shit changed. Still with the same niggas, how could race change? As soon as I walk in the building, the bitches they feeling, they pimpin', they drippin'. The way the young rats living, I stack it and edit and flip it. My money is taller than midgets. The boy, what did you get? I run in your kitchen and get it. The pounds, nigga, and the pigeons. I let them fly like pigeons. I don't really need bitches. I trap in the slums in the trenches. Red roll my shit, come on, listen. We drip the pad and we split it. The body shit, we gon' get it. All of my niggas, we with it. All of my niggas, we with it. I just played the bitch with no suitcase. She said she want top with no suitcase. I ain't eating that pussy, babe. Hell nah, what the fuck you think? Hell nah, bitch, that shit stain like my motherfucking gas. Dang, that's trash. Ain't smoking on no gas, that's straight ass. Better get off your ass. Better go do the dash. In the phone, I'ma crash. I'ma do the race, no take cake. I blow the smoke all in your face. Till the bed, you was late. Hey, I gotta chase cake. Every day my birthday. Hey, every day's Halloween. No chief, keep mask off screen. Hey, hit you with this red beam. 30 in the hollow tips. Why these niggas run their lips like some damn bitches? Y'all some hoes. Y'all gon' get exposed. Get erased. I'ma do the race. Hey, I'm still with the gang. Ain't shit changed in the slums with major gang. Blowing propane off that 93. I can't see. Got your bitch on her knees. She do whatever for I do.
Whatever for the gang. Yeah, she gon' claim. Major gang, nigga, know we rain. Bullets that don't right. Same little nigga, you ain't no shit, though.
Today I'd like to provide an update on the crisis involving Russia and Ukraine. From the beginning of this crisis, I have been absolutely clear and consistent. The United States is prepared no matter what happens. We are ready with diplomacy, to be engaged in diplomacy with Russia and our allies and partners to improve stability and security in Europe as a whole, And we are ready to respond decisively to Russian attack on Ukraine, which is still very much a possibility. For all the events of the last few weeks and months, this has been our approach, and it remains our approach now. So today I want to speak to the American people about the situation on the ground, the steps we've taken, the actions we're prepared to take, and what's at stake for us and the world, and how this may impact on us here at home. For weeks now, together with our allies and partners, my administration has engaged in non-stop diplomacy. This weekend, I spoke again with President Putin to make clear that we are ready to keep pursuing high-level diplomacy, to reach written understandings among Russia, the United States, and the nations of Europe to address legitimate security concerns, if that's his wish. Their security concerns and ours. President Putin and I agreed that our team should continue to engage toward this end, along with our European allies and partners. Yesterday, the Russian government publicly proposed to continue the diplomacy. I agree. We should give the diplomacy every chance to succeed. And I believe there are real ways to address our respective security concerns. The United States has put on the table concrete ideas to establish a security environment in Europe. We're proposing new arms control measures, new transparency measures, new strategic stability measures. These measures would apply to all parties, NATO and Russia alike. We're willing to make practical, result-oriented steps that can advance our common security. We will not sacrifice basic principles, though. Nations have a right to sovereignty and territorial integrity. They have the freedom to set their own course and choose, as long as there is hope of diplomatic resolution that prevents the use of force and avoids incredible human suffering that would follow, we will pursue it. The Russian defense minister reported today that some military units are leaving their positions near Ukraine. That would be good, but we have not yet verified that. We have not yet verified the Russian military units are returning to their home bases. Indeed, our analysts indicate that they remain very much in a threatening position. And the fact remains, right now, Russia has more than 150,000 troops encircling Ukraine and Belarus and along Ukraine's border. An invasion remains distinctly possible. That's why I've asked several times that all Americans in Ukraine leave now before it's too late to leave safely. It is why we have temporarily relocated our embassy from Kyiv to Lviv in western Ukraine, approaching the Polish border. And we've been transparent with the American people and with the world about Russia's plans and the seriousness of the situation so that everyone can see for themselves what is happening. We've shared what we know and what we're doing about it. Let me be equally clear about what we are not doing. The United States and NATO are not a threat to Russia. Ukraine is not threatening Russia. Neither the U.S. nor NATO have missiles in Ukraine. We do not have plans to put them there as well. We're not targeting the people of Russia. We do not seek to destabilize Russia. To the citizens of Russia, you are not our enemy. And I do not believe you want a bloody, destructive war against Ukraine, a country and a people with whom you share such deep ties of family, history, and culture. 77 years ago, our people fought and sacrificed side by side to end the worst war in history. World War II was a war of necessity. But if Russia attacks Ukraine, it would be a war of choice, or a war without cause or reason. I say these things not to provoke, but to speak the truth, because the truth matters. Accountability matters. If Russia does invade in the days and weeks ahead, the human cost for Ukraine will be immense. And the strategic cost for Russia will also be immense. If Russia attacks Ukraine, it'll be met with overwhelming international condemnation. The world will not forget that Russia chose needless death and destruction. Invading Ukraine will prove to be a self-inflicted wound. The United States and our allies and partners will respond decisively. The West is united and galvanized. Today, our NATO allies and the alliance is as unified and determined as it has ever been. And the source of our unbreakable strength continues to be the power, resilience, and universal appeal of our shared democratic values. Because this is about more than just Russia and Ukraine. It's about standing for what we believe in, for the future we want for our world, for liberty, the right of countless countries to choose their own destiny, and the right of people to determine their own futures, for the principle that a country can't change its neighbors' borders by force. That's our vision. And toward that end, I'm confident that vision, that freedom will prevail. If Russia proceeds, we will rally the world to oppose its aggression. The United States and our allies and partners around the world are ready to impose powerful sanctions on export controls, including actions that we did not pursue when Russia invaded Crimea in eastern Ukraine in 2014. We will put intense pressure on their largest and most significant financial institutions and key industries. These measures are ready to go as soon and if Russia moves. We'll impose long-term consequences that will undermine Russia's ability to compete economically and strategically. And when it comes to Nord Stream 2, the pipeline that would bring natural gas from Russia to Germany, if Russia further invades Ukraine, it will not happen. While I will not send American servicemen to fight in Ukraine, we have supplied the Ukrainian military with equipment to help them defend themselves. We provided training and advice and intelligence for the same purpose. And make no mistake, the United States will defend every inch of NATO territory with the full force of American power. An attack against one NATO country is an attack against all of us. The United States' commitment to Article 5 is sacrosanct. Already, in response to Russia's buildup of troops, I've sent additional U.S. forces to bolster NATO's eastern flank. Several of our allies have also announced they'll add forces and capabilities to ensure deterrence and defense along NATO's eastern flank. We will also continue to conduct military exercises with our allies and partners to enhance defensive readiness. And if Russia invades, we'll take further steps to reinforce our presence in NATO, reassure us for our allies, and deter further aggression. To be clear, if Russia decides to invade, that would also have consequences here at home. But the American people understand that defending democracy and liberty is never without cost. This is a cause that unites Republicans and Democrats. And I want to thank the leaders and members of Congress of both parties who've forcefully spoken out in defense of our most basic, most bipartisan, most American principles. I will not pretend this will be painless. There could be impact on our energy prices. So we are taking active steps to alleviate the pressure on our own energy markets and offset raising prices. We're coordinating with major energy consumers and producers. We're prepared to deploy all the tools and authority at our disposal to provide relief at the gas pump. And I'll work with Congress on additional measures to help protect consumers and address the impact of prices at the pump. We are not seeking direct confrontation with Russia, though I've been clear that if Russia targets Americans in Ukraine, we will respond forcefully. And if Russia attacks the United States or our allies through asymmetric means, like disruptive cyber attacks against our companies or critical infrastructure, we are prepared to respond. But we're moving in lockstep with our NATO allies and partners to deepen our collective defense against threats in cyberspace. Two paths are still open. For the sake of historic responsibility, Russia and the United States share for global stability, for the sake of our common future, to choose diplomacy. But let there be no doubt, if Russia commits this breach by invading Ukraine, responsible nations around the world will not hesitate to respond. We do not stand for freedom where it is at risk today will surely pay a steeper price tomorrow. Thank you. I'll keep you informed.
Mr. President, whether or not they are de-escalating. Ukraine as a precursor to a Russian invasion.
Are they behind the cyber attacks, Mr. President?
Is there a war? Is there a possible war here? Hey, come back. He's gone, man. He's out of there. He said what he had to say. You heard him. Bullshit. If you want to go to war, it's going to be some problems today. And he's saying here it's going to be a war by choice. So looks like they did spook the markets here just a slight bit. The spot sold right back below VWAP here. We're right back at 444, you guys. Indices did get a little weak there. The Dow's only up 79% now. The Nasdaq's only up right at 2% now. The S&P 500 is only up about 1.14% here. So Biden's words were, we are ready to pursue high-level diplomacy. Those were the words of Biden during that speech there. Kind of pulled the market back a little bit. The VIX did shoot up there slightly off of that. But I don't think that's enough to spook out enough money there, like maybe possible the Fed minutes. Now that's gonna be a wild ride tomorrow. You just kind of got a little pop and drop of that right there. You're getting it down to maybe. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, spot is definitely reversing right here, back right at VWAP here. So right at VWAP next. Neck there, it's neck and neck, and that might, I think that is your last briefing for the day. I think Secretary Jen speaks, but it's after hours. I don't know if we're gonna stay live for that. We are gonna watch the earnings, ladies and gentlemen. We got Roblox and Airbnb on the board. We're gonna see what they gonna do. So tune in for that, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, it does look like her briefing is at 4 p.m. after hours. So. We might. It just depends on. It depends. It's about, and it starts in about 16 minutes. So it just depends on how long she's talking. We might tune into that and watch the after hours and just see how it's shaking here with that. But we'll see there shortly if we do that. So yeah, just like I said, SPY did sell through VWAP back right above it here slightly. So ended up being nowhere, back in the same spot, back in the middle here, ladies and gentlemen. Back in the middle here, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like they brought that dip very, very fast there. Very, very fast. We are starting to see some earnings pops here early. Tremendous spread here. Let me kind of break my I just ended the group play, like what's called. Walk away with 55. Now it's like 130. Just take it because, like I said, you don't really know how tomorrow going to pan out. You can always buy back. You don't really got participation with everybody. We'll see him update, see what he's going to say. He going to respond. Swing something for the Fed minutes tomorrow. I'll tell you. So, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a quick break here. We'll be back in about 4 minutes. I'm going to play some music real quick. I'll be back in about 4 minutes.
Shit, don't big clips, long guns, yeah, we blow them poles. Bad bitch on her knees, she gon' use her throat. I ain't gotta tell her that little bitch, she already know. I smoke big bad with a nigga, you smoke little blunts though. You a penny with nigga, I'm a hunchy honcho. Good nigga, I been getting to it, spinning it and flipping it, dipping it. I'm in the kitchen getting it, I'm spinning it. Yo, bitch, she like the sound of that. Y'all, yeah, we're winning it. Yo, bitch, wanna get rid of nigga. Yo, pussy, that's pretending nigga. I ain't ready for a dealing nigga. Young nigga, I been winning it. Had to go up and get it. Going up, I been living it. Yo, bitch, on the nigga, she spinning it. I'm on the dish, she been spinning it. Look, nasty bitches still gon' kiss on the niggas. Hate it when we slide. Nina by my side. I know she gon' ride. That's my best friend in my eyes. Yeah, niggas be living lies. When the bullets start to fly, they gon' cook them like some prizes. They get scared when niggas die. I don't leave without that iron, nigga. I ain't hard to find. I'ma take a nigga like can't let no pussy come take mine. I'm out here rockin' to earn my stripes. That mean your life is on the line, bitch. That mean your life is on the line. Gang, nigga. Yo, bitch. It's another one coming, man. I'm fucking this stunt, I'm busting it down. Got the pressure, smoke out the pound. Got the chop on the op, Ray gunning them down. Racks in it, safe in it sound. He tried to hide, he getting found. Put him in place like a noun. Picking up back here when I get in town. When I'm in, knock off a frown. I'm fucking this stunt, I'm busting it down. Got the pressure, smoke out the pound. Got the chop on the op, Ray gunning them down. Racks in it, safe in it sound. He tried to hide, he getting found. Put him in place like a noun. When I'm in, knock off a frown. Unlimited shots, straight out the Glock. We fire 2 minutes to duck. Glock full of shells, I'm clearing it up. Police ain't picking it up. He running for me, Glock with a beam. Hell nah, I ain't giving it up. He acting tough, I know it's a bluff. That Glock make him piss in the cup. I'm doing these solos, catching the back end. I turn up the crowd when I tap in. Fuckers a jump, I got a pack in. You wanna fuck the Rex in. They calling me Sam when I bring the sack in. I'm serving while you get your nap in. I'm serving while you get your nap in. I'm keeping it too, cause I got a check. He gon' get jacked if he flex. Since I show dogs, you like a vet. I shoot, bitch, I don't need a net. Basket of greens, you like a shred. You need it, I got it on deck. She give me face, no time to rest. When I'm done, she cleaning my mess. You wanna be down, get put to the test. You better just stay in your nest. Leave me them shit, Glock at his chest. Them hollows just ripping his vest. You wanna be down, get put to the test. You better just stay in your nest. Leave me them shit, Glock at his chest. Them hollows just ripping his vest. I'm fucking this stunt, I'm busting it down. Got the pressure, smoke out the pound. Got the chop on the op, Ray gunning them down. Racks in it, safe in it sound. He tried to hide, he getting found. Put him in place like a noun. Picking up back here when I get in town. When I'm in, knock off a frown. I'm fucking this stunt, I'm busting it down. Got the pressure, smoke out the pound. Got the chop on the op, Ray gunning them down. Racks in it, safe in it sound. He tried to hide, he getting found. Put him in place like a noun. Picking up back here when I get in town. When I'm in, knock off a frown. Poncho!
Mama know who Cub Scout is.
Up on the ops, get his goat. Calling her tape, know we gon' blow. I'm copping the beat, fuck is an oath. Smoking no runs, serving the low. I'm serving the low. I ran in your trap like fuck is a dope. Like fuck is a dope. Up on the ops, get his goat. Calling her tape, know we gon' blow. I'm copping the beat, fuck is an oath. Smoking no runs, serving the low. I'm serving the low. I ran in your trap like fuck is a dope. Like fuck is a dope. I roll me away and I'm getting lifted. I pop me a pill and I'm getting trippy. I fucking that bitch and you know I'm dipping. I smash on the gas, yeah, I gotta get it. I beat up that pop, man, I'm water whipping. Every day I wake up, yeah, I'm in the trenches. If you start the problem, no, I gotta finish. Big, yeah, they call me the slum. I don't give a fuck how you feel. Shady ass nigga, you ain't real. Catch this motherfucking heat, catch this motherfucking steel. Little nigga ain't real. Nigga on the real deal. My time is money, so where's the bill? Undercover boy, go bitch. Undercover boy, you a bitch. Talk to Twitter, boy, you a snitch. Hell nah, you a snake. Get the fuck on my face. Chopper spraying like some fucking mace. Commit a crime with a fucking race. Thick bitch, I just wanna taste. Her pussy so good. Shot spray, that's the hood. Yeah. I'm copping them peas, fuck is a zone, throwing them peas, I'm in the end zone. She calling my phone, she won't leave me alone. We pull up with sticks, y'all pull up with stones. These niggas be fat, man, these niggas be clones. These niggas be clones. I run to the money, I get to the cash. I'm speeding, I'm feeling like Flash. Shotsbury, nigga, I'ma get to a check. They hating on me, but I know I'm a man. Ice a nigga who gon' get to a fish. Shot that nigga in his face and I put him on his head. Got rid of it and I had that go cop a 10. If we go hit a lick, we gon' split all the bread. We gon' split all the bread. Open the ops, get a scope. Callin' a tape, you know we gon' blow. I'm copping the P, fuck is a O. Smoking no runs, serving the low. I'm serving the low. I ran in your trap like fuck is a dope. Like fuck is a dope. Open the ops, get a scope. Callin' a tape, you know we gon' blow. I'm copping the P, fuck is a O. Smoking no runs, serving the low. I'm serving the low. I ran in your trap like fuck is a dope. Like fuck is a dope. Came from the west and he fought with the foe. They serving the fiends, man, he serving the flow. 4 locals on go, fuck your hoe, yeah, it's a show. I catch me an op, I'm up in the scope. No Pizza Hut, but we at your door.
Mama know who Coach Scout is.
Yeah. I already know what the fuck going on. Had to get on here, goddamn, talk my shit a little bit. You feel me? Yeah. Pulled up in the whip. Big bass, hey, little shit. Nigga feelin' way, they ain't feelin' this. Grim River, ham, killin' shit. Little whole week, can't take a stick. Give me back my nigga, bitch. We swappin' hoes like chump change. Access don't like to be touched, man. Feelin' on his dick through his ball maze. Ask me if you wanna be my star player. Shoot my shot like Stephen Curry. Little touch, I ain't got no.
Right in the house. Hey. Shit, fool with it. Hey, but ladies and gentlemen, the market did just pop here. You might have saw a 10-minute rig here. The spot just hit 446.08. Oh, man. We have about 5 minutes left, ladies and gentlemen. After hours is about to begin here. And the market is about to close. Looks like we're going to close up here in the green. Looks like Tesla might close right at 5%, ladies and gentlemen. That's huge. That is huge going into tomorrow, Fed minutes. And those retail sales. It looks like most stocks did pick up with that movement as well. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like the market is picking up here towards the end. We are still live, ladies and gentlemen, just locking in some last-minute plays there. Got a little quiet there, but we still here, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like Tesla's finally broke that 920. Let's see if it can hold out of this range here and go back and test 940. Looks like they waited till the end of the day to do this, but it's coming here, ladies and gentlemen. It is picking up, and it is channeling out here. Like, I'm tired of being in that range, 921. There you go. So it is picking up here. Stocks on the move. The SPY is picking up here towards the end. We got about 2 minutes left, ladies and gentlemen. Lock in, lock in.